invite Dr.
हेलो
स्विच ऑफ कर लो डॉक्टर
मीटिंग से चल रही है।
शर्मा जी, म्यूट कर लो।
थैंक
For the inauguration, we invite Dr. S.N. Gaur, who is of Indian College of Allergy, Asthma and Applied Immunology, Secretary Dr. Anand Singh sir, and Treasurer Kathuria sir, and our chairperson Dr. Sanjay Srirampur, Ravi Kumar, and Arif Ahmad and Narayan Reddy, Arjun and UNICEF Sri Krishna, RSV Sri Krishna. So all the luminaries who are present for the inauguration, we invite. The allergy is going to take over in the coming years. Definitely, infections are coming down. Though the COVID was there since last 2 years, but the allergy is going to take major practice of pediatricians and adults in future. And the present conference has been aimed at educating the general practitioners and pediatricians, ENT surgeons, and pulmonologists. At the same time, who are the allergy working people are there. They will learn from the scientific programs which are going to happen in the coming 2-3 days. And yesterday's workshop was a very successful event which we could conduct without any hiccups. We all invite all the delegates to the wonderful conference which is going to happen for another 3 days. Thank you very much. Pavan, can you start the inaugural song?
Yes, sir.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Thank you, Pavan.
That marks the inaugural for this wonderful conference with that beautiful invocation. Now I invite Dr. Sanjay Srirampur sir, who is our chairperson of the conference, to give his inaugural remarks.
On behalf of the organizing committee of the Allergy Conference, the President, Dr. Gaur, the Secretary, Dr. Anand Singh, Organizing Secretary and President of Pediatric Academy of Telangana State, Dr. Surender Nath, and our own Vice President of the Central IAP, Dr. Ravi Kumar. Nice to see Dr. Arjun, President of the Twin Cities, the Secretaries of Pediatric Academy of Telangana State, Pavan, and the Twin Cities, Dr. RSV Sri Krishna. Well, on behalf of all of us, we welcome the delegates, and how eagerly we wished that this would be a physical event in Hyderabad, and we would like to meet you physically, welcome you, give you the Hyderabad hospitality. But God wills otherwise. But anyway, He also gives us ways to go forwards. We have learned over the years, last 1.5 years, that virtual conferences are possible. We have had the National Conference of Pediatrics, which was virtual, the zonal conferences of pediatrics, which were virtual, and we are also fortunate to host the Allergy Conference. I am sure the delegates will enjoy. On this occasion, it is very important for us to remember and pay our respects to late Professor Major Nagaraj Garu, who was a doyen of pediatric allergy. I have been knowing him since the last 30 years. Each conference he used to roam with a chit and take the signature of all those who were interested in pediatric allergy. And with his untiring efforts, he started the chapter of allergy, and he percolated the knowledge of pediatric allergy all over the country, the offshoots of which are Surender, Narayan Reddy, etc., who are sowing the seeds and seeing that the allergy awareness is increasing. As the burden of infectious diseases is coming down, the incidence of allergic diseases is increasing. Unfortunately, the awareness is less. There are challenges in diagnosing allergic diseases. There are equally challenges in treatment of allergic diseases. And I am sure this conference will throw some light. I place on record Dr. Arif Ahmed, who has also been a doyen of allergy in the Twin Cities. He is passionate about allergy and he takes allergy to every nook and corner of Telangana. The gauntlet is taken by Surender and Narayan Reddy, who are now the offshoots. And I am sure this conference will be Shubham, Kalyanam, give Arogyam, and also Dhana Sampada to all those delegates who are attending this conference. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
So now I invite our Scientific Organizing Secretary, Dr. Yupin Narayan Reddy, who is also the Central IAP member, to give his inaugural remarks.
So, good morning, everyone, sir. As Sanjay sir said, it is a need of the hour. As allergy diseases are increasing day by day, and infection diseases are coming down. Then when we were doing PG 30-35 years back, hardly we see allergy case. Now, every second, third patient is allergy disease, some skin allergy, allergic rhinitis, bronchial asthma, food allergy. We are seeing a lot of cases. As you said, awareness is necessary because you have to sensitize all practitioners, all physicians, all pediatricians about the allergy disease, ethical practice, proper diagnosis. Mainly allergy disease, mainly is clinical diagnosis. So awareness is necessary, all pediatricians, all practitioners, because it's a very important conference. Unfortunately, because we wanted to conduct physical conference by Naga sir. So because of COVID, so now of course virtual, of course everybody enjoying. Yesterday had a wonderful workshop we had. I think is going to have 3 days conference, and I think it will be a happy learning day everybody. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite another organizing secretary, Dr. Arjun, sir, who is also president of IAP TCB, to give his inaugural remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Pavan. Good morning, all of you. At the outset, I would like to pay my respects to the late Professor Major Nagaraj sir or Dr. Sudarshan sir. Both were part of a pedaloricon, which was so wonderfully conducted in our Hyderabad in 2017-18. I still cherish the memories of that conference, wherein we all elucidated the importance of allergy as urbanization, industrialization is increasing, so as the allergies are increasing. And Dr. Nagaraj Rao tried to start a fellowship in various colleges. In fact, he put his efforts for the MCA to start allergy courses in various colleges. So that was a big step, and also we started our own chapter. And I'm very happy that the pride of Telangana, Dr. Sanjay sir, as the chairman, is organizing this wonderful conference with the National Allergy College and Immunology, College of Immunology and Allergy. And again, we are very proud to have so many students of Dr. Nagaraj Rao, mentored by him, starting from Arif, Dr. Pavan, Dr. Surendra, and so many others, Dr. Narayan Reddy. They're all championing the cause of allergic diseases and the treatment. And this conference is it's a wonderful thing for all our pediatricians across Telangana. I'm sure this 2 days event will benefit them a lot. And I would like to request all of you to be a part of the annual Pedicon, which we are going to jointly organize with my big brother, Dr. Surendra, as the organizing secretary, and the dynamic duo of Dr. Sri Krishna and Pavan. So please be a part of the conference. It's a physical event, and also maybe for the outstation delegates, we can open it on Zoom. We promise an academic feast on that. Thank you all for the opportunity to be a part of this, and happy learning to everyone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Arjun, sir. Now I invite our Central IAP Vice President, a joyful Vice President, Dr. Ravi Kumar, sir, to give his inaugural remarks. I think sir is driving, sir. Is it okay, sir? Will you? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, organizers, for giving this opportunity. Actually, the main problem is in the undergraduate days, the most important subject today that was being totally neglected. So now our understanding towards that subject, everything is today depends on that pathophysiology of our understanding towards this allergy. That is the today's actually ruling the world. So this academic program, definitely it's going to be very, very useful for all the academicians. From the anaphylaxis, or when you give a vaccine, anaphylaxis to whatever the COVID situation of storm, or now the knowledge, those were the days, only eosinophilia, chromoglycate. These are the only two things. Probably my teachers told. Things up must be accepting that. But today, cytokine level, and you are going to the much more molecular level. So definitely our understanding towards the subject, if we are having a better knowledge, definitely we can prevent and we can get a treatment also. So thank you very much. More than this, I'm not able to see most of the people because I'm calling on the mobile. So I wish this program to be very useful program for everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi Kumar, sir. Thank you so much. Now I invite Dr. Arif Ahmed, sir, who is the scientific chairperson of the entire Icaaicon. Sir, over to you, Arif, sir.
Good morning, everyone. At the onset, I thank Dr. Sanjay for his compliments and Dr. Surendranath for giving me this opportunity of being the organizing chairperson. As when I was a postgraduate doing MDs, at that time, it was an understanding that if you really want to learn pediatrics, you should do a posting in 6 months posting at least in general medicine. So subsequently, when I wanted to learn allergy as a pediatrician, the first thing I carried that knowledge forward, and I learned about adult allergy. I read that book about Middleton, okay, from cover to cover, and then I went to Europe to pass to get the IACI exam, and I was fortunately one of the first from India way back in 2013 to pass this examination. Now, since then, I have been attending the to update my knowledge, the conferences in Europe and America, the IACI and the Icaaicon conferences. But having attended the workshops yesterday, I have found the level of speakers to be on par with those in Europe, okay, or you say in America. And therefore, it is very necessary that the pediatricians should also be attending this conference. As a scientific chairperson, the biggest difficulty I had was putting in the pediatric lectures in this conference. So my appeal is that in future conferences of the Indian College, we should have a pediatric section wherein we can be able to reach out to all the pediatricians or the allergists, pediatric allergists throughout the country to expand their knowledge, because they really need to know what is been happening more in the adult side, and only if we know what is happening on the adult side, we'll be able to update our knowledge in the pediatric section. With these words, I thank you all for that wonderful conference, and I wish all the best. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Arif, sir. Surendranath, sir, shall we observe 2-minute silence for? Sir, unmute yourself, sir. Sir, unmute yourself, sir. So we have the sir Surendranath, sir, unmute.
Before the start of scientific program, now kindly hand it over to the President and Secretary of All India All India Allergy and.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have Dr. Suryakant, sir, who is the President 2021, and the Secretary Dr. A.B. Singh, sir, and the President Dr. S.N. Gaur, sir, from ICAI, the Indian College of Allergy, Asthma and Applied Immunology. So, Anand Singh, sir. Sir, unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan. Now it's a pleasure actually to start with the scientific session from the ICI side. And I would like to address is the MCI chairperson, Dr. Ravindran Reddy, if he has joined. Dr. Sanjay, of course, is here, chairman of the Icaaicon 2020-21. Dr. Arjun, Dr. Surendranath, the organizing secretary, President, Indian College of Allergy and Applied Immunology, Dr. S.N. Gaur, past president, Dr. Suryakant, if he has joined, Dr. Arif, I can see here, Dr. M.K. Agarwal, other senior fellows and members and dedicated delegates of the 54th and 55th Icaaicon. Friends, it is indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to welcome you to this conference of 2021, which is being held virtually on behalf of the Indian College of Allergy and Applied Immunology, which is being hosted by the Dr. Surendranath at the Hyderabad, actually, as already explained by him. We planned it to have it in a physical form, but unfortunately conditions for the last 2 years have been so. This is a global problem, actually, COVID, and that's why we had to ultimately, even after postponing in 2020, in 21 also, we had to have a virtual meeting. So friends, the allergy and asthma is a global health problem where more than 30% of the people suffer from one or the other allergic ailments. Allergic rhinitis and asthma are two leading causes of absenteeism from the work due to the respiratory illnesses. It has been estimated that around 400 million people of all ages suffer from asthma worldwide. The prevalence of allergy is likely to dramatically increase in India, which projected to become the world's most populous nation by 2050. The conference is interdisciplinary in nature. Basic and clinical people, scientists from many specialties will participate from different parts of the country, and they will deliberate on diagnostic and therapeutic management of the disease. After understanding the molecular mechanism of allergic diseases and the advancement made in the clinical immunodiagnosis of the disease, the treatment of allergy and asthma is reported to be highly successful. Friends, during the ongoing global epidemic for almost 2 years now, Icaaicon adopted ever-changing world of opportunities to our members, physicians, researchers in the field of allergy and immunology, and we are forced to organize 2020-21 conference of ICI virtually. The ICI always strives for the better care of the patients with allergy, asthma, but better diagnosis and therapeutic management is still a challenge in our country. I'm sure the latest technologies and practical and theoretical aspects will improve our understanding of the subject and healthcare for the allergy patients. The contribution of each of us will help in making the Congress a grand success. So with all these few words, I would like to once again thank the organizers on behalf of the college, particularly Dr. Surendranath, Dr. Sanjay, and his dedicated team of workers who has been made our life very simpler, very easy. Sitting in your cozy rooms, you can contact and join the meeting. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Suryakant, if he's here, to address.
Yes, sir. Sir is there, sir. Yeah.
He's there?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Suryakant sir is there.
Okay, thank you, sir. I've been trying to contact you for the last 2 days. Anyway, so he's Dr. Suryakant is a professor and head department of pulmonary medicine at KGMU Lucknow, and he has been the president of 2020 till 2020. So actually, I would like to invite Dr. Suryakant to say the presidential address for a few minutes, and followed by the 2021 President, Dr. S.N. Gaur. Dr. Suryakant, please.
Thank you, our Honorable Secretary of ICAI, Dr. A.B. Singh. And it's a good morning to all of you. Namaste to everybody from greetings from Lucknow, King George Medical University, Lucknow. It's a matter of great pleasure for me to address this inaugural session of the conference, which is being held virtually, of course, for last 2 years, as Dr. A.B. Singh mentioned, that most of us, the conferences, they could not be held because of this COVID-19 problem. And that's why this time we are holding the joint conference of 2 years, that is 2020 conference and 2021 conference. And that's why you can observe that there are two presidents. I'm representing the President Icaaicon of for 2020, and of course, Dr. S.N. God will represent the presidentship of the 2021. So thank you, Dr. Surendranath, of course, for wonderful event to be held for next 2 days. And yesterday you had a very wonderful workshop. All of residents, they enjoyed very well. They registered and they enjoyed workshop very well. And of course, today I just remembered the Dr. Nagaraju. Actually, this is the effort of Nagaraju that this conference should go to the Hyderabad to his friend, Dr. Surendranath. So first time, I think most of the pediatricians we have involved in this organization of this mega event. So I'm really thankful. And of course, my salute and tribute to the Dr. Nagaraju, who was the great pillar of the Icaaicon for last so many years. When I was the president, he was in my team as a vice president, national vice president, and he always supported me, of course, like anything. And I'm also fortunate to mentor his son, Dr. Karthik, as he has been our student from King George Medical University. He did MD Pulmonary Medicine from our institute. So I think we are not only having professional relationship, we are also having the familial relationship. So that's a great tribute for him. And that's his initiative that Indian Academy of Pediatrics should come close to the Icaaicon and they should hold the conference. And although he is not here, but his dream come true today. So I'm really thankful to the whole Hyderabad team, Dr. Surendranath's team, for taking the charge of this conference and having joint organization for the 2 years conference. And I wish a great success for him and his team, Dr. Pawan and all those who are actively involved for so many months for the organization of this conference. You see, the COVID has not, changed the face of the conference from physical to from virtual, but it has also changed the allergy practice. And we have to learn. You see, for last 2 years, we could not do the pulmonary function test. We could not do the allergy testing. We could not do other investigative tools. But now the COVID has given a lesson to us that we have to develop our clinical sense. We have to develop our clinical skills, and we have to teach more and more students and allergy practitioners that they should, although they should utilize all tools of investigations, but they should same time also develop their capacity in terms of clinical diagnosis of allergy. Because it's still in 2021, you can make the diagnosis of allergy with simple history and certain physical examination. So I will emphasize that yes, our younger generation should also indulge in the allergy practice and should develop the clinical sense in the field of allergy practice. And I request our Honorable Secretary, Dr. A.B. Singh, that next time onwards also we should give more and more opportunity for the allied, of course, allies. For example, this time we have given this opportunity to the pediatrician. Sometimes we could give this opportunity to the ENT, to the dermatology, to the ophthalmology, and other practitioners also. So again, I am wishing a great success for this Icaaicon 20 and 2021. Thank you very much.
Anand Singh sir, unmute sir.
Unmute कर लीजिए sir. AB Singh sir,
sir.
AB Singh sir, unmute कर लीजिए.
Thank you, Dr. Suryakant, for your nice words. And definitely your suggestions will be kept in mind while organizing. In fact, I had given the open field to Dr. Surendranath to include the pediatricians also. That was one of the idea.
Yeah.
Before we will start the scientific session, Dr. Surendranath will have the condolence meeting for a few seconds actually in honor of our departed souls like Dr. Nagaraju, Dr.
We have planned it, sir. We have planned it, sir.
That's 2-3 more on behalf of the college. We can have it actually.
Okay,
Because
we plan it. We have it, sir. The plan.
Yeah, at that time. But right now, it is my pleasure to invite the current president of the Indian College of Allergy and Applied Immunology, Dr. S.N. God, to say a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Very nicely explained by Dr. Suryakant the importance of this subject. First of all, again, my sincere condolences and respect to Major Nagaraju and Professor A.K. Prasad, who left us this year. And Dr. Nagaraju was, everybody has explained, and I agree to whatever has been said. He was a wonderful, nice person also. And I think how much efforts he has done to bring the pediatrics to the platform, and everybody knows it, and we really appreciate that. We welcome you all to the 53rd and 54th Icaaicon, which is jointly by for 2020 and 2021. We know that ICI, the college, started in 1969. We had the first workshop in 75, and then so far we had 59 annual conferences of Icaaicon. Icaaicon started with the efforts of Dr. Shipuri, Dr. Vishnathan, Dr. Paintal, Dr. Sanyal, Dr. D.K. Sethi, with emphasis on testing of indigenous allergens. That was the first thing which Dr. Shipuri started, that we should not use the foreign antigens and we should develop our own antigens because it differs. And that worked out. It took a long time to convince the people, but anyway, he succeeded. Now, allergy, as has been said very nicely, is a multidisciplinary subject. We have got a persons from basic sciences, we have persons from respiratory medicine, the medicine, ENT, gastroenterology, pediatrics, and then we have got dermatologists, we have got ophthalmologists. All these people, they face the different allergic diseases. Efforts has been started to enroll all of them. And what is the suggestion? I agree with that it should be for all these specialties, and because just to increase awareness. Something has been done. People are now more aware about the allergy. But here I want to say one thing. I am sorry that Dr. Ravindra Reddy, who is chairperson of MRC at Telangana, is not here. And I want to say that this subject, they are about 30% now at present. And then what Dr. A.B. Singh said, by say about 2050 or so, it will be more than that. So it is increasing, allergic incidence. A disease which has got a prevalence approximately of 30% has not been given importance by NMC or MCI previously. The thing is that there is no department in the medical colleges, what to say about government or private, which is mandatory from the MRC that they should have a department of MRC. There is no examination. There is no posting in the Department of Allergies in subjects. So this is one thing which I request, if you would have been here, that NMC should consider a disease which is so prevalent in India. May not be damaging or fatal, but anyway, it is giving too much of morbidity to the patients. Now, allergen immunotherapy is effective, but it is a time-consuming thing. As the allergen immunotherapy effective but time-consuming process, as it affects the natural course of disease. The important thing is it affects the natural course. The natural course is something which is very important for any disease. It's not symptomatic relief to the patients, and that should be understood. That we have got now developments in the use of different routes like sublingual immunotherapy or say intrahepatic, which is at the research level. So these are things which can improve the use and then can reduce the time period. Now, I'm happy that for last 1 or 2 years, I think the awareness is increasing. The physicians in different specialty are showing interest, and they are developing their branches in the allergy and immunology. And the students are aware, and I think NMC should also become aware now. Surely, the main worry of anaphylaxis, that is one thing which is during testing of allergen is there. And people are worried about anaphylaxis. But here I want to say anaphylaxis is not that common, not at all common. In my practice of 45 years, I have not seen any patient of anaphylaxis. Only thing, you have to take precautions. You have to convince the patient, you have to counsel the patient before the skin testing. Okay, this is what we are doing. You can have exaggerations of symptoms and this thing. Let us know immediately. And the physician should be present at the time when the skin testing is been done. Similarly, for immunotherapy, you should give a first injection in your presence, ask the patient to wait for some time. If you take all the precautions, I have not seen any anaphylactic patients in my practice. But yes, exacerbations of symptoms were there, which can very well be controlled. And there is so obviously no fatality because of the allergy testing or patients who are on immunotherapy. I remember one instance, a person of very high class officer, IAS from Delhi, he was having allergy to this thing and he responded very well. And this thing, but he came to me after some time. For last 2-3 injections, I am getting some sort of symptoms and really problem or this thing. So I told him that you are intelligent person, you should not take further injection. I have already given, we usually give a printed this thing, typed things to the person to follow, read, but nobody reads it. That is important. So then you have to explain also. Then we stopped it. The thing is, person was leaving towards anaphylaxis. We stopped it, and probably that was the his maintenance dose, and then patient became all right after that time, completely all right, very good response. The thing is, sometimes is so dramatic responses with immunotherapy, and what I always say in my lecture, the best ambassador for your allergy is the patient. A patient goes from here and there and says, oh, okay, you continue this medicine, you continue this medicine. But once the patient takes immunotherapy and he's got a patience to continue for 1 or 2 years, then he gets response. Once he gets the response, he convinces others, no, it is very effective, because there are persons who are saying, no, it is not effective. So that is one thing which is the best ambassador. So always take care of the patients taking treatment, counsel him, let him know about the signs, symptoms of anaphylaxis and what should be done in case of exacerbations of symptoms or something like anaphylaxis. And that way you can improve your practice, and then you can have a very good results, and patient can say, okay, there is the immunotherapy is working. Because I am really surprised that any disease where there are 2 or 3, 4 papers to some subject, and then that to some medicine, and this medicine is approved. Now there are hundreds of publications for allergen immunotherapy in literature, but it took a very, very, very long time to convince this medical fraternity that it is effective. It's surprising. But anyway, now people accept that, and now only thing they are trying to make a better and better type of route of administration, and to reduce the duration of illness, like say intrahepatic injections, which is at the laboratory level, which can give 3-4 injections, and that is all. So things are going. We will be having all discussions on these aspects in the conferences. I am really thankful to Dr. Surendranath and his whole team. I may miss 1 or 2 names, but please, Dr. Ravindra Reddy is there, Dr. Sanjay is there, chairpersons, Sri Krishna, Pavan, Vipin, Narayan Reddy, Arif Ahmed, and Ravi Kumar, Sri Krishna, and Arjun. All these people, they have done tremendous work yesterday, and the conference, this workshop was very, very successful. And I'm thankful to Dr. Surendranath, though everybody said that he also wanted that we should have a physical conference. But let me say that, Dr. Surendranath, we have postponed it. We have not cancelled it. We will have a physical conference sometimes later with you only. And this time, I'm very sure that this virtual conference will be as good as physical conferences as far as the academic input is concerned. And I wish this conference a very success. Thankful to all the team of Dr. Surendranath to organize this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, SN Gaur, sir. Now, as a mark of respect, and let us do condolences for as a 1 minute silence for all those who have departed, who have contributed for allergy conference, allergy chapter at the national level, and also at the pediatric allergy level. And sir, Dr. A.B. Singh, sir, will you say other people who have left us, sir? The names of other people?
You have to unmute me from the host side.
The host, can you unmute, sir?
Yeah, it's unmuted now. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Actually, I'd like to include, besides the Dr. Nagaraju, who has been a very, very important faculty from our Indian College of Allergy and Apply. He was also the vice president of the college. And because of him, we are having this virtual meeting in Hyderabad. He was behind this one. So beside Dr. Nagaraju, there is another very senior fellow and past president of the college, Dr. P. Ravindran. Dr. Bijayan, he is also past president of the college, who was earlier the director of Vallabhbhai Patel Chest Institute. Dr. Randhawa, a mycologist, medical mycologist from Patel Chest Institute, former director. And recently, Dr. A.K. Prasad, he was a virologist again from Vallabhbhai Patel Chest Institute. I think we have to pay respect and keep 1 minute silence, as you said it, in honor of these senior fellows and members of the College of Allergy and Applied Immunology.
I think wherever we are, let us stand as a mark of respect for 1 minute and start the question.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. We also miss Dr. P. Sudarshan Reddy, sir, who is a mentor for all of us in allergy in Hyderabad. He played a very active role in Telangana State Allergy Chapter. And now over to our dynamic secretary, Dr. Anand P. Singh, sir, for Icaaicon to proceed with scientific sessions.
Thank you, Pawan.
Vote of thanks, Pawan. Vote of thanks.
The vote of thanks by Dr. Vamshi Konle, who is the treasurer of IAP TCB.
Okay.
Yeah. First of all, thank you all. Thank you for this wonderful aggregation of intellectual people who has saved hundreds and thousands of children and other adults also. The allergy specialists throughout the nation have been participating here, especially attached with the pediatrics. I would like to thank Dr. Sanjay Srirampuri sir, Surendranath sir, Arif Ahmad sir, and UN Reddy sir, who are the stalwarts from this my area, and our dynamic Pawan, who is also allergy fellow, and Kalyan Verma and other doctors I'm seeing. And if I forget, my Arjun sir, who is also president, and all the national faculty from KGMU and Anand Singh sir and Rajendra Prasad sir, SN Gaur sir. I thank for conducting this wonderful event to make big awareness and to reach the unreached people, to give the facilities. Thank you all. Thank you for attending and giving your precious time. Thank you, Pawan. Over to you.
Sir, we acknowledge the presence of our advisors from Telangana State, Dr. Ajay Kumar sir, and also Dr. P.V. Venkateshwar Rao sir.
Yes.
Also there in this, yeah.
P.V. Rao sir and Ajay Kumar sir. Sorry.
Dr. R.S.V. Sri Krishna, are you there? Hello? Dr. R.S.V.? Yeah.
I think we'll start the sign.
Yeah, we'll start, sir. Yeah. Dr. A.B. Singh, sir?
Yeah.
Now I think.
Thank you, Lord Surendranath. Is Dr. Behra has joined?
Yes, sir. Sir is there, sir. Behra sir is on. Yeah.
Behra sir is there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I am there. Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Dr. Sir. You sent a message that probably there is
I thought in case there is any problem. So that was a...
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, Dr. Behra.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Friends, we are going to start with the very first scientific session with a very, very important oration of the Indian College of Allergy and Applied Immunology, that is D.L. Shivpuri Oration 2020. You know, this oration has been was instituted in honor of Dr. D.L. Shivpuri, who was actually the founder of the Indian College of Allergy and Applied Immunology. As already explained in the morning by the president, he is the one who believed that allergy is a local problem. It's not only confined to the Western world. And that's how he started working on the indigenous allergens and established at Vallabhbhai Patel Chest Institute a separate department of allergy and immunology in 1950s. And in fact, he's still referred to as a father of allergy in India. And Dr. Shupri was a very, very dynamic person. He never had distinction between clinicians, non-clinicians. He always believed in the multidisciplinary approach of the subject. And he has done a lot of work actually. And his students are still active, like Dr. M.K. Agarwal is here. Myself happens to be fortunate to be one of the students of his PhD students, Dr. D.N. Shupuri. And he's also, Dr. D.N. Shupuri, it was changed to D.N. Shupuri. Earlier, this oration was Indian College of Allergy and Applied Immunology oration. But in his honor, actually, after his expiry, keeping his services in mind to the college and to the organization and to the field of allergy, we converted it into the D.N. Shupuri Memorial Oration. And today we have got a very, very dynamic and internationally reputed pulmonologist, Dr. D. Behra, who have been selected by the Executive Council to deliver this oration. And I will request our President, Dr. S.N. Gaur, to formally introduce the speaker. Dr. S.N. Gaur.
I think all of us know Dr. Behra very well. But anyway, just a formality, I have to say a few words about Dr. Behra. Dr. Behra is an emeritus professor at the PGI Chandigarh. He was the Dean Research in the institute. He has got respiratory medicine experience of over 42 years. He has been director of LR's Institute of TB and Respiratory Disease, Mehrauli, Delhi, also known as now National Institute of TB and Respiratory Diseases. Dr. Behra was one of the pioneers to start the DM course in pulmonary and critical care medicine in 1989. And he has guided more than 86 postgraduates in respiratory and internal medicine, including DNB degrees, and guided 15 PhD students during his career. Currently, he is the president of the Indian Chest Society and founder president of the Indian Society for Study of Lung Cancer, and was the past president of the National College of Chest Physicians. He is a sitting member of the Executive Committee of NAMS, National Academy of Medical Sciences, for the last 5 years, and is a member of Executive Council of International Union Against Tuberculosis and Lung Diseases. He is fellow and member of many national and international bodies. I cannot name it because it's plenty of them. He has 582 scientific publications, 2 textbooks, 4 books, and 45 chapters to his credit. He received 32 national awards, including Dr. B.C. Roy Awards twice, 3 ICMR awards, many orations, and 8 international awards. He was awarded Padam Shri in 2020 by the Government of India. After his superannuation and the retirement from PGI in 2018, Dr. Behra got re-employed at PGI Chandigarh, a period of 3 years, currently working as director of the pulmonary medicine at Fortis Hospital Care, Mohali. He is chairing the scientific committees of the VP Chest Institute. Recently, he was also selected, I think last 2-3 weeks back, as president-elect of the National Academy of Medical Science, which is a really very important post. I think he has got a very big biodata, but I think I only say that we will definitely listen to him, and we will be enriched in our knowledge with his speech. Dr. Behra.
Thank you very much, sir, for the kind words. And actually, my deepest gratitude to the Executive Council of the college for selecting me for this prestigious oration. I could see all the, the stalwarts of allergy and asthma of this country. I could see all of you, sir. For the brevity, for the sake of time, I'm not going to name anybody, but it is a rare honor, I should say, for me to be amongst with the stalwarts. I could see, of course, Professor Gaud, Dr. Singh, Professor Agarwal, Professor Rajendra Prasad, Professor Jain sir, namaskar, Dr. Nagendra, Dr. Mahesh, Dr. Sharma, sir, all of you, my deepest regards. So, and again, before I start my talk, again, I pay my tributes to the great man, the father of allergy medicine in this country, late Dr. Sivpuri, very rightly told about him as a student. We have heard about him, and of course, as a respiratory physician, I know about him. So what I am going to talk to you during the next few minutes about, I have chosen the topic as the burden of chronic respiratory diseases in India with a specific reference to bronchial asthma. And I will like to touch upon about the asthma care in India in general. That will be my two important areas of focus. As you see, the chronic respiratory diseases, they are a group of chronic diseases affecting the airways and the other structures of the lungs, as has been defined by the WHO. And those diseases include bronchial asthma, COPD, bronchiectasis, and so on and so forth.
Bring it to presentation mode. Dr. Behra, bring it to presentation mode, please.
Okay, sir. It is not
full screen. Niche jaiye bottom mein.
No, I did it, but okay. So is it okay now?
No, it is not in presentation mode. It is in a, yes, editable mode. It is presentation mode. Make it.
I am making it presentation mode. It is there in my screen. It is showing in my screen, sir. Is it okay now?
No.
Is it okay now?
Sir, you go back, first make in presentation mode before on your screen and then share it.
Okay, then I will.
But for me, it is in the presentation mode.
Yes, it is there, sir. I am doing it from my side. I don't know.
In any case, we can read it.
Yeah, this is okay now.
Is it okay now? Is it okay? Because it is okay.
I think still it is not in a clear mode, sir. The screen is not very clear.
So, okay, then please just give me a minute. I'll end so, then I'll again go back. I'll stop sharing and...
Yeah, stop sharing and again reboot.
Yeah, again I'm going to that. Just a minute, please. Sorry.
Before sharing, you put it on the desktop.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Yes. Now it is.
Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Now it is okay. Okay. Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, again.
So I think, yeah. So now I'll again go back to, I think it is not, no talk is complete without Dr. Sivpuri's work. I think I'll go back.
Sir, again it has occurred.
What happened? What is it?
Sir, maybe zoom out, sir. Zoom out. Reduce the size of the resolution.
You have to zoom out. That is the reason.
Yes, sir. Perfect, sir.
Perfect.
Perfect. Now share the that full screen, sir. Now share the full screen.
Yeah, full screen and then show.
Now I'll go to full screen.
Down, sir. Down. Extreme right and down.
No, full screen is on top, bhai. Right side.
Here bhi rehta, sir. One more, it will be there.
Display mode में जाइए, डॉक्टर साहब. नीचे से display होगा right side में. नीचे right side में display mode है.
Wine shaped bottle है, उसे दबा दीजिए जहां से minimize हो.
Bottom right.
Go show one shape.
This is the place. Yes. Click it. At the bottom.
Sir, you can click.
और थोड़ा नीचे जाइए. ये जो
अभी हुआ.
Zoom in हो गया, sir. फिर zoom in हो गया, sir.
I think you are clicking on the zoom in, sir. What you do is
zoom out. Yeah.
No, first from the top right.
Now
Top
what
right.
you do,
Yeah.
sir, what
Sir,
you do is, it is already slideshow is there. You click the from the beginning point.
Yeah, top left, sir. Top left.
Top left from the beginning.
From the
Beginning.
Top left.
Top
Sir.
left.
Top left.
Top left, sir. Go. Yes, sir. Top left. Entire left, sir. Extreme left.
Here in the slide side.
No,
sir. Find the
Upper.
Go up, sir.
Side ke upar.
Toolbar.
Acha, these are toolbar.
Yes, sir. Yes. Click it,
From
sir.
beginning. From beginning.
Click it, sir.
Is it okay now?
No, it's not.
No, sir. Let us leave it, sir. Then go back to the zoom out, sir. Zoom out and start presenting, sir.
No, actually zoom out nahi. It's on the right side. You have to have full
No,
screen.
abhi zoom in,
first.
sir. Abhi zoom in kara, sir. Abhi zoom out ho jao, sir.
नहीं full screen करो पहले भाई.
Oh यार हर आदमी.
हाँ नहीं आ रहा सर केस में नहीं आ रहा वो full screen करे तो it's going in a different.
Okay, go zoom. Present it, sir. Now from here you can present. No problem.
Sir, this is fine, sir. Go ahead, sir.
This is
not
okay.
Not this, sir. Not this. Go back, sir.
Sir, कैसे go back करूँ?
बोले तो just zoom out करो.
Zoom out कर लो, sir.
तुमको निकाल दीजिए.
This is fine, sir. Now
Okay,
don't do
no
anything.
इसी तरह
Sir,
चलते
now
रहिए.
don't do anything. Just go to next slide. Yeah.
Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Fine, sir. Perfect, sir. Perfect.
It's okay. It's okay now.
Okay, see, this is one of the publications of late Dr. Sipuri. So, he had presented one of his papers in the proceedings at Calcutta in 1966. So what he said that nasobronchial allergy in India is quite high in incidence and appears to be one of the commonest major afflictions in this country. And then the chest clinics of northern India, the bronchial asthma with or without rhinitis, about 18 to 32% of all cases seen by the chest physicians was because of these conditions. The ICMR report at that time in those 60s, the overall prevalence of bronchial asthma in the general population was about 1.5%. Then a preliminary study in 61 was reported from Jaipur by Dr. Bhargava et al. About the preliminary study of different allergies from Jaipur. However, the first preliminary study in India on allergenic fungal spores with antigenic extracts prepared from locally isolated fungal cultures was reported from BP Institute in 1964 by Sandhu et al. Then this study I was referring to, that is the studies on the allergenic fungal spores of the Delhi. They have evaluated, and I think I am happy that Dr. Agarwal is here. He was part of this study with Dr. Sipuri. They evaluated the allergenic fungi in India. They did over 11,000 skin tests on 1,000 patients with nasobronchial allergy. They carried out again more than 1,100 skin tests on 55 healthy persons. It's both healthy persons and diseased persons. And then 29 antigens of fungi, those were common in Delhi, were utilized for the study. And what they found that about 5.9%, they showed markedly positive, that is 2 to 4 plus skin reactions in patients and none in the healthy control subjects. So only 5.1% shows 1 plus reaction as compared with 8.9% in patients. So if 1 plus reactions are included, so roughly 15% showed positive skin reactions, and then the bronchial tests were positive in 66% of them, and the conjunctival tests were positive in 38% of cases. You see, these are the studies about roughly 50-60 years back. I think that is the basis of allergy study that is going on in this country. And then subsequently, the lot of water had flown in Ganges, but I should say, always say the river or the water in Ganges still remains as sacred as it was 60 years back. So many more followed all over the country. I could see but I could not, I may be excused for not able to quote everybody because the number is so huge. I have just quoted only the few and important studies here that started in the 60s and now to the 2021 to the, I think the latest about the Indian guidelines for diagnosis of respiratory allergy that gives a comprehensive information about the issue, where it is a 172-page document with nearly 1,000 references and a who's who of Indian allergy and asthma specialists being involved in this document. So I think this is, ladies and gentlemen, the journey of allergy in this country, if I say in a very humble way, and whatever little understanding I have got about asthma and allergy. Now coming to the chronic respiratory diseases, this is one of the publications about the economics of non-communicable diseases in India by the Harvard School of Public Health and the World Economic Forum, that as you all know, the NCDs are major threat to the development, economic growth and human health. So it is predicted that NCDs and mental health conditions could cost the world about $47 trillion in the form of lost economy output from 2010 to 2030. And India faces the human and economic threat because of these NCDs. Then, the CRDs are chronic respiratory diseases that includes asthma. They are very important NCDs. They will all together will account for about 30% of all hospital stays and roughly 35% of all recorded outpatient visits. Not only they will affect health, but also productivity and economic growth. That is the importance. The probability of dying during the most productive years, that is between 30 to 70, from one of those NCDs, non-communicable diseases, is a staggering 26%. These are the, if you see the prevalence of NCDs at that time in 2010, I'm talking about 2010, the CRDs that include COPD and asthma, that is second amongst the NCDs with the, the disability adjusted life years lost, about 35 crores, which is about 7% of the total Delhi's, with 1.1 million deaths, that is about 12% of the total deaths. This is a WHO graph that is basically sourced from Toe et al. That shows these are the different prevalent countries, and fortunately India is one of the low prevalent countries that is shows in blue between 0 to 10%. We'll see that a little later. So as per the GBD or the Global Burden of Disease Study, for the estimates of 2016 in the world, there are about 340 million asthma cases, that is about 28th of the Delhi's in the world. Then the subsequent studies of the GBD studies, that comes up periodically, that is for 2017, that was published in 2020, that says again, you see the total number of chronic respiratory diseases in 17 and 19, comparison between the two. In 17, about 545 million cases of CRD, and that is an increase of about 40% in comparison to 1990. Similarly, the number of deaths, if you see, it is about 3.9 million deaths. That is an increase of about 18% from the year 1990. This is again a graph of the CRDs, both in male and female. The things in orange, that shows the asthma, and the in blue, that shows in case of COPD or chronic bronchitis. As you can see, the asthma in the earlier years of life, it is more, and then gradually there is a dip, and then there is an increase as the age advances at different ages. And these are the important contributory factors like smoking, pollution, whether indoor or outdoor, high body mass index, occupational things, occupational asthmogens, and other occupational exposures to silica. That is, of course, for both CRDs, and they also hold good for asthma. Of course, allergy is one of the important things. Then, from where do we get these data? From the world figure or the global figure? I think there are 6 important surveys or studies, namely the European Community Respiratory Health Survey or ECRH, then the World Health Survey, the Icaac or the International Study of Asthma and Allergy in Childhood, then the EISL or the International Study of Wheezing in Infants, then the Global Asthma Network, and the global burden of disease. They have used, different methodologies. I am not going into those details. Sometimes questionnaire, sometimes using the lung function test, and then of course there are periodic surveys. Then to find the time course. So the results in a very huge population at the different areas, and then the results obviously will be different. So overall, that shows as I have told you, the more than 300 million adults worldwide have got asthma. It remains a serious disease with an estimated 3.46 lakh deaths and 13.8 million disease, as I showed you. Many people with asthma do not achieve good control, which greatly impacts daily activity. So I think it is not always just important to say there are so many asthmatics, but it is also important to say that how many of them are well controlled, right? A uncontrolled or a partially controlled asthma is a very serious issue, and they add further on to the asthma. And secondly, I think we should remember asthma number prevalence is just not a number. I always say that asthma, as it keeps on coming and going, with a different severity. So, the overall prevalence will be much, much higher than that. That is what I always understand. I have just summarized in this slide. This is the GBD asthma prevalence trends over the years, starting from 2000 till 2019. These figures are in millions. Similarly, the mortality trends, as you can see, the mortality trends varies between 2.18 lakhs to as high as 5 lakhs cases of death per year, as you can see over the years. Similarly, the DALIs, the disability adjusted life years lost, again you can see in millions. These are the losses because of asthma. This is one of the latest publication, that is the data of 2019, that again shows this huge burden of CRDs in both sexes, about 455 million cases. The incidence, this is per million, and then the deaths. So that I have already highlighted. That shows only, it is not necessary to go on, repeating these figures. It is both in the form of the number, the years of life lost or the YLL, the years lived with disability or the YLD, and the disability adjusted life years or the DALIs. As you can see, this is a huge increase over the years. This again shows this is the WHO figure of 2021 May, 3rd May, that shows again of the all CRDs. Of course, COPD is the commonest one, that follows by asthma, and it is much more than other CRDs like ILDs and other chronic respiratory diseases like pneumoconiosis. And the death-wise, and then the YLL or the YLDs or the DALIs, as I showed you, that occupies a very high position. Now coming to about the study in children, we know all about the Icaac studies. That is the trend in different countries of the world. And if we focus here in India, you can see we have got about 8 different sites. Here also we could see a difference. There is a variation. It varies between 2 to as high as 18% of asthma. There are many investigators from this country have studied asthma issues in children, particularly in the prevalence. Many studies they reported from 2 to 23% in different parts. It is not possible again to quote everybody, but I have just put some of the studies depending upon the years. You see the burden of asthma, and this is a very clumsy slide, but it is only a summary of all the studies done on children, and that I have already told you. So now coming to what happens in the real life in the real clinical situation we see allergic rhinitis, asthma, or a combination of that you can see about 26% will have pure asthma, another 45% will have allergic rhinitis, and another 30% will have both asthma and allergic rhinitis. This is again the various triggers like air pollution, cold, physical activity, irritants, smoke, fumes, etc. Then these are the skin prick tests as you done. The most common are the pollens, insects, house dust, mice, and others. You all know that. This is a study again from Rajkumar and his group again. The similar distribution of bronchial asthma, allergic rhinitis, and both asthma and allergic rhinitis. And these are the various offending allergens like insects, house dust, mites, weed, pollens, dust, fungal spores, etc. So these are the distribution. This is a study from Kumar et al. These are the patterns, factors associated with morbidity in India that came in +1 in 2017. This shows the both rural and urban development. The distribution is little more in rural areas than the poorer states, richer states, and then actually most common in the northern states, followed by the northeastern states, and the southern states, it is a little less. It is again a comparison of Indian data versus the East Asian growth area. You can see the India comes in between. That is, it is the highest in one of the earlier ages, then comes down and then again rises. But however, the similar pattern in these regions or these countries, and it is in between the other countries. Coming to the asthma in adults in India, there are again many studies. This is Chogel et al. From Bombay. She used the ECHS questionnaire and found that 3.5% by physician diagnosis and 17% using a very broad definition, and by how about 18% on the basis of house dust mites. And then of course other studies from Jindal et al., Asutosh, Dhiraj, and then Basir et al., and of course many more studies. As I have just quoted few of them, but I think one of the most important country representative study is the famous InSearch study, but is the Indian study on epidemiology of asthma, respiratory symptoms, and chronic bronchitis, done by Dr. Jindal and his team from PGI. It was sponsored by ICMR. You can see there are 12 districts in different parts of India. They use the standardized, validated IUATLD questionnaire. More than 1.70 lakh subjects, including both men and women, and both urban and rural areas. You can see from this map the different parts of the country, 12 different sites spread over the country. And what they found, the most, the highest burden was from Calcutta, followed by Bikaner and Trivandrum. And what overall they told that about 2.05%, with the highest in the rural areas about 2.28% and 1.64% in urban areas. And they estimated based on that, in 2010-11 population, it is about 17 million asthmatics at that time in India. Remember, it is a decade now, past now. And then certain factors like the age, as we have already seen, then the family history, then the smoking, and then the exposure to indoor air pollution, and the exposure to ETS, and the environmental tobacco smoke are the important risk factors. This is again another study from Ghoshal et al. From the Asia Pacific region. This is a clinic-based study. Again, you can see the distribution of asthma, rhinitis, allergic rhinitis, chronic rhinosinusitis, COPD, etc. Again, you can see the similar pattern as we see in the clinics. So I think this is again another interesting summary by Sandeep Salvi and the India State Level Disease Burden Initiative collaborators that was published in the Lancet Global Health in 2018. So it is the GBD study, Global Burden of Disease Study for CRD, but it is India. They have highlighted about India study. What they have shown, if you see the asthma, please focus here in the third or fourth line about asthma. In 2016, the estimate was about 38 million asthmatics and the prevalence of roughly 2.9%. The Delhi's due to CRD overall, it was 4.5% in 90, and in 16 it is about 6.4%. In this country, it is for India. Again, if you see the last one, the Delhi's due to asthma is about 20%. And other important things were they show that asthma prevalence is similar in the 4 epidemiological transition level states in the country. They have got 4 different ETL they have divided. They were low, they were, these highest Delhi's were lost in the low ETL states like Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh. And the highest Delhi's rate was in the low ETL states in those 2 states. The highest Delhi's rates for both COPD and asthma in 2016 again were in the low ETL states. Remember, that is what is very important to remember. Then again, this is about the burden of COPD. Again, similar distribution about because of asthma in both sexes, the death was about 2%. Again, the Delhi's contribution is about 1.4%. So this is what is about distribution. The upper one is for COPD. Please look to the lower panel. That is again, you see in asthma in 1990, it was more, it was in red, followed by some of the, the yellow color. You can see the distribution that was in the northeastern. And now in 2016, in addition to northeast, it has come to some of the southern states, including Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and you can see more of yellow. The things are increasing. The more and more states are being included here. This is again another study by Singh et al. That came in 2020. That is the prevalence of asthma. Again, the same in almost a similar pattern as you can see. What is the less than 1.5, more than, so these red ones are more than 2.5. Then the brown ones is between 1.5 to 2.5, and the yellow ones was less than. So it is there is a varying distribution. It is again district wise. All the districts are shown again. You can see red, yellow, green, pink, like this. You can see. So there is a heterogeneity as regards the prevalence of asthma is considered. So this is some of the studies where I was associated. Of course, that is what we have seen the effect of exposure, just before exposure and even after exposure, even after 1-2 hours, you can see the change in the lung function, particularly how they are affected. And then again, this is one of the part of the farmer study where we try to find out their prevalence. Again, it is the similar. This is one of the studies in Odia females in way back in 1988. About 2% of Odia females, non-smoking females, they will have bronchial asthma. And then some of the studies that we carried out about various respiratory symptoms, lung function determinants, carboxyhemoglobin, children health and course of bronchial asthma, particularly my interest about indoor air pollution and respiratory function and respiratory diseases. You see, we have shown that carboxyhemoglobin levels are high in biomass fuel users. And again, you can see the bronchial asthma, even in non-smoking females who are exposed to those, they have got a higher percentage. And again, domestic cooking fuel in bronchial asthma, that shows both biomass fuel and LPG affect the pulmonary function in asthmatics, and both types, both, the LPG as well as the biomass fuel, they impact the bronchial asthma. This is again a study from Dr. Rajkumar and Gaud and their group. They suggest that biomass fuels increase the concentrations of indoor air pollutants that cause asthma, rhinitis, and upper respiratory tract infection in children. And again, you see the LP gas smoke was also associated with respiratory allergy. This is again another study from the VP Chest Institute by Rajkumar and group that shows indoor air pollution and respiratory illness in children. That shows that increased PM 2.5 level, biomass fuel use, and number of family members were found to be associated with increased occurrence of respiratory illness in children. That includes respiratory allergy. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, the current Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, I am sure it will be a long way, not only about other issues. I'm not talking of politics or other issues. I'm talking of purely science. Here, I'm sure if we show that indoor air pollution due to biomass fuel causes such problems, I'm sure this will go a long way. Then this is, I think, another interesting hypothesis that was, I was associated with the GARD group, that is Global Alliance Against Respiratory Diseases, where, it was proposed in one of the meetings, one of the symposia we had attended at Helsinki, Finland, where a lot of work is done by the Finnish group that shows the microbial imbalance, or what is the dysbiosis, that affects the long-term immune dysfunction, that leads on to low-grade inflammation that affects a lot of diseases, particularly the non-communicable diseases, including allergy and asthma. So several of these diseases have been suggested to share the same underlying risk factors, such as microbial imbalance, long-term immune dysfunction, and low-grade inflammation. So this is a nature, in a way, nature is trying to affect. You see, the air pollution, of course, is not nature. It is a created nature, artificial nature. Smoking same way, but the other things you can see, the soil connection, clean air, fresh fruits, some of the outdoor activities, animal contacts, then giving birth, the breastfeeding, antibiotics used, all these things will affect the change the environment, and that will affect the immune balance. So therefore, with the various diverse microbes, so that is one of the hypotheses that was put forth. Now this is one of the studies of the EMBARK study, you must have known, that was led by Rajadhar, and a All India study about the Indian bronchiectasis registry of more than 2,000 cases. You see, the most common cause, of course, was tuberculosis, but again you see here the asthma and allergic bronchopulmonary aspergillosis, they contribute. Allergic bronchopulmonary aspergillosis about 9%, and asthma about 2% of these cases, they contribute to bronchiectasis pool of this country. Then coming to ABPA in India, there is a large number of literature, again with due apology to many of the investigators. I have only quoted few. It is not a purposeful omission of everybody, but it's a lack of time. Again, you see, I have just focused one of the studies by Ritesh Agarwal from PGI. You see, depending upon the asthma prevalence and then ABPA prevalence, suppose some says 0.7 to 30%, there are different reports. So what will be the burden? You see, the burden of ABPA will range from 0.1 to 6.09 million with different assumptions, as I showed you, but the best estimate will be around 1.38 million cases of ABPA. And then the prevalence of SARS, that will be approximated at about 0.52 to 1.21 million. So the best estimate will be 0.96. Similarly, CPA, of course, it is not directly related to asthma, but it is a chronic pulmonary aspergillosis, mainly to TB in this country. So there is a huge burden of CPA also. Then, of course, in asthma, it is not only the Aspergillus fumigatus, it is also Aspergillus flavus. This is again a study of screening of 564 using Aspergillus skin test, where we found about 40% found to be positive, and ABPA was diagnosed in about 27% of cases. Then there are different patterns that is being described from BP Chest Institute, that ABPA-S, ABPA-CB, ABPA-CB, ORF. I think we all know about that. Now coming a little bit about economic burden of asthma in India, you're gonna know this is a gross, there is a substantial economic burden of this disease. Of course, of any disease varies from country to country, how much the country is spending and what is the healthcare status of the country, and I think that is very important. The economic burden, the data from India is very scanty. However, if you say about 18% of the world population lives in India, and many states of India have population similar or more than those of large countries, and about 1/10 of the total asthmatics in the world live in our country, and there is a 43% increase in the prices of everything, including the drugs, over a 4-year period. there are newer biologics are coming increasingly available for severe asthma. So you know how much will be the cost for handling asthma patient. Many more choices are coming in the coming years. Maintenance treatment for severe asthma is likely to be more expensive. So actually it is somebody has estimated that this study that annual cost of asthma treatment has been calculated to be roughly 18,000 plus Indian rupees. Though of course study is based on small numbers, about 120 patients. But however, we know we have got issue of corporate sector treatment, private sector, I mean the government sector and so on. So just roughly call it all, they have said if you take a prevalence of 2% asthma, so roughly the cost of asthma alone will be 487.2 billion Indian rupees. Of course, the public-private sector, I have told you, there is a poor public healthcare investment in our country is about 1.2%. So a large proportion of this cost, therefore, would be out of pocket expense of the patients. For asthmatic patients, of course, many of these patients have got poor socioeconomic status. Their contributes to non-adherence to maintenance will lead to further exacerbation. There is a heterogeneous and diverse healthcare delivery system in the country, allopathy, alternative forms of medicine, Ayurveda, homeopathy, etc. Then there are faith healers, they treat a large number of asthmatics. Efficacy of these systems poorly documented, but the economic burden also is unsubstantiated. And of course, there is issue of allergy, immunotherapy, biologicals, you know, so all these things is a big issue for this our country. You know, this is of course the different states. I'm not going to that. So you know, this is again a very interesting study that had come recently by Venkata Krishnan et al. I think from maybe from Coimbatore. I'm not very sure. That is a report from Kerala. This is a artwork study. You know what they found? Somebody telling something? No. So you see, this again shows large dropouts. You know, 35 people drop out from out of 51 enrollments, and that is because of the cost, duration, fear of side effects, confusion about control. So this is and then of course now we have got bronchial thermoplasty coming on. So how many? I think as of my knowledge, there are only 2 centers having the facility, 2 or 3 centers having, but you know, it is a very, very costly, costly method of treatment. But the point is, the things are available, although it is beyond the reach of the common man. Then coming, of course, we know there were the allergic disorders. There are different types of allergy. We know that allergic disorders. So there is a recent rise in the prevalence of allergic rhinitis also. So many allergens. So the question is, what will be the possible solution? So the strategy should be the multi-pronged approach to enhance the quality of care for allergic disorders, to create an infrastructure for education and training of healthcare. I think during the inauguration, the president and Dr. Singh and many others spoke about that. Dr. Suryakant spoke about that. And then involving the regulatory authorities for making essential treatments accessible at subsidized prices. It calls for a research into better phenotypic characterization of allergic disorders. Evidence generated through high-income Western countries are not directly applicable to India due to important confounders such as ethnicity, air pollution, high rates of parasitic infection, and other infections. Then, you know, this is what the WHO has the strategy of reducing how the burden of asthma can be reduced. It cannot be cured, we all know that, but good management with inhaled medications can control the disease and enable people with asthma to enjoy a normal active life. People with asthma may need to use their inhaler every day. Their treatment will depend on the frequency of symptoms and the different types of inhalers available. It can be difficult to coordinate breathing using an inhaler, especially for children during emergency situation, and our illiterate population, rural population, using a special device, a homemade speaker. Then access to inhalers is a problem in many countries. Again, as I have already told you, the allergen the role of allergen, their standardization, accessibility to allergen immunotherapy, availability of experts, etc., are important issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to see the process by which patients take their medication. You understand? One has to initiate, it has to implement it, and there should be persistence. It is just not one stage approach. So there will be two types of patients. They are non-adherent to medication from the start. They are not convinced their medication is necessary. GPs are likely to be more familiar than pulmonologists with this type of patient. So the GPs are also very important. There will be another type of patient who will be initially adherent to the medication, but then stop and restart. More commonly seen in secondary or specialist care settings, asthma formally diagnosed and the patient understands their disease. So these are the various reasons of non-adherence. You all know that. What are the concerns? They have not received enough information. Long-term effects, dependence. It is, some people believe it is harmful. It will be other, the habit forming. Will be effective if used, will be ineffective, will be less effective if it used regularly. Should stop treatment. It is both. These are some of the concerns. There are the various beliefs. They are both the patient's perspective as well as the doctor's perspective. So this is just different studies. You all know that. So patients are more likely to adhere to oral than inhaled asthma medication. That is another issue. Inhaler techniques. There are issues with inhaler techniques that I have already told you. 5 to 10% of severe asthma will be there. You remember how to handle them. Then this is the International Severe Asthma Registry. As you can see, most of them will have issues like eosinophil counts, phenol levels, and then there are different combinations of that. So we have to take those things into account, right? Then coming to the treatment cost, the market by treatment types. By 2020, so these are the long-term asthma control medications. By 27, it will be increased by 1.2 times. Similarly, the quick relief medication use again will be increased by 1.1 times. So this is again, see the cost. You see, this is a cost analysis of different brands of anti-asthma drugs. It varies when it is not controlled. You see, it varies as high as 362.8%. Different drugs, the bronchodilators, particularly the salbutamol, then methylxanthines varies between 178 to 3100%. This is a very nice analysis done by somebody, Deflazacort. Similarly, you can see the percentage variation. But on the other hand, when there is a ceiling of retail price, you see the cost variation there is a price control. So I think price control is also very, very important so that our poor patients can go. So therefore, there is a lot of management guidelines in this country. Of course, it is this guideline of ICS and CCB guidelines. So this is one out. This is the guideline for practice of allergen immunotherapy. This is the Indian guidelines I have already told. Then there are many books, etc., many things. So question is, we have to understand how diagnostic service can be optimized. What is the role of primary healthcare teams? Then the referrals and interactions of primary healthcare teams and the specialists, setting up essential services for chronic respiratory diseases at primary healthcare level. What are the key indicators for CRD service delivery? This is, I think, very nice analysis was done by Sandeep Salvi that came in JAPI. That shows very interesting facts. So now I'll just focus the last 2 or 3 slides about the chronic respiratory disease management about the Southeast Asia region, where fortunately I was associated with developing their documents through because ours is a WHO collaborating center for research and capacity building in CRD. So this is we have got already a Southeast Asia region PEN. It is a WHO, not in fact here. That is the package of essential non-communicable disease interventions. So then we developed a training module for primary healthcare workers in 2017 that was held in Bhutan for these countries. And then we had upgraded it in 2018, last year only. and then that is a module for the South Asian countries. What we found, these are the common gaps and barriers to asthma care. That is, there is a weaker absence of national technical leadership at ministries of health for CRD programs. There is health workers are not fully trained on use of protocols for management of respiratory diseases. Lack of spirometers and peak expiratory meters to aid diagnosis, and inadequate skills to use them. Essential medicines, particularly inhalers, are not available. Patients buy from out of pocket. Non-adherence to treatment guidelines. Although we have got guidelines available, I do not know how many of the even chest physicians follow these guidelines. Inadequate care, coordination in tertiary settings to address multi-morbidity conditions. Lack of recall and a reminder of patients, and care is episodic. Distance to care centers, particularly for those living in rural and remote areas, whereas most of the asthma patients live in rural areas. Then uncoordinated referral and prolonged patient waiting times. So these are some of the common gaps that we identified. So the people-centered care delivery is very, very important. So the key service to be delivered at the primary healthcare level include prevention by reducing risk factor exposure, early and accurate diagnosis, and of course appropriate treatment, both pharmacological and adjustment. What we are doing? We are only just treating, forgetting the first two steps. That is not being done. Even treatment is not being provided to everybody. So what are the key steps? Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, like any chronic care for NCDs, the CRDs, including asthma, approach is a lifelong contact between health systems and patients. It is important that services are reoriented to the long-term needs and continuity of care, team-based approach for case, and then set up follow-up system, make refill tailored, ensure well-coordinated case referrals, maintain optimum stock of essential medicines, diagnostics, supplies, provide palliative and long-term support, engage community members, and then how to improve the diagnostic service, what should be the role of primary healthcare teams. And we have just given a list, what should be the essential services. At primary healthcare level, this should be must, the personnel, the infrastructure, the procedures like clinical examination, X-ray, pulse oximeter, oxygen administration, supplies, disposable face mask, medications, what should be the essential medications. Nobody is telling keep biologicals at the primary healthcare centers, but should be basic things where the patient can be, what are the indicators one should know, what is the diagnosis, what is the quality of care, what is the patient's risk. So with these some of my thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all again for your kind attention, and my sincere thanks and gratitude to my departmental colleagues at PGI over my years of work. They have helped me, and of course all my colleagues, all my senior residents, students, and of course not less than my patients. And again, at the last but not the least, all of you, my well-wishers, my seniors, my teachers who are here, always your guidance and encouragement that had made me to contribute whatever little I have done. So thank you very much. Namaste, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Behra, for extensively discussing the disease. I think you have not left anything, and with plenty of material, these things. And thank you, Dr. Behra. Now, all these awards and these orations will be given in person after this conference at a suitable time, preferably in Delhi. So you'll get Dr. Behra in Delhi, I think probably in December or something. We'll try to arrange that thing to give physically.
Yes. Dr. Gaur, I suggest that you must arrange, if possible, some function in Delhi to give away these awards.
Yeah, this, Dr. Rajan Prasad, this is what the council has already decided. All the orators, Foundation Day speakers, and Modi oration. A small function, once it becomes feasible with all SOP in hand, we'll try to organize that Vallabhbhai Patel Chest Week. Rajkumar is
Yes.
also one of the recipients. So naturally,
Yes, yes, yes,
it will be
yes.
better with a
Yes.
small scientific function where all
Yes.
these people can be felicitated with the whatever is the procedure.
Right.
Which will be
yes.
Congratulations, Dr. Behra, for a very excellent lecture.
Thank you, sir.
I think, yeah, we can now, Dr. Surendranath.
Yes, sir. Now we invite chairpersons for next session, Dr. Suchitra and Dr. KV Rao, sir, who are the state executive board members, to conduct the session. Dr. Suchitra and Dr. KV Rao, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mostly, I would like to thank the organizing committee of this conference for making me and Dr. Suchitra to chair this session. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. KV Gupta, who is an eminent speaker about allergic diseases, who will be enlightening us about today's topic, the epidemiology of allergic diseases. Dr. KV Gupta, can you just put the first slide, please?
Yes. Dr. KV Gupta.
Dr.
Has he logged in?
Has he joined? Just check.
I don't see him around in the list, whatever is projected.
2 minutes बाद बात करें. Can I join, sir? I'm over here.
Next speaker is there. So,
okay. Dr. Pradyum Sharma is over. So give me a time because I'm in OPD. I've just let me reach
stick to
my
your
room.
time, Dr. Sharma. Stick to your time. I think that we can invite the next
I'm always on time, sir.
If Dr. KV Gupta joins, then naturally we can have the next lecture by.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, we can invite Dr. Pradyuman. Yeah.
You just tell me yes or no, sir.
Yes, sir.
Don't extend time.
I never did in life till now.
Dr. Pradyumna Sharma, sir.
Yes, sir. Let me switch on my laptop, sir.
Dr. KV Rao?
Yes, yes.
Dr. KV Rao, kindly introduce Pradyumna Sharma, sir. KV Gupta, sir, is not there.
Yes, Dr. Pradyumna Sharma.
Yes,
he's a very eminent speaker about
Sir,
smart
share your
approach.
screen.
Yeah, okay.
And share your screen, sir.
Yeah, so let me join a Zoom meeting on a laptop, sir. Its laptop is on.
Okay.
Just I'm coming on the Zoom meeting through laptop.
Meanwhile, introduce him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's there. I got it. I'm here.
Recording in progress.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Sorry, can you kindly put the first slide, please?
Sir, let me allow my host is not allowing me to share my screen, sir.
1 minute. 1 minute. Yeah.
So you can share now. Yes, sir.
Now you can share, sir.
Yes, sir. Share first slide, sir, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to introduce Dr. Pradyumna Sharma, fellow of ICP, fellow of Diabetes India. He will be enlightening us today regarding smart approach in management of bronchial asthma. Yes, sir. Kindly go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So let me put it, sir. First of all, my due regards to all my seniors, to the president, Dr. S.N. Gaur sir, Dr. A.B. Singh, Dr. Nagendraji, and Dr. Mehra sir, for an excellent elaboration of and in fact, rather, I should say he has a very simplified my management approach toward the asthma, because most of the people said, look, Pradyumna, what are you doing? You're just talking on a smart approach. A very simplified, you should not take the subject. But let me friends. Now, this is Hawaii Mansingh Medical College. I did my almost 40 years before my graduation, post-graduation. The 6,000-bed hospital is the Dr. J.P. Sethi, the renowned pulmonologist and allergologist of Rajasthan. I am proud to be his student. And now we know the history of asthma. It's known to the mankind hundreds of years before. And the term asthma comes from the Greek word agene, means panting. Dr. Behra has also shared the slide from the WHO, and we have the global incidence of in India is 1 out of our almost 10 to 11%, depending on the season. From 5 to 11%, seasonal variation is very significant. But the Australia takes the biggest brunt of the asthma. Now, what is an asthma? Asthma, we understand it's a long-term inflammatory disease, airways of the lung. Most important significant is heterogeneous nature, corrected by variable, recurring, reversible airflow obstruction, easily triggered by bronchospasm. Symptoms vary. The cardinal features are wheezing, coughing, chest tightness, and the shortness of the breath, usually worse at the night and the morning, and has several endotypes and the phenotypes. A very common picture, the normal tubules, while there's an inflammatory tubules of the asthma with the muscle tightening is over there, the solid linings and the mucus. In the details, we find this is infiltrated by the immune cells, the blood vessel infiltrated by immune cells, and resulting swelling, narrowing the lumen, and rather having an inflammation and bronchospasm. We understand the classification is intermittent and persistent. Intermittent is a mild, and persistent for mild, moderate, and severe, though GINA has changed its guidelines in 2021. This is GINA, which has changed the guidelines. Now, if the pathophysiology of asthma is there's an inflammation, hyperresponsiveness of the tubules, airflow limitation, variability, and reversibility. This reversibility changes over a time, and over a chronic period, it becomes a partially reversible, not 100% reversible. We know there are 3 zones of asthma as decided by GINA. The breathing is good, the worst, and difficult, where you have rather you can call it as an asthma attack. This is ACT is very important. We have regularly have taken this on an OPD basis treatment, and it is just assessing how last 4 weeks you have done your job. How has been at the work, the shortness of the breath, the cardinal features, the 4 cardinal features, and the use of rescue inhalers and the control. What I'm talking to those is because this is the final answer whether you have to believe on a smart therapy or you have to involve biologics. This is a picture where the counting is a 25 is the best, and will tell you the biologics are the better of smart therapy is good. So now it's very simplified, but no one probably most of the people, pulmonologists do not use my asthma plan, which tells you what is your asthma medicine and what you have to do when you have attack. Need not to make a SOS call to your doctor, 911 call. Look, I'm bad, I cannot take a break, but you should know what you have to do. So at both the ends are good. The patient is good, the doctor is good. Doctor takes a good nap, patient is very happy, the doctor is very good and has allowed you to let him understand what he has to do. Now, what is a SMART? It is a single inhaler for maintenance relief. Beautiful. Here, one device works out everything. Now, once when you know that the warning signs are there, make an early intervention and you will find symptom controls are very good. So this is basically detailing, which I need not to do. What else as SMART? There's a chemistry that we have the relievers and the preventers. Reliever are the beta-2 agonist, which could be short-term, long-term. And we have the ICS, inhalational corticosteroids. The SMART approach uses both molecules, which works out in the acute attack and the maintenance. And the key elements are improve the adherence. What is adherence? If you give a very simple therapy to a patient, when a device very easy to use, very easy to carry, very pocket friendly, and the patient is very satisfied because he has understand where in the mild, moderate, severe asthma what he has to do. Now, this is a beautiful picture by the GINA, where you have to assess, adjust, and review the response of the patients. So once when you assess, review, and response, you understand what is to do, what not to do. In all this, you will find something very significant. What the significant is the presence of LABA and ICS is always there in the step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Even while you're going to use LAMAs or what are anti-IG or omalizumab or biologics, it is always there. So it is omnipotent. Yatra tatra sarvatra. Yes, sab jagah virasta hai. So now the self-management, beautiful. If you have the SMART therapy with you, it is you can easily self-manage your asthma, maintenance, attack, and even pediatrics. So use a single inhaler for the maintenance relief has come with poor adherence. So in a mild asthma attack, what we say is a sigma 1. Now you see what a significant reduction in acute attacks. Sigma 1 and Sigma 2, there's an annual moderate to severe exacerbation reduced significantly. And in Sigma 2, you will find this as asthma is very well controlled. Then we have a novel study. You can just see the significance, and the annual exacerbation is significantly controlled, reduced, and the patient is very happy, so the doctor is. Now, your thoughts on the former prescribed smart therapy in current situation? Yes, in COVID pandemic, it has done a miracle role. So will it help reduce exacerbation? Yes. Simplify therapy? Yes. Reduce emergencies? 100% yes. So no matter how well a drug is, but the device is very important. The what device is? Inhaler techniques are very important, and the device is significantly important and does work in a telecounseling also. Now we have a QR code also this time, and the patient just by seeing a QR code, I can understand how to use it and what one has to do at the time of device. So device is important, and latest that synchronized breath inhaler, which are breath actuated. Rather, we can call as a breath BAIs, breath actuated devices. Or if we use it along with a spacer, it works more than nebulizers. So what are the errors in PMDI, but the and disadvantage DPI we all understand. So the breath actuated devices has a significant all the positive points in armamentarium. We all understand, know this, understand. And we understand that the lung deposition is significantly very good once when you have a very good choice. You can see the graph, need not to detail it. So with the gamma scintigraphy, again, you will find the salmeterol fluticasone is doing a big job with normally PMDI. Sorry. Normal PMDI and with the scintigraphy, you can find the significant deposition, lung deposition of the molecules. And this is the picture. So now the real world efficacy study with salmeterol fluticasone, improvement in asthma control, yes. And there is a significant asthma control questionnaires. Is a big answer to this. I'm not need not to go in details, which we all understand. So breath actuated inhalers are very effective in acute wheezy children. Just see, very simple to use, need not, no complication, nothing to do. You don't require a doctor at your home. You don't require any consultation. Once you are told, you can exactly, confirmably can understand and can please, and very easy to clean also. So now in summary, we go with the smart approach, simplifies the therapy in improving adherence, anti-inflammatory relievers, and it works in mild asthma. And concept of self-management is very good, which controls the flare-ups. Very simple to use device, preferred patient, thus improving adherence. Actuates very low inspiratory rate, backed by all gamma scintigraphy, avoid risk. Now come, there's a everyone's talking hot, biologics. What are you doing? Biologics. Day in, day out, they're talking of biologics. We have homologies are very costly and having a lot of side effects. Requires hospital visit, requires doctor consultation, doctor puts his own pocket, and visit is very important, which in a COVID pandemic not possible. Mepolizumab again significantly cost or 45,000 rupees a month trial and having a lot of side effects. Resomizumab again has so many riders, riders. Dupilumab, they are significantly good, but see to how extent do you require? How many indications? Not even 2%. Not pregnancy, sorry, biologics do not study. In asthmatics, sorry, biologics do not study. In pediatric group, sorry, biologics do not study. Now we understand asthma is a heterogenic disease. There is eosinophilic and non-eosinophilic. So there's a subset of group which requires biologics. But over a period of time, we have learned there are hundreds of thousands of evaluated studies, and we know there's a single maintenance works out good. Again, good. The Lancet stands out as beautiful. Even in 2021, the articles are very supportive for American Thoracic Society, Thoracic India, and HMI. So now coming to the economics, Dr. Behra has significantly said, India stands not in a very good shape. It's a big asthma is not an acute disease, but it's a chronic disease, and it's treatable. But relievers are important. You can control the asthma, but you cannot avoid asthma. So asthma being a very expensive disease. Almost at the United States, $56 billion is the cost, almost more than $1,000 per head per patient is the cost of the asthma patients, which could be with the indirect and the direct cost. See, what we are just talking about direct cost, but sir, there are hundreds of things because the patient traveling, loss of dialysis, not working in conditions of patient visit. If a patient makes a doctor's visit, he has to lose a day. And we understand in the COVID pandemic, we have just gone down to the GDP has gone down significantly, just 4.2. And now India stands 99 level, and global presence is 99. and the monthly income of the patient per family. Australian hands out very good, supportive smart therapy. So the China guidelines again. And now again, back to this picture. We find this smart is everywhere present in all the states. Biologics do work, but not without smart therapy. So in COVID pandemic, it has turned out the best. The idea is best. Self-management plans are the best. And the keynote message, it's a very simple and the best. Asthma works out attacks. In the maintenance, lovely. It works in pregnancy, in pediatric, SOS, even at home. In a seasonal asthma, just works out. Biologics cover only 2%, but require the support of asthma. Biologics are good, but not without asthma. Once you take out asthma, biologics do not work. Good, safe, and safe from asthma, but has many riders. Biggest significant riders is a doctor's fees, visit to the hospital, losing his daily wages, and besides parking cost, even a parking is almost 150 rupees in some of the hospitals. Is a good, smart is good, better and the best at home. 90% managed by only by smart. COVID pandemic, it has done a beautiful job. Spine of the management of the asthma. My asthma plan. If you carry a my asthma plan, need not to visit a doctor. Very economic, very effective, and pocket friendly. The word is pocket friendly. It doesn't require marketing. Choice is everyone from poor to rich, not reserved only for a few classes of people, for everyone. So thank you for waiting, watching me. And this is what a picture. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pradyumna, sir. It was a wonderful lecture on your side that we could know what is smart about this asthma, how to manage, and how we have to be following the modules. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Suchitra and KV Rao and Pradyumna Sharma ji for excellent presentation. And I request Dr. Durgesh, who will be the chairperson for the next session. Are you there?
Just do apology because the backdrop is I had one lecture in my world conference. So yes, backdrop sir. Accidentally is because of that. So I could not change. So sorry for that, sir. My due apologies.
Is KB Gupta sir is there? I didn't see him. You can KB Gupta sir. Sir Anand Singh sir, kindly call him and ask him whether he will join.
Meanwhile, we can go to next lecture.
Yeah. So the next lecture is Dr. Nikhil.
I don't see him also.
I also didn't see him, sir. Nikhil.
He also does not seem to be there.
He has not joined yet. I cannot see. Yeah, you're right.
I think we can call them, sir. Ask them whether joining or not.
Then we can go to the next lecture.
Meanwhile, I'll request Karthik. Dr. Karthik.
Join.
Who is there? Karthik is there. Okay. Dr. Karthik, who is the son of our great teacher, Dr. Nagarajan, sir. And he is
Dr. Nikhil is there.
Yeah. Is he there, sir?
Yeah, Dr. Nikhil is joined.
Is there?
Yes. Where is Dr. Nikhil?
Yeah. Kindly share the screen. I did see in the participants.
No, he's.
I do not see Dr. Nikhil on the.
Yeah, I have already.
He left the meeting. So.
He has just logged in, sir. He has just logged in.
Yeah, Dr. Nikhil, if you have joined, please raise your hand, sir.
Yeah, I can co-host now.
It has come. You unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yes.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Nikhil, sir, you are co-host now. You can. Yes,
okay, fine. I'll begin.
First slide, sir.
Just a moment. I'll share my screen.
I request all the speakers to kindly keep the presentation ready.
Yeah.
And it is easier to share.
Yeah, is it visible, sir? Then can I begin?
Yeah.
Make it slideshow, sir.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I didn't receive your biodata.
I have sent it, sir, in the group. I have sent it long back. May I begin?
Yeah.
Yes,
Dr. Nikhil Sarandar sir is going to deliver lecture on evolution of allergy and immunology in Indian medicine.
If there is no biodata, I can just say a few words about Nikhil. Dr. Nikhil is from Mumbai. He has shown his degrees and everything. He is a consultant chest physician. He has been very much associated with Dr. K.C. Mohanty, who has done the NAPCON 16. Now he has done, along with me, virtual conference NAPCON 2020, which was a grand success. Now he has done plenty of work on allergy and respiratory diseases apart from his private practice, and then he's a very dynamic person. And I only say that that he's
yes, sir. Nikhil sir is a chest consultant at Mumbai, former assistant professor, Department of TB and Chest Disease at KJ Somia Medical College, Mumbai, sir. Sir has authored 27 chapters in textbooks in 11 articles in indexed journals. He is an organizing and scientific secretary of NAPCON 2016 and 2020, and is also an organizing secretary of 25 national conferences and 6 workshops in respiratory medicines. Very honored to know you, sir. He is also a recipient of several awards at national conferences. To name a few, Dr. Sundaramma Young Scientist Award and NAPCON Professor C. and Daivanayagam Award 3rd prize, and UCB Icaaicon Award 2014, 2015, and Icaaicon 2015. Sir is full of gold medalists. So thank you so much, sir. Over to Nikhil, sir.
Thank you. So, good morning, everybody. And at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers and the scientific committee for inviting me. I extend my sincere gratitude to Professor A.B. Singh, Professor S.N. Gaur, to Suryakant, several dignitaries of the Icaaicon, to Dr. Surendranath and his team also for taking the initiative to organize virtual Icaaicon in such difficult times. The topic of my lecture is evolution of allergy and immunology in Indian medicine. And I know we are late, so I'll try to be on time. Before I begin, I'll pay a tribute to the departed soul of my late teacher, Emeritus Director, Professor Dr. K.C. Mohanty. So, friends, why this topic? Our country has a large population, which is almost 20% of the human race. Not only are we the world's largest democracy, we are also the melting pot of the world, with unity and diversity in several spheres: social, cultural, religious, environmental, and others. We have a large and excellent database of patients to study and investigate the natural cause and epidemiology of allergy diseases and treatment modalities. We all agree that there is a rising prevalence of allergy and immunological disorders in India and other countries in the Asia Pacific region. However, unfortunately, most of the literature on allergy and atopy still comes from high-income English-speaking countries in the West, and this may not be directly applicable to us due to fundamental differences in genetic, environmental, social, and cultural factors, etc. There are also historical reflections in a number of common allergic disorders such as allergic rhinitis, asthma, atopic and contact dermatitis, urticaria, angioedema, ocular and food allergies, drug hypersensitivity, and anaphylaxis, and others. So let us go through one by one: ancient India, medieval India, and in modern India, how the practice of allergy evolved as a science. Allergy as a subject in ancient India was not new to Ayurveda. The only difference is that instead of the word allergy, some other terminologies were used by different schools of thought. Some called Viruddha Guna, diseases caused by amalgamation of two substances which are incompatible with each other. Then the concept of Ahar and Vihar, that is diet and lifestyle imbalances. All Ahar and Ahar which had Viruddha Guna for a particular desh or rog are considered to be Satmya of that desh or rog. And Satmya is the word that is most commonly used to describe allergy in our ancient Ayurvedic texts. It was also given some different names like Kulja Rog by the physician Charak, Kulja and Kulodbhav by Vagabat, Prakriti Bhav by Bela, and Sanchari by Yagyavaka. The ancient physician Charaka, King Kanishka during the 1st and 2nd century AD, who compiled the oldest known textbook of Indian medicine called the Charak Samhita, named after him. This contained traditional information that had existed previously for centuries and was passed down by word of mouth from Guru to Shishya. This was believed to be a record of all medical secrets revealed by Lord Brahma, the creator, to Atri, the mystic. Then we had Shushruth, who was head of a renowned Indian medical school during the 5th century AD and is often considered the originator, the father of plastic surgery. He compiled the textbook, the Shushruth Samhita, which combined both rational information and references to magic and mythology as well. In a section devoted to anatomy in the Shushruth Samhita, he described 5 winds, which, much like the 4 humors, were thought to be inhaled. And if any of these winds was not functioning correctly, then sickness occurred. Coming back, we know that allergy and most of our non-communicable diseases are caused by imbalance in diet and lifestyle. This is not a new concept. This is there in our Ayurvedic texts, Ahar and Vihar, respectively. We have Virudahar, influence of 2 or more opposing factors. When you combine 2 substances with opposite qualities, then the stronger ones or the dominant ones will overpower the others. You have the concept of Jat, that is race, and Kul, that is family. So we call this as Jati Prasakta and Kul Prasakta. Jat Prasakta, some races show a tendency for hypersensitivity. For example, the Bhanushali race of Jamnagar is sensitive to certain commonly prescribed medications. And Kul Prasakta means familial disposition of chromosomal abnormalities in which genetic inheritance abnormalities are passed on from the parents to the offspring, and these highlight the role of heredity in allergic disorders. The ancient physician Charaka defined 19 different types of Virudha. He also defined Ahit as any type of food which is not beneficial for the body and gave it different names like Paryushit, Klin, Visham, Shana, Patya, food articles which are beneficial in cure, and Apatya, that means diet and lifestyle which are restricted during the course of treatment. The Shushruth school of medicine also described 10 different types of Virudha. He also described how toxic Vayu or air can cause the following diseases. That is Kasa, called disease of the respiratory tract, bronchitis, what we call it today, Shwas, shortness of breath or any difficulty in breathing, Pratishya, common cold, Shirurog, headache, Netra Rog, ocular diseases, including allergies. He also defined hereditary diseases as being the outcome of vitiation between the sperm and ovum. In a nutshell, a healthy sperm and ovum give rise to healthy progeny, but if there is any chromosomal abnormality in any one of these, then it may be passed on to the offspring. The probability and incidence of allergic disorders, we know today that it increases in bilateral inheritance, that is when both parents are affected, and it decreases with unilateral inheritance. He also gave the concept of dosh, that means something which can cause problems. He referred to 3 categories or types of substances, energies, 3 energies, potential energy called Kaph, thermal energy called Pith, and kinetic energy called water. These are a combination of 1 or 2 or more of the 5 essential elements. And depending on the makeup of an individual, these are responsible for different qualities. They also manifest differently in different seasons, time of day, and even in the phase of life, and even they are classified according to the seats in the organ systems in the body. He gave the concept that there is a natural balance of what fits and in the body of each and every individual, and the proportion is fixed at the time of birth. And the prakriti, that is sharir and manas, that is to say the mind and body of an individual, is formed of a fixed proportion or percentage of what pitta and kapha. All these factors play an important role in deciding one's immunity, and any imbalance in these will give rise to reactions, which we know today are allergy, atopy, and or hypersensitivity. Then the equivalent of the modern day immunotherapy was called Dushivisha in ancient times. It means denatured or attenuated poison. It was defined very well by Shushruth. He said that when a person is afflicted by natural or synthetic poisons, then he is treated with antidotes or antitoxin treatments. However, the efficacy of such treatments may be short-lived, as complete elimination of these poisons from the body does not occur. Alternatively, you cannot control the source, which may be perpetual, for example, pollens, and therefore they cannot be avoided indefinitely. This is about specific immunotherapy in ancient times. What about immunostimulants? We have non-specific immunomodulators, which were there in ancient times. They are broadly classified into 2 categories: are herbal or traditional medications. Our Veds used to describe the qualities of hing and haldi, what we call asafoetida and turmeric today, and micronutrients and vitamins, antioxidants and probiotics. I'll go through these one by one. Asafoetida or hing has been held in great esteem amongst all the ancient medicines. It contains the compounds diaryl disulfide and ferulic acid, which possess immunostimulant and antibacterial properties. In addition to this, ferulic acid and alpha and beta pinene also exert anti-inflammatory effects. The dried gum of hing is used for whooping cough, asthma, and bronchitis, and the hot water extract of the dried gum is used as a carminative and an antispasmodic. Not only in India, but even in countries like Arabia, it was used. Then haldi, turmeric as an anti-allergic agent shows immunomodulating properties. It maintains the Th1-2 cytokine balance. Curcumin present in turmeric attenuates airway inflammation and remodeling, as well as food allergy in animal models. This has been shown in studies today, but this was used since ancient times. Our ancient Veds used to swear by hing and haldi. And then they used to say कि अगर दमे की शिकायत हो तो पिस्ते बादाम चीज खाइए. What it means is they want us to take more micronutrients or vitamins. You see, nearly all the vitamins A, B, C, D, and E are implicated in allergy. And how I'll go through very briefly. We know histamine, which is the mediator of allergy and anaphylaxis, is metabolized in the body by two enzymes, diamine oxidase, which requires vitamins B, C, iron, and copper for its activity, and also histamine N-methyl transferase, which is a cytosolic enzyme and requires B complex for its activity. What does this mean? That if you have any of these nutritional deficiencies, then histamine will not be metabolized rapidly enough, and the symptoms of allergy may be more severe. Then dahi, probiotics. They are live microorganisms which administered in adequate amounts as part of food will confer a definite health benefits to the host. They promote adequate balance in the gut microbiota, and that can prevent the development of allergies in the future. It has been found that when probiotics are administered to pregnant women or breastfeeding mothers as supplements, or even directly to infants themselves, can reduce the risk of allergic diseases such as eczema. However, there is no data on other allergic diseases. This has been found in a large meta-analysis. This is ancient India. Medieval India, there is a lot, but I'll just show one thing which I thought most interesting, and I'm sure the smokers in this group will appreciate it very much. You see, Indian pharmacology was quite advanced and remained the backbone of European pharmacology well into the 17th century. Several alkaloid derivatives from certain plants had smooth muscle relaxing properties. For example, stramonium, derived from thorn apple, which we know as datura today. It was recommended as a treatment for asthma and was practiced by soldiers of the British Army following their excursion into India. And you see, we say today that the ideal inhaler for asthma can be a cigarette, but this is something that was there nearly 2 to 3 centuries ago. And see, life takes a full circle. You have different compounds, alkaloid extracts of plants marketed as cigarettes, sometimes even as in pipes. And now coming to modern India, you see, everyone knows this place. This is Vallabhbhai Patel Chest Institute, Delhi University, and this is the late Dr. D.N. Shivpuri, regarded as the father of allergy and immunology in India. A few words about Dr. D.N. Shivpuri, though I know he's already been introduced in the previous oration. He was originally from Kashmir. He obtained MBBS and MD Chest from Lucknow University. He worked at the VP Chest Institute, Delhi University, and was credited with establishing the first department of allergy and immunology in India at VP Chest Institute. The method of assessment of allergenicity to aeroallergens by the skin prick test, particularly the grading of skin sensitivity proposed by him in 1962, is widely followed as a standard by several practitioners of allergy in India and abroad today. He was passionately devoted to the research and practice of allergy and immunology. He established the Indian College of Allergy and Applied Immunology, today called the Indian College of Allergy, Asthma and Applied Immunology, in 1950, by successfully bringing together several clinicians and researchers in basic sciences in the field of allergy and immunology through a common platform. He also started the publication aspects of allergy in 1967, which has evolved into the journal today. He guided several research students for their PhD. Amongst the prominent ones are still with us today, Dr. A.B. Singh, Dr. M.K. Agarwal. Apart from this, several other doctors for their MD in chest diseases. The department was started by late Professor Dr. D.N. Shivpuri with the object of undertaking research on diagnostic and therapeutic aspects of allergic diseases. Other faculty members who were there were Dr. M.K. Agarwal, who also pioneered the concept of insect allergy, Kunal Shah, the MPS Menon, Dr. Dharam Prakash, and Dr. Kamal Arora. At that time, identification of the offending allergens, patients with nasobronchial allergy, and their treatment with immunotherapy was carried out by imported allergens, and these were largely considered unsatisfactory for the Indian environment. You know why? So there was a urgent need to identify and produce allergens which are relevant to the natural local environment of India. Several studies were undertaken on aerobiology in Delhi, and then allergens were procured. These were mainly aqueous extracts, and then immunotherapy was started, and the results were very encouraging. And consequently, due to the pyric work, a large number of allergens from different groups, pollens, fungi, insects, dander, etc., they were produced for allergy testing and immunotherapy. This led to an exceedingly heavy demand from all over the country to the department for supply of these allergens. Until 1969, the department attempted to cope, but then ultimately to bridge this gap, they transferred the technology of allergen preparation to the CSIR Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology to prepare allergens on a commercial scale. Since 1975, the department also started conducting biannual workshops in allergy and immunotherapy. And since 1981, these have been organized in collaboration with IGIB Delhi. Each year, nearly 25 to 50 doctors and postgraduates are trained in these workshops. Coming to the college, the first and foremost, I will say, association of allergy practitioners in the country today, the Indian College of Allergy, Asthma and Applied Immunology. It was founded by late Professor Dr. D.N. Shivpuri, Dr. Vishwanathan, Dr. A.S. Pental. These two also became the directors of VP Chess Institute, and Dr. R.K. Sanyal. It was established in 1967 and its constitution was adopted in 1968. The objectives of the college are many: to promote fundamental and applied research in the field of allergology and related subjects, to promote exchange of ideas and foster research and professional activities amongst research workers and allergy specialists, to hold regular CME programs and train physicians in the field of allergy and immunology, to interact and have collaboration with other global and regional organizations in allergy for sharing of scientific and educational resources, to publish books, journals, newsletters, and patient education material, and to establish and promote certificate courses in respiratory allergy and clinical immunology at institutions. The Indian Journal of Allergy, Asthma and Applied Immunology is also the official publication of the college. It is published as one volume, 2 issues annually. It is accessible online and is indexed internationally. Dr. Gaur is the editor-in-chief. Since its inception, the ICA has successfully hosted more than 50 annual national conferences, and these have been well attended and appreciated by all international and national faculty and delegates. The current Icaaicon is the amalgamation of the 53rd and 54th annual conventions, and we once again congratulate Dr. Surendranath, Dr. Srinivas and their team for taking the initiative. In addition, we have instituted several awards and honors to encourage original research in the field of allergy. The late Dr. D.N. Shivpuri Oration, the R.K. Modi Memorial Lecture, the Foundation Day Lecture, M. Sundaram Award, UCB ICAI Young Scientist Award, V. Raju Award, Von Perquet and Charles Richard Prizes, and of course the prestigious fellowship of the college. In addition, different CMEs and workshops are also hosted, and under the leadership of Dr. S.N. Gaur, Dr. Rajkumar, Dr. A.B. Singh, Dr. M.K. Agarwal, and Dr. Naveen Arora and their team, the college has also published guidelines and recommendations for the practice of allergen immunotherapy in India in 2009 and updated in 2017, and also recommendations for allergy practice during the times of COVID-19. In addition, ICA is also affiliated with the World Allergy Organization, the Asia Pacific Association of Allergy, Asthma and Clinical Immunology, the European Academy of Allergy and Clinical Immunology, the American College of Allergy, Asthma and Clinical Immunology, and the South Asia Association of Allergy, Asthma and Clinical Immunology. There is the National Center for Respiratory Allergy Asthma at VP Chess Institute, which was inaugurated on 12 February 2011 alongside the inauguration of the first conference of the South Asia Association of Allergy, Asthma and Clinical. You have here P.N. Tandon, the chairman of the governing body of VP Chess Institute, that time inaugurating the institute during the conference. Here is Dr. V.K. Vijayan, former director, the chief guest, Dr. K.S. Benur, Dr. A.B. Singh, you can see, and Dr. Raj Kumar also. The main objective of the center is to promote allergy education, research, and training. It is equipped with the latest technology to ensure proper diagnosis and efficient management for patients suffering from allergic respiratory conditions. And it focuses on community-based research activities in allergy and asthma. In addition to these, there are several different centers of excellence in allergy in the private sector, The Bengaluru Allergy Center, inaugurated in 1980 by Dr. D.N. Shivpuri and run by a colleague, Dr. Nagendra Prasad. National Allergy Center in Delhi, run by a colleague, Dr. P.C. Katuria. 2 centers in Mumbai, Dr. Nifatkar and Dr. Roy, run by Dr. Sitesh Roy. Asthma Bhavan in Jaipur. Allergy Care and Research Center, Ahmedabad, run by Dr. Gautam Bhagat and Dr. Raj Bhagat. National Allergy Asthma Bronchitis Institute, Kolkata. Modi Allergy Clinic by my colleague and friend Dr. R.K. Modi, and Jodani Allergy Clinic by our colleague Dr. Kamal Jodani in Guwahati. And apart from these, there are several other centers. I cannot take all their names, but these are just a few. In addition, there is a diploma in allergy and asthma. It is a 1-year distance learning program with 4 personal contact sessions organized by CMC Vellore in collaboration with the International Asthma Services, Colorado, USA, and is endorsed by the American Academy of Allergy, Asthma and Clinical Immunology and the University of Colorado, USA. It is growing in demand with a total of nearly 300 delegates. So just to wind up, what are the challenges? This is the past and the present. What about the future? Friends, allergy and immunology currently lacks recognized specialty by the NMC. Current management protocols of asthma and rhinitis are still based on international guidelines like JANA and ARIA, which are mainly from data generated in Western countries and may not be suitable for us because of several factors. I have outlined them here: diverse background and high prevalence of TB, filariasis, and parasitosis, which give rise to eosinophilia, higher baseline levels of serum IgE. A vast majority of our population resides in areas where there has never been an aerobiological study, and this is an impediment for allergists to select a proper aeroallergen panel for testing and immunotherapy. Apart from that, diagnostic impediments include the paucity of standardized allergen extracts, difficulties in obtaining a 1 mm tip skin prick lancet for skin prick testing, and lack of awareness about specific IG and component resolved diagnostic tests. Then treatment impediments, standardized allergens still have to take off in India, though they are available. SLIT is not easily accessible and not yet approved. Adrenaline auto-injectors for anaphylaxis are also difficult to procure. You see, the auto-injectors are very expensive and they can be sourced only if you know the dealer, and that may not be possible for everyone. So what patients do? They carry pre-filled adrenaline in a small syringe, and this may not be acceptable according to basic health and safety standards. There are different causes
Sorry
of
to
poor
interrupt you, sir.
I am
Sir, we
completed.
are running short of time.
Yes, I have completed. There are variable causes of poor asthma control, several of them. And with this, I conclude. I'm extremely grateful to the organizers, the scientific committee, respected chairpersons, and all of you in the audience for giving me a patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I request Durgesh, Dr. Durgesh. Are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm there, sir.
Okay, we'll have Dr. Parmesh sir's lecture because sir has to leave to the airport, I think. Dr. Parmesh sir, can you share the presentation?
Yes, sir.
I'll just stop sharing. Yeah.
Sir, I request the speakers to stick to the time, sir, because we are running short of the time.
Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir.
Dr. Parmesh sir, everybody knows Durgesh. You can read the sir's first slide once it is projected. Yeah, but Durgesh.
Good morning, everyone. I thank organizers for giving me the opportunity. I don't think Parmesh sir requires any introduction because all the pediatricians over the India and over the other countries knows him well. He's a renowned pediatric pulmonologist and environmentalist from Bangalore, a visiting professor from Divecha Center for Climate Change and Indian Sciences. He's a chairman of Lakeside Education Trust, member of WHO NGO Climate Health Working Group, Geneva. He's the president of HomeHad UK, Indian chapter 2021 and 22. We know you, sir. Without wasting much time, I request her to proceed further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Durgesh. And at the outset, I extend my sincere thanks to the organizer, in particular the scientific committee, adjusting my time, especially the efforts of Surendranath and Narayan Reddy. As a grateful one. Thank you very much. I do recognize my friends meeting Professor Gaur and A.B. Singh, Nagendra Prasad, and Suryakant and Dr. Behera, and Dr. Arif, M.K. Agarwal, and Pradyumna Shah, Nikhil Sarangadhar, and Karthik, my great friend, Professor Nagraj and myself jointly brought the Indian Academy of Pediatric Indian Academy of Allergy, AP chapter in about 2010. We miss him, Nagraj. Recognizing him, let me start my talk. The topic is on impact of the respiratory COVID-19 pandemic. How it is different now, we'll find out about it. Okay, our flow of thoughts will be on few issues. I talk about 1 or 2 minutes of a brief about the pandemic and COVID-19, brief of pediatric allergic airway diseases, viral induced trigger asthma, and what is the mechanism, the prediction, what we predicted the COVID-19, what's going to happen, allergic diseases all over the world, and what is the reality, how do you manage in this situation, what are the long-term effect of the COVID infection, after the COVID infection, and take home message in brief. If you look at the pandemic influence 2009, I'm one of the panel member in this group. We did it. So any pandemic, you have the various phases. In the first to third phase, predominantly, initially state animal to animal, then animal to more animal, then animal to human. That gives phase 1 to 3. We have a guideline what to do at that situation. Then when it comes to sustained and human to human transmission, that is phase 4. If it is spread worldwide, all over the world, that is phase 5, that is pandemic. After the pandemic, the curve will come down. Then we have small peaks here and there, possible recurrent events, phases and all those things. And then a big virus becomes, together we have to live with the virus. There's no other alternative. Every year we get a certain season. So this is the India branch and the government of India, we did 2009 and 10. Now, what are the issues? We did it at that time. We recommended 2009, any pandemic comes, we have to prepare ourselves. Among the 10 important items, expect the future waves going to happen, second wave, third wave, prepare yourself, and sectoral coordination, make sure, stockpiling the important medication, and disposal of the dead bodies also we plan how to do it, imposing trade and travel restriction, what we have done, we all know about it. Yeah, those are the important things. As you know, that the main transmission comes from the respiratory airborne infection. By talking, you spread about 100 droplets. By coughing, about 1,000 droplets. By sneezing, you spread over 1 lakh droplets. That's how the infection spread, as a matter of fact. If you look at that picture, it is the picture of the spike of the virus, coronavirus. You have the hip, you have the knee, and you have the ankle. Those are the protein molecules. You got more mobility than another virus. It will go and catch the ACE receptors. But what you have, the pink flowers all over covering, hiding all this thing from the enemies. Enemies is our antibodies, human antibodies. It will hide itself, disposing itself, and it changes its pattern very well. Those are all the carbohydrate molecule protect the protein molecule of the virus. Now, the second episode where we suffered most, as a matter of fact. Initially, we thought life is more important than livelihood. We planned for it. We are successfully won the case, as a matter of fact, when compared to other countries did for the death over the dollar. And those countries suffered a great deal, as a matter of fact. It has been published in the Lancet 2019. So why the second phase come? Change in our behavior of the virus. Virus become more smartest and change in our behavior pattern. PATS-1 syndrome. We thought, oh, nothing has happened. Nothing is going to happen in future. Don't worry. We already had covered everything. Nothing to worry. Some administrative laxity was there. These are all the 3 issues. Having learned that, Indian Academy of Pediatrics, we involved in third wave, probably going to hit more on the children. How to prepare ourselves? These are all the 10 issues. The most important, update yourself with a reliable website. WHO, CDC, ICMR, Ministry of Health, Family Welfare, Government of India, and avoid spreading the myths and alleys and fear and anxiety and in public. These are all the most important things, apart from various things, talking drugs. We worked on that. And the allergic airway disease, allergic airway disease are the earliest onset non-communicable environmental chronic respiratory diseases. 70% of the non-communicable diseases are due to the environmental pollution. The asthma is a global health epidemic. In 2015, Margaret Chan, then the director of WHO, said, on that year, 1 billion population all over the world are suffering. In 2050, it's going to be 4 billion. And airway allergies are the major psycho-socio-economic healthcare burden we all heard about. Our concern, how to prevent these allergic diseases and protect during the flare-up. Now, if you look at the magnitude of the problem, upper airway allergic rhinitis in general pediatric population, it has gone up from 22% to 40% between 1994 to 2004. In asthmatic children, the allergic rhinitis has gone up from 75% to 99.6% between 1999 to 2011. Now this year it's only 100%. All of them have got allergic rhinitis. It's a united airway concept. Asthma, lower airway allergy in children has gone up from 9% in 1979. Steadily has gone up into 2 decades up to 29.5%. Then it is stabilized. And now we got 2016 is about 28%. So however, why it is what we met in WHO meeting in Australia, I think genetically exposed population is saturated. In future, you may not see the spike. It may slow spikes here and there. That's what we have been seeing all over the world. Now, however, the people continue to expose the environmental pollution. The persistent asthma has gone up from 20% to 72.5% with the continued exposure of the pollutant of these people, where they need constant medication. Persistent severe asthma gone up from 4% to 11%, where they need more hospitalization. Having learned that chronic cough, it has gone up from 8% to 21.25% in 1999-2017, and every year there's 0.5% increase. Most common cause is the airway diseases. Earlier it was only lower airway asthma. Now it is upper airway became over 2.5 micron as a 10 micron. Upper airway allergies became more. But the comorbidities contribute significantly the morbidity and mortality. In that term, sleep disorder breathing, only 8% of the children are the snorers. If you ask the question, only parent will answer. Now sleep disorder breathing have gone up to 27%. In them, snoring 42%, mouth breathing 43%, eye rubbing, conjunctivitis 27.5%, bruxism 17%, and laryngeal dyskinesia is almost has gone up 3 to 4%. They like an acute asthma in emergency department mistakenly. Having learned that the magnitude of the problem, if you look at earlier, John Bostock in 1819, it took for him 9 years to get 28 cases of hay fever, allergic rhinitis. Now it definitely from industrialization onward, it definitely gone up. Earlier, it's only the rich people is to suffer. Later on, we started seeing the middle class people, the rich people is suffering more. It's an epidemic, atopic dermatitis, hay fever, allergic rhinitis. Why this all these things? Because of the 2 reasons. The losing our threshold of protection by depriving the protective germs in our environment, changing in our traditional food habits, adopting the Western lifestyle of living, and in addition to that, the higher exposure of the triggers, like exposing air pollution, increase the viral respiratory infection, and poor healthcare facilities, whatever it be. These are all the 2 causes. I think now we concentrate on the increase the viral respiratory infection is our concern now. And these are all the pollutant causing the problem. I think if you look at the most common trigger for asthma, especially 40% of the asthma in children less than 5 years is triggered by the viral infection. The viral infection of epithelial cell may initiate the immune response, further acting the innate and adapting immunity. Professor Papadopoulos, we are together in Helsinki, one of the conference where I was chairing one of the session, and I presented one paper. His data shows he has done a lot of work on viral infection asthma. And he says, whenever the virus invades So invade the mucous membrane. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Invade the mucous membrane. The cement will be broken and a lot of spaces will be there. Pollen will enter. The pollen size is about 25 to 50 microns. They will enter there. Damage of the epithelial cell more important. First phase reaction, chemical reaction will come there. The cellular infiltration comes. Nerve ending will be an irritant, allergen penetration. All these things will come. How the viral infection produces allergen entering into our system, producing allergic reaction. I think what was the prediction we did, CDC prediction all over the world during COVID? Children with allergic diseases who got moderate to severe asthma may have a higher risk of developing severe COVID infection than other people. Be cautious. Number one prediction. Second prediction, use of steroid during flare-up may accentuate viral replication severity much more. These are all the two predictions we predicted at that time, experts' opinion. We are all the epidemiologists, we are all the Jyotishi epidemiologists. What was the problem now? Would you look at that pediatric cases consultation, only 1% of the entire COVID-19 population symptoms. Only 1%, the least. Most of them had constitutional symptoms like fever, upper respiratory symptoms like nasopharyngeal symptoms and cough. Some of them have 17% gastroenteritis symptoms, pneumonia is 1%, and anosmia is at 12.5%. Why this prediction went wrong? These are all the hypothesis explanation. We have given the explanation. What are those? The corona receptors, ACE2 receptors on pneumocyte is less expressive in children. More protective immune response to the T and B regulatory lymphocytes we have, resilient immune system we have it. The higher eosinophil count of allergic disease is protective. Why is it? Because if you look at the children who have died, small group of children, 81.2% of the children who died, they had eosinopenia, 81% of them. So eosinophils will be very protective to us at that situation. We need further learning process. Having learned that one, this is Papadopoulos study. What happened? Did the COVID season increase the asthma? Among his 1,054 patients having the control of 505 in the age group 4 to 15 years. His results have shown 66% of the asthma improved asthma control, 33% showed improved more than expected, lung functions improved significantly, upper respiratory tract infections are less during this period, no risk of increased COVID-19 has been observed, contrary to the prediction earlier. What is the reason? The hypothesis, reduce exposure to COVID-19 asthma trigger by covering the face and isolating ourselves, improved adherence to the asthma treatment, improved environmental pollution during lockdown period. We have the clear sky, blue sky. You can see the snow peaks 500 kilometers away. Now, how do you recognize the allergic rhinitis and COVID-19 infection? I think this is euphoria has been studied. Most of them, they have nasal blockage, rhinorrhea, and sneezing, common symptoms. But in the COVID, you have fevers. Having learned that, what are the suggestions being made during the COVID pandemic? The asthmatics are not increased risk of COVID-19 related mortality, and even hospitalized over 50 years age COVID-19 patient who are on inhaled corticosteroid without any other respiratory condition had the lowest mortality. Asthmatics should continue their inhaled corticosteroid. If a flare-up, if you use the oral corticosteroid, should be during flare-up should be used. There is no way one can distinguish between worsening of the asthma attack from this virus, that's coronavirus, respiratory syncytial virus, rhinovirus. You cannot differentiate virus related. So in addition to that, the WHO recommended allergic diseases associated recommended avoid spirometry during the suspected confirmed COVID-19. Try to avoid nebulizer due to the risk of transmission of the infection to other patient healthcare workers, because nebulizer can transmit the respiratory particle up to 1 meter distance. Follow infection control recommendation if other aerosol generating procedures are needed. Recommend vaccines to COVID-19 to all asthmatics. And also, if the flare-up comes, I think we recommended 2020 humidified oxygen you give whoever comes there. However, instead of wasting time giving only salbutamol 3 times after an hour, started ipratropium. Together you start jointly with SABA and SAMA and give it. If they don't respond, use the steroid. If they don't respond, admit and manage it. That's what we recommended. It is being approved now, the GINA guideline 2021. The long effect will be 10% of the COVID infected patients remain sick after 3 weeks. 5% of the COVID-19 remain sick for many months. The people of all ages, backgrounds are affected. The symptoms are fluctuating in severity and moving around with the respiratory system, cardiovascular, heart, liver, inflammatory phenomena going to various other vital organs have been appreciated, and scarring also has been appreciated in the studies. Now, what are the most common ongoing symptoms regardless of hospitalized status? Fatigue is 98%, muscle ache 88%, shortness of breath 87%, headache 83%, cardiac impairment 33%, and various other things will come there, various organs. Now, these are all the recommendations of the University of Michigan. One of the professors follow these things. Apart from supporting these people, 2 important things you have to recommend your patient. Continued COVID-19. Avoid vigorous physical exercise up to 3 to 4 months after the infection. Avoid competitive sports activity up to 6 months. Having learned that one, look at that. If you look at the mortality, these are all the studies in Lima, Peru, and Italy and India. Wherever there is air pollution, 2.5 microns is very high. There the mortality has shown significantly high. So mortality is there wherever there is air pollution in that area. So take home message, my dear brothers and sisters. The airway allergies are the earliest onset non-communicable diseases with significant psychosocioeconomic burden and an epidemic of the 21st century. Asthmatic don't have any higher risk of increased COVID-19 infection and mortality. There is no way one can distinguish between the worsening of the asthma by the viral infection, rhinovirus, influenza virus, COVID-19. Continue the regular treatment recommended by your doctor. Add oral corticosteroids during acute flare-up for about 5 days. Nothing going to happen. Follow strict guideline, COVID-19 discipline, what your doctor said. Be bold, healthy, and definitely infuse courage, positive thinking, and have the vaccine whenever it is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Always worth listening to you. Every time you bring new concepts. Thank you so much, sir. The last sentence was very fine. Sleep well, eat well. Already everybody is vaccinated, I think.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you. So nice of you.
Right.
Yes, next talk will be Dr. Karthik on component result diagnosis. Karthik, can you share this?
Please permit me leave, sir. I think.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir. Karthik, wish you all the best.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate and humbled by your mention for Dad's name, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks.
So Durgesh, sir, will you introduce, sir, Karthik?
Sir, if you send the slides, please.
I have the CV of Karthik. If you want me to do, I'll do. I have shared, sir, in the group, actually. Yeah.
Can read, Pawan.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's indeed a privilege for me to read the introduction of Dr. Karthik Nagaraju, sir, who happens to be Dr. Major Nagaraju, sir, is our teacher. We did a fellowship in allergy and clinical immunology under sir. So Dr. Karthik is also the first batch student of sir, and he guided us during all the components of the allergy course. So Dr. Karthik is a pulmonologist and is an allergist of VN Allergy and Asthma Research Center, Chennai. He is also fellow in allergy and clinical immunology first batch, and he is proud to say that he's a Icaaicon certified allergy and clinical immunologist, and he is a Icaaicon clinical fellowship Athens Greens, and he's a pediatric asthma in real life, that is Pearl Research Group coordinator and contributor for that, and is a fellow of World Sleep Society International Sleep Research Training Program, that is ISRTP, and he has won Best Paper and Poster Award at several national and international conferences, including Icaaicon 2019. So he had total 9 awards to his credit, and his areas of interest are severe asthma, food allergy and oral immunotherapy, idiopathic anaphylaxis, and component resolved diagnosis, precision diagnostics, and immunotherapeutics in allergy. He has 8 international publications, and he has 8 ongoing research projects at VN Allergy and Asthma Research Center, Chennai. Dr. Karthik, welcome you for this Icaaicon, and over to you.
So, thank you. Is my voice audible, sir?
Yes, Karthik, it's audible and clear.
Yeah.
The slides are also
Thank you.
clear.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the organizing team for inviting me. I'm humbled by your gracious introduction. There is a lot of stalwarts that I'm sharing the stage with, and I'm really thankful for the opportunity, and I hope I do justice to the presentation. I will be talking about component resolved diagnosis in allergy, and before I begin, I would like to mention that I would like to dedicate this presentation to my father, who is the father of pediatric allergy in India, a beloved and respected teacher, and his teaching and principles shall live on with us. The first thing I would like to mention is the Precision Medicine Initiative was done by the Obama administration in 2015 with the aim of individualizing care for patients using adequate research technologies and policies. The idea was behind to identify molecular mechanism of diseases, identify diagnostic tools for this particular molecular mechanism, and treatment blocking for this targeting the molecular mechanism, and therefore individualized care and improve precision in treatment. What is precision medicine in allergy? It is definitely personalized medicine where the diagnosis is individualized for that particular patient. This is where the allergist plays a major role, and it helps in identifying the allergen and the antigen involved, and also in differentiating between a genuine sensitization from a cross-reactive allergy. It also is helpful in providing treatment, whether avoidance therapy is recommended or whether immunotherapy would be an appropriate option. And it also helps in identifying whether this particular response or treatment approach is going to be of use to this particular patient prior to starting treatment even. We have come a long way from using provocation testing in 1880 to identifying specific IgE or total IgE in 1967. Specific IgE using recombinant allergen panels were identified in early 1990s. We've come up with molecular allergen from research to even clinical application around the early 2000s. And now we even have a handbook of molecular allergology by Icaaicon in 2015. The most common approach to allergy diagnosis is the top-down approach, where we have a suspected patient with allergy who is presenting and evaluated with a history, skin prick testing, and specific IgE test. A molecular-based IgE test is involved here with a component resolved diagnosis is added, and then you do an interpretation, and based on that, you go ahead with the therapeutic consequences such as allergen avoidance or allergen immunotherapy. The next approach is something called as a bottom-up approach in allergy diagnosis, where in a patient who is presenting with a complex allergy or a previous testing with a complex outcome, you tell them with a multisensitization, a broad cross-reactivity, you perform an allergy test with specific IgE, including molecules, and then you identify a group of allergens which they are sensitive to, and you can directly go ahead and find out what their certainty of response to therapeutic consequences like allergen avoidance or immunotherapy would be. The problem with currently available tests is that it detects only allergen sensitization and not clinical allergy. So we cannot predict diagnosis. It cannot predict the severity of the allergy also, but it just provides that the patient is sensitized to this said allergen. This is because we have allergen sources. Protein molecules are extracted out of the allergen sources, and these molecules have a combination of specific allergen components or allergens of antigens, which are specific for that particular source, and also includes cross-reactive allergen components. So we look at a few definitions, such as what is an allergen component. Allergen component is nothing but the major or most important allergen protein moiety, which is associated with demonstration of specific IgE response or a clinical allergy. It is because of several epitopes on it, and an epitope is nothing but a three-dimensional binding for an antibody. Primary allergen is nothing but the original sensitizing molecule, or called the trigger for allergens. Co-sensitization is something like where you have more than one primary allergen sensitized to it. And this is different from cross-reactivity, which is because of similar allergenic molecules which stimulate the same specific IgE, either by shared epitopes or by having similar epitopes. By shared epitopes, I mean it's because of the same protein is present in different species, such as dust mites, shrimps, and even in cockroaches, which is commonly known as tropomyosin or DOP10. And we have something called as similarity, or similar epitopes are seen in patients with closely related species, such as in the grass species like Poa and Timothy grasses. So the most important allergen families includes in this, it's actually a very big list, but what I'm limiting is to for plant source of allergens in foods and animal source components in for food allergens. From plant allergens, we have prolamins and cupins, which are known as storage proteins, and they are the major source of allergic reactions. They're associated with severe allergens, and they're usually heat stable, or they resist heat heat and acid digestion. Profilins and BET-V1 homologs, which are identified as families present in plant origin, also cross-react with pollens and are responsible for your common oral allergy syndrome reactions. In animal origins, we have the most common, which I already explained, tropomycins, which are present in shellfish, and this is cross-reacting with many other components and is responsible for cross-reactive food allergies with respect to shellfish, octopus, or even with dust mites also. EF hand proteins are something like parvalbumins or serum albumins, which are present in fish and is most responsible for cross-reactivity among various fish allergens. Caseins are a protein of animal origin, and this casein is responsible for cross-reactivity among milk products among different species also. So what is the cross-reactivity explained? How is cross-reactivity explained among different allergen families? We have the pollen allergen, which is like most commonly between tree pollen and grass pollens, which is explained by Oli-E1 or Paul-Calcin related families. We have the plant food to plant food cross-reactivity, either due to common storage proteins, or NS-LTP, which is called as lipid transfer protein, which is an exciting protein right now. There's a lot being discovered about it. Then we have something called as a pollen food latex allergy, which is some example where you have latex allergy with a banana cross-reactivity, either due to your heavy domain proteins or due to your profilin sensitization. We have the pollen plant food allergen, which is very, very commonly seen in your seasonal allergic rhinitis patients who present with oral allergy syndromes. And this is attributed to the presence of profilin allergens or BET-V1 homologs or LTPs also. CCDs are an important component for cross-reactivity. The thing is, CCDs do not generally produce any significant clinical response. But CCD is one of the most important reasons why there might be false positive responses, because it is a carbohydrate, it is not a protein, but because it is shaped like a protein, it has an epitope which binds to the specific IgE, it may give false positive responses even in extract skin-based and the specific IgE-based testing. So with this, what is a major and a minor antigen when it comes to an allergen? We discussed that there are certain major antigens, there are certain minor antigens. The major antigen is one that is recognized by IgE antibodies of more than 50% of the patients allergic to that particular source. So for example, in dust mites, a major antigen is a DOP1 and DOP2, which is present in more than 50% of the patients. The remaining are considered minor antigens because their prevalence is somewhat less than 50%. DOP23 is a newer antigen, which is now being considered as a major antigen. I will explain a little bit later about it also. Similarly, for grasses, we have major antigens in each group, like in temperate grasses and also in subtropical grasses, like SIND1 and SIND4 and FLEP5 are all major allergens. FLEP1 is also major allergen depending on the region. FLIPI1 is a minor allergen in some subtropical countries like India, but FLIPI1 will be a major allergen in a temperate country. So based on this, you can identify whether a person is genuinely sensitized or whether there is a cross-reactive component such as FLIPI1 and all these, the ones that you see that share epitopes with other common grasses. So there are multiple methods of doing component resolved diagnosis. There is the most common is the single plex component, where just like how you use a regular immunocap for dust mites like or fungals or for your pollens, each immunocap will be with a separate component like DERP1 or DERP2. You need to use 40 microliters for each allergen. The sensitivity is excellent and there is no interference from IgG. But you need to test individually for different allergens, and the number of tests will rise. Cost is definitely an inhibiting factor in this. And multiplex component is something like the most common is allergen chip like Icaac, and there are multiple other allergen chips also available like Alex. And here what they do is there is more than 100 allergens, including components which are placed in the chip. And you just need a 30 microliters of serum to be tested, and it has got a fairly good sensitivity. There is some interference from IgG, but it's a very good test to identify allergens as a screening tool also. And it is recommended in most countries as a bottom-up approach where complex scenarios are available. So what are the clinical uses of molecular allergology? Where we identify genuine sensitization, we have to understand the cross-reactivity pattern. We can personalize treatment by giving an accurate allergen immunotherapy prescription, and also to identify the multi-sensitized or polysensitized patients and predict the severity of food allergies in patients. So what is the role of component resolved diagnosis in food allergy? So here the most important aspect would be to increase your accuracy, and you need to resolve a cross-reactivity pattern. Because say let us do an SPT for some patient who is present with a food allergen. In this example, let us take something like a peanut. And they come positive for everything, like including pollens, including tomato, including apple and peach, including grasses, including other nuts. So we may not be sure what is the response or what will be the understanding behind whether there is a cross-reactivity or whether there is a co-allergy or co-sensitization is there or not. So understanding which allergen component is involved will help us in identifying whether there's a cross-reactive pattern going on or a co-allergy pattern going on. Like I said, storage proteins are the most important aspect, and these are usually less cross-reactive. This ARA-H1, ARA-H2, ARA-H6 of peanut does not cross-react usually with your cashew nuts and macadamia nuts and other nuts. And therefore, if your cashew nut also is positive and your ARA-H2 is also positive, it usually indicates a co-allergy. However, if you have a BET-V1 analog or profilin, like I said earlier, on an LTP is positive, it is usually indicative of a cross-reactive pattern, and you can predict the severity of response also. Usually BET-V1 and profilin are heat labile, and therefore they usually produce very local symptoms or mild reactions in comparison to peanuts, which do produce, or in the storage proteins, which do produce severe systemic reactions. So this is another table which shows for different nuts, there are different proteins available, different codings available. But the most important thing that needs to be known is storage proteins, including albumins and globulin, like 2S albumin, 7S globulin, and 11S globulin are the most important aspect for storage proteins. And they are the ones that predict specific allergen response. So if they are positive, and say, let us say cashew nut ANA-O3 and jug R3 or walnut is positive, I'm pretty sure that there is a very less cross-reactivity and it's direct primary sensitization to the two. LTP is a very unique protein. This protein is found in nuts, in wheat, in pollen, in fruits, in vegetables, in many other aspects. So if you're positive to LTP, you may generally respond different ways depending on the content of LTP in each food. So there is a lot of cross-reactivity with food that can be explained by LTP. We have a lot of patients who are turning up with LTP right now. Legume is coming up with a lot of LTPs. These are being caught with component resolved diagnosis. If you have a profilin or a PR10 positive, it is usually associated with the mild reactions. And then you need to search for something like associated pollen sensitization in such patients. So you can even assess the risk and the type of the reaction. So as the stability of the proteins increases, more like for storage proteins and for NSLTP, which are more heat stable and pH stable, they are more specific and they're more associated with strong systemic reactions. Smaller or less stable proteins like PR10, profilins, and CCDs are usually cross-reactive, they do produce only very mild reactions. The amount of molecule present in each food is very important and needs to be taken into consideration. So when it comes to wheat, as an example, we have two very important proteins like omega-5 gliadin, which is tri-A19. It is a very important protein in children, which is associated with immediate hypersensitivity reaction to gluten or wheat. And in adults, it is commonly associated with food-dependent exercise-induced anaphylaxis. There's a lot of papers being produced from Southeast Asia, which mentions that omega-5 gliadin is increasing in incidence nowadays. We need to identify this as an idiopathic cause for anaphylaxis in some patients. LTP or tri-A14 is also an upcoming protein. A lot of new work is coming up. It explains the cross-reactivity with other foods, like I said, wheat with peanut and wheat with nuts, or wheat with some fruits and vegetables maybe. And it is associated with a trigger factor related anaphylaxis syndrome like exercise, NSAIDs, and fever. Profilins and CCDs are heat level and they're not that very severe in reactions. For milk, we have something like BOSD8 and BOSD5 are important allergens like casein and beta globulin. Like I said, casein is heat stable. Being heat stable, they produce a lot of severe reactions, and they do tend to cross-react with other milk from other species also. And this is correlating with persistence of milk allergy and even reactions to baked milk. So if somebody is positive to casein, you can predict them to react even to biscuits or cakes also. And if they're positive to beta globulin, then they may be reactive to fresh milk, but they may tolerate a baked milk. The importance is here we have serum albumin. Like I said, that is also an important allergen, which explains cow milk and beef cross-reactivity also. This is an upcoming allergen being explored in Western literature. And the importance of doing a component result diagnosis with milk is it also avoids in doing an oral food challenge testing, which is the gold standard for diagnosing food allergies in pediatric age group. If the casein levels are more than 10 KUA per liter, with a strong history of anaphylaxis after taking food, like milk products, then you can straight away defer oral food challenges. However, if the levels are lesser than 12, you can perform in the presence of a negative predictive value or a negative history for anaphylaxis, you can perform safely an oral food challenge test also, where you can be reassured that if I do an oral food challenge test, the chances of an anaphylaxis are much less. So when it comes to egg also, the same thing, we have heat stable protein like ovomucoid and heat level protein like ovalbumin. Therefore, you can predict whether they will be responsive to heated egg or boiled egg, or whether they will respond only to raw egg. In egg also, we have the cross-reactive serum albumin, which is explaining the cross-reaction between egg yolk and chicken allergies. Chicken meat allergy is also explained by this GALD5. And we know that through multiple studies that ovomucoid specific IgE has got a very high area under the curve in receiver operator curve indices to study for oral food challenge proven egg allergy. So ovomucoid can be used as a replacement to diagnose food, egg white or specific IgE to ovalbumin, or even oral food challenges also in patients suspected of egg allergies. So let's move on to a component result diagnosis in aeroallergens. So the problem with aeroallergens is one of the most common allergens in India. We have conventional SPTs to prove that we are sensitized to allergens, but the problem is some allergens are poorly represented in the extracts, and therefore we need increased accuracy and resolve the cross-reactivity patterns in aeroallergens using component result diagnosis. Now, like I said earlier, mites have major allergens like DERP1, DERP2, DERF1, DERF2 are considered major antigens. They are present in more than 50% of the population sensitive to house dust mites, and they are included in the NPC2 family. An NPC2 family is heat resistance, and therefore there are even rare cases of oral mite anaphylaxis that can occur if you are DERP2 or DERF2 positive and that they consume contaminated wheat products. And because of heat resistance, they develop oral mite anaphylaxis reactions. DERP10 is the tropomyosin, the quintessential protein explaining cross-reaction, cross-sensitivity to mollusks and shellfish. And the corresponding allergen molecule is PENM1 in shrimp, BLAG7 in German cockroaches. So there exists cross-reactivity between Dermatophagoides terrornicinus and Dermatophagoides farinae, but there is also cross-reactivity between Blomia tropicalis and Dermatophagoides also. A recent study which we produced in Clinical Rhinology, International Journal of Clinical Rhinology by PJ Chandigarh, we produced that Blomia tropicalis was the most common sensitization based on standardized extract testing in Indian patients, irrespective of their regional distribution. And we need to identify whether it is due to cross-reactivity or whether it is due to primary sensitization. So a marker of primary sensitization for Dermatophagoides would be a DERP1 and DERP2, but however for Blomia will be a BLOT5 and a BLOT21. So the remaining ones will be more in favor of a cross-reactivity allergens. What are the components in and their distribution in Dermatophagoides? We have a frequency of sensitization to house dust mites. DERP1 is present in more than 70% patients in allergic children and adults. DERP2 is present in 80% of the patients. DERP23, which was previously considered a minor allergen, was found to have 74% incidence, and therefore this is now being shifted to a major antigen category. DERP10 is a cross-reactive component. Now, the interesting thing about DERP23 is, although 74% are sensitized, only 4 to 6% are monosensitized to DERP23. The issue is DERP23 is a very potent activator of mast cells. Therefore, it leads to early sensitization in the presence of DERP1 and 2, and therefore it's associated with severe asthma development at early age also. And DERP23 is not well represented in many allergen immunotherapy extracts, irrespective of standardization or non-standardization processes, and therefore it is a predictor of poor response to allergen immunotherapy if it is monosensitized. So this is a study which showed that in those patients who were asthmatics and non-asthmatics with dust mite allergies, they found that the presence of DERP23 was much more significantly associated with a diagnosis of bronchial asthma than among non-asthmatics, provided they also had a DERP1, DERP2 co-sensitization. This is R-centered data for component result diagnosis in house dust mites. This is based on we were the first center in India to do a component result diagnosis in house dust mites. So we performed this study in 100 patients who were sensitized to DFDP and were moderate to severe persistent asthma was present. In our study, we found that DERP23 was the most predominant allergen with 65%, probably because they had more of severe asthma was the diagnosis in these patients. Monosensitization also was more common in DERP23. This is an interesting finding because there are many allergen extracts which do not contain DERP23, including the standardized ones that are available from abroad. In this, we found that the combination of DERP1 to 23 was the most common presentation, being found in 67% patients with severe asthma. And this is a very interesting finding where we correlated the wheel diameter for SPT extract for standardized allergen, Greer standardized allergen, with immunocap for DP with each component. And we found that there was strong correlation for the immunocap for all 4 components. However, DERP10 was not showing a strong correlation, probably because the DERP10 was not that represented in the allergen extracts. The other finding that we did, interesting thing, was we compared DERP1 to 10 and 23 with DF, SPT, and immunocap extracts, and we found that there was again the same result, with a strong correlation was there with even DF extracts in both SPT and in immunocap method. Again, DERP10 was underrepresented probably in the SPT extracts, and therefore we did not find a strong correlation in that. So coming to molds, what would be the role in component result diagnosis? We have a lot of ABPA cases coming up in India, a lot of diagnosis with severe allergen, severe asthma with fungal sensitization being diagnosed. So just diagnosing specific IgE positive Aspergillus fumigatus would not be enough to differentiate between ABPA or SAPs. So one really good method would be to test for Aspergillus fumigatus components ASPEP1 and ASPEP2, where either of them are positive, then it's more likely to be ABPA, even in the absence of radiological factors such as your central bronchiectasis or high attenuation mucus need not be present, and it has been found to be strongly associated with ABPA finding. If ASPEP6 was found, it is strongly associated with an atopic dermatitis profile. We had a lot of patients who came with ASPEP6 sensitization who were predominantly atopic dermatitis. And what is the role of CRD in allergen immunotherapy? So we know allergen immunotherapy.
We are running short of time.
Yes, sir. Just a couple minutes done, sir. Yes. So we know that allergen immunotherapy is a precision medicine tool by itself. We are already evaluating the mechanism of the disease. We are already identifying the allergen components or the allergen sources, or targeting the etiology of the disease. Identifying the allergen components further increases the precision and improves your allergen immunotherapy as a precision tool for therapies. So therefore, you identify genuine sensitization. You also identify cross reactions and differentiate the two. You're also able to detect primary sensitization for optimizing your immunotherapy, because one study by Canonica et al. It actually found that by using component resolved diagnosis, they were able to modify the allergen immunotherapy prescription in at least 50% of the patients when compared to allergen immunotherapy prescription based on SPT alone. So a 50% reduction in your allergen immunotherapy is not saying that you'll be giving 50% less. It just means you're improving the accuracy. Therefore, you're not wasting 50% patients of immunotherapy. So, and also it improves the selection by identifying major and minor antigens, because major antigens are represented better in standardized allergens and minor antigens are not represented at the moment. So how to improve the selection of immunotherapy in house dust mites? It depends on proper selection, where if there are more than 2 house dust mite components positive, there is a strong recommendation for allergen immunotherapy. Most standardized extracts contain 1, 2, DERP1, 2, DERF1, DERF2. However, DERP10 and DERP23 are underrepresented, and therefore they may be poor responders to immunotherapy. Just because this is there, it does not mean we can give non-standardized extracts for treatment of DERP23 or DERP10. It is also because DERP23 is extremely low in fecal matters or body particles, which are also used to collect your non-standardized allergen, which is available worldwide. So this is a study from China which showed that DERP1 was the most important clinically relevant allergen to predict response to allergen immunotherapy for HTM-induced allergic rhinitis among all the 5 allergens tested. So for pollen, we'll be able to decide based on FLEP1 or FLEP5, which are major allergens for Timothy grass. If they are present, there is a strong indication for allergen immunotherapy. If they're absent, then you need not provide immunotherapy. And depending on the presence of other co-sensitizations, again, you can predict whether they will benefit from grass immunotherapy or not. So in India, we have the issue of allergen extracts for use for immunotherapy, not having how much major antigen or how much minor antigen is present in the extracts for both skin testing and immunotherapy. A lot needs to be done. I'm sure we are in the right direction. In the future, things will be moving in the right direction. Using component resolved diagnosis, we'll be able to predict better responses for immunotherapy. So in conclusion, we need to use a patient-centered approach. Personalized medicine and precision medicine is the need of the hour. We are evolving from evidence-based medicine to precision-based medicine. From previously, we used to have experience-based medicine. Now we need to use more of a precision-based medicine for our patients. Endotyping with component resolved diagnosis improves accuracy, especially in patients with IgE-mediated food allergies. Complex food allergen sensitizations like your oral and your pollen food syndromes. Polysensitized individuals can be identified early better using component resolved diagnosis. Helps predict the severity. No guessing goes on here, and you can even avoid oral food challenges in high-risk scenarios. Accuracy in allergen immunotherapy prescription is improved, and regional data is definitely useful. It may be India definitely underrepresented in regional data worldwide. We need to do that. I think once components are available, it might be big. It might come up in a big way for helping out in representing our data in, worldwide. Unavailability is an issue. I'm sure this is being taken care of right now. Cost is the big restrictive factor. The thinking is that if there is singleplex allergens to be tested, and if the number of singleplex allergens crosses more than 4, it is better to switch over to a multiplex-based testing for diagnosing component resolved diagnosis in patients. With this, I thank you for the opportunity provided. Molecular allergology is a big topic, and I have tried to concise it in a very short way. And I thank you for the opportunity provided.
Thank you, Karthik. It was a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. Dr. Viresham, sir. Dr. Viresham.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Next talk is by Dr. A.B. Singh, Secretary of the Indian College of Allergy, Asthma and Applied Immunology. So kindly share your screen, sir. Viresham, sir, you can read the sir biodata I have sent you.
Biodata RFMS sir the pampiru kada.
It is already on the.
It is there. It is there on the slide. You can read it.
Okay, sir. Okay.
I think I've already been introduced, Dr. Surendranath. We can proceed to save some time.
Okay,
that was
fine.
very nice.
Fine. Thank you, sir.
Am I to introduce or something?
Few lines if you want.
Hello.
In my opinion, Dr. A.B. Singh is very well known to the whole audience now, and he has been introduced. Therefore, if you want to introduce in 1 or 2, 3 lines, you can do that. Otherwise, we should start his presentation, which is going to be very important to us.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal. I'll take the pleasure of introducing Dr. A.B. Singh. And A.B. Singh, I mean, the entire data is on the screen, so I will not go into the details. But the most important thing is he has done immense work on pollens in the country, and anything, he's the master of pollens in the country. So you want to know any information about on pollen specifically, then there's no other person better than Dr. A.B. Singh. And that's a very, because pollen allergy is a very common thing in the West, and it's a matter of time that will be so in India. And we really need to have more detailed information about this. And we always look to Dr. A.B. Singh for this information. Over to you, Dr. Anand Singh.
Thank you, Dr. Arif. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your very nice and compact introduction. To go ahead. Is it visible now?
Dr. Singh, इसको display mode में डाल दीजिए.
Is it okay?
It's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your kind introduction. The topic today is impact of climate change on aero allergens. In fact, this is a very, very hot topic. It's a global issue of the climate change or the global warming and how it affects the aero allergens, which are the major triggering factors of the allergic diseases, asthma or rhinitis. A lot of work has been done in the Western world, but unfortunately not much impact or the work has been done on correlating the impact of climate change on aero allergens in our country. So I will try to summarize actually. The climate change is, as of today, is one of the greatest environmental issues of our time, is a global issue. We need to act quickly and take advantage of existing solutions to prevent the irreversible damage to our planet which is happening. Natural ecosystems provide significant opportunities to cut down the emissions dramatically and also to preserve the adaptive potential of our biosphere. That is very important. An approach is a must that decreases the emissions across all the sectors and enhances the adaptive capacity of all the nations, including India. So friends, our goal should be to curb emissions or reduce the emissions and adapt to required changes to minimize the impact on the biosphere, man, animal, and the plant system. According to the 4th IPCC report on climate change in 2007, climate change was defined as an impact of human health. Future impacts that were speculated at that time were increased risks of malnutrition, infectious diseases, impacting the growth and development of the child, extreme weather conditions such as floods, windstorms, tsunamis, and so on and so forth, waterborne diseases like diarrhea and hepatitis, increased frequency of cardiovascular. These were the health issues which were deliberated in the 4th IPCC in 2007. And also it included increased incidence of allergy due to increased pollen and mold exposure because of the climatic effect. The recent IPCC data Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change that has come recently, actually about a month back in 2021, climate change is widespread and intensifying. This further addition, there is not coming down actually in spite of all the efforts, it is still intensifying. Climate change is already affecting every region of the world in a multiple way. There will be increasing heat waves, longer warmer seasons, which were predicted earlier, and the shorter cold waves with every 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in the temperature. It is speculated by 2070, it may reach to 2.7 degrees Celsius. Extreme sea level and what used to occur 100 years actually, it is sea level events which used to occur once in 100 years is now almost speculated to occur every year. So, an overview of the climate change, there is a definite scientific evidences now that rising atmospheric concentration of greenhouse gases due to human interference with the nature causes climate change or the global warming referred to. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change forecasts increase in the world average temperature by 2050 to 1.4 to maybe up to 5.8 degrees Celsius. And in one of the reports by the European study, it predicts 4 to 5 degrees Celsius by 2050 even. The unusually rapid temperature rise of 0.5 degrees Celsius from 1972 is attributed to anthropogenic increase in most of the greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, ozone, and sulfur dioxide, etc. It is also speculated that global annual rainfall will bring severe floods and storms in the coming decades, as already being experienced by us due to global warming caused by the human activities. So climate model projections, which are driven by the anticipated future greenhouse gases and aerosol emissions, definitely indicate that the Mother Earth will continue to warm and associated with increased sea level and extreme climate events. Just some manifestations of climate change, I will not go into the detail. For example, temperature rise. Orissa recorded 45.3 degrees Celsius in June 2005, and almost 2,000 lives were lost during that heat wave. Andhra Pradesh reeled under the heat wave condition 2000, killing almost 1,400 people. Even Delhi recorded more than 47 degrees Celsius on June 2017, as reported by Meteorological Department. The wetted spots, as we know, the Cherrapunji in Meghalaya in India got through the very rare rain crisis with dry spells in between the recent years. Even in North America, 225 people had died actually in July 2005 due to heat waves. Heat waves in Europe had also claimed more than 35,000 lives in 2003, and out of them, 1,500 people suffered in France alone. Similarly, manifestations are due to rain havoc. Actually, Mumbai received the highest rain. A lot of problems were issued. Even in 2013, you know what happened in the Uttarakhand area. Floods and cloudbursts in Pakistan, China, and Korea, Brazil, Italy are again symptoms of climate change. And the heavy rain and landslide actually in 2000, as you mentioned, in Uttarakhand, are some of the symptoms of the change in climatic pattern. What are the sources of major air pollutants actually? That is a greater link between the air pollution, the global warming, and the aeroallergens. So outdoor air pollution affects urban and rural areas equally, and most of the sources are that which transport, waste management, dust actually, construction activities, agricultural practices, housing. These are the major sources of pollutants everywhere. And you will be surprised to know that about 10 million people suffer from death. Actually, they are according to global estimates, deaths actually due to pollution is almost 10 million people according to 2015 data, global burden on death. Actually followed by smoking, and then AIDS and tuberculosis together. It means pollution is one of the major sources of chronic respiratory diseases death as well. Asthma was increased by 75% in USA from between 1980 to 1994. Breathing breaks down. You can see here, it was more predominant. Those who were young group actually under 17, the children. You can see here, followed by the adults actually 17 to 48 years groups. And so the asthma was more prevalent in children than in the adults. It's by age, by race also, the whites, which were in 1975 0.5 per 1 lakh, became 1.5 actually during from 1972 to 1%, almost doubled in both over a period of almost 10 years. It has already been explained that India is also increasing, allergic burden is quite high. The climate record shows, forget about the previous, but during the last 50 years, 1950 onwards, you can see here, there is a dramatic change or increase due to the various climatic factors, rate of temperature increasing, carbon dioxide concentration here you can see. So this has been a very prominent increase in the various greenhouse gases during this period. Recent data about 5 years again indicates there is a linear increase in the concentration of parts per million about the carbon dioxide. Around 375 to 380 is the fundamental basic level, actually safety level of his. But during the last 5 years in USA, it has improved to almost 385 parts per million. So friends, there is an interaction between climate change, pollution and allergens that leads to the allergic diseases. Now the question arises whether the climate change can affect the aeroallergens, because allergens are the major causative agents of the allergic diseases. So a number of studies have revealed that potential impact of climate change on aeroallergens, such as particularly the pollen grains and fungal spores, and they have got the enormous clinical significance in allergic patients. The rapid increase in incidence of allergic symptoms globally over the past few decades may also be partially attributed to the change in climate, with enormous increase in carbon dioxide and atmospheric temperature, besides the genetic predisposition of the allergic patients. However, the global warming and more concentration of carbon dioxide makes allergy season worse by increased pollen productivity, its duration, and increased fungal growth due to heavy rains. I will take up some of the examples how it has happened. For example, the impact of climate change actually in the temperature, as we all know, this is the data from US by Icaaicon et al. Group. After the December, January here, the temperature starts increasing from February, March onward here gradually. And by the time it reached March, actually, this is how the antithesis of the flowering period takes place. Means indirectly so, there is a different stages which are influenced by the pollen release due to the change in the climatic pattern. This is the data from birch pollen from London group, actually the Genome Berlin group. You can see here whatever the flowering used to be having 1970, they have a prolonged data of 30 to 40 years. That's why they are in a position to predict their pollen concentration in different years actually. From 1970 to 2009 here, we can see which used to start flowering under 105th day of the year, means right from January, has started flowering now 75th of the day of the, means that has started earlier, much earlier, giving a longer period for flowering period. The birch pollen data from Denmark, as you can see here, there are two different sites in New York and Copenhagen. There is an increase sites peak data actually in birch pollen. There is a continuous increase in the concentration of the pollen grains. Here again, then projected change in start date of pollen in Netherlands is projected, which is used to start under 70th day, 50th day has started much earlier. I mean, duration of flowering and therefore the concentration of pollen has also increased during the longer duration of the period. This is increase in birch pollen concentration. Denmark, we have already discussed. A small data from India actually. This is the data from Lucknow actually, Birbal Sahni Institute. They do 2 years continuous monitoring in 1969, 70 and 70, 71 and 1972, 3 years, and later on after a gap of 10 years, again 3-4 years. You can see this gives a small pattern. Of course, the data is very short, about 10 years. But there is a gradual increase in total concentration of pollen. You can see it means pollen concentration increasing, and that is mostly attributed to the increase in the concentration of Holotrilia pollen, which is a very, very important allergen in northern part of the country. We carried out a continuous monitoring for about 7 years. Here you can see from 1990 to 1997, and after a gap of about 10 years, again 2005 and 6. You can see here the concentration of pollen, which was ever more than 20,000 grains per cubic meter annually in 1990, has come down to almost 1,000 grains, means several fold decrease in pollen concentration. This contributes the data recorded in Lucknow. Reason being that this is the data from Delhi actually at our institute where the sampling device was installed. You can see here it is stabilized from 1993-94 because during this period a lot of activities are going on, is still going on actually in Delhi, lot of metros are coming, lot of transport, a lot of roads constructions, flyovers, and that's why vegetation has been reduced, and that could be one of the reasons, the impact of developmental activities on their pollen concentration. These again, I will just like to impact the concentration of ragweed pollen concentration and the pollen production, because CO2 is one of the greenhouse gases, increases the concentration of pollen by their activity. 350 ppm and 700 ppm, you can see the productivity of the pollen is much higher at 700. That's why indirectly the global warming is affecting the pollen production. So is the case here in spring carbon dioxide affects ragweed pollen production, by which 380 and 350, and middle of them you can see here that are the data. In the initial stage it was at this much, but it has come down to this now, but the peak was here somewhere in the middle of the season. This shows the impact of climate change and the indicators of climate change and the pollen grains. In rural areas, you can see the concentration of pollen is not that much affected, semi-rural less affected. Suburban and cities actually far more affected. This simultaneously at 4 different places the sampling was done, and you can see here the concentration in urban areas and semi-urban areas are much higher than in the rural areas. We did some work on find out the impact of these gases, SO2 and NO2, on pollen production and pollen morphology. The impact of exposure to different concentrations, what we try to express, does it really impact the concentration of pollen or the morphology of the pollen grains in the air, and also its antigenic properties. So pollen exposed to 100 microgram per unit, 305, increasing doses of concentration, increasing durations, right from 12 hours to 48 hours, and sometimes even to 72 hours. You can see here these pollen grains get impacted. There's not a simple pollen, because the moisture is taking out, and then the surface of the pollen gets impacted because of the higher concentration of exposure to sulfur dioxide. So in the case of nitrogen dioxide, we did again the same experiment under different concentrations and different durations of these pollen grains, with jointly with sulfur dioxide, and because in the air they coexist together, and we found far more remarkable maximum losses, the morphological features of changes in the morphological features as well as antigenic features of the pollen grains. So we did actually total soluble protein content in the exposed ones for sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, and together with sulfur dioxide, nitrogen exposed to different durations and concentrations here. We found that very interesting that at the 8 hours only, most of the proteins are released, and after that there is a slower concentration, and at higher concentration, higher doses, almost there is no protein. So maximum concentration has been per protein get degraded after 8 hours of the exposure. So friends, the human activities lead to the increase in the atmospheric concentration or global warming of the carbon dioxide, increased temperature, earlier pollen season and pollen season duration, and pollen allergenicity used to be altered due to the increased duration of the pollen concentration, plant growth, germination, pollen quantity, exposure to allergens is increased, sensitization to allergens is increased, leading to the severity of asthma. This is the one actually very nicely summarized by Paul Bex et al. From the Australia. This is the one, how it impacts the climate change, increases the allergens, actually this allergenic potential, as well as its concentration and duration in the atmosphere. So finally, to summarize, human activities are resulting in increased greenhouse gases and temperature, leading to the changes in climate. Number of studies have revealed potential impact of climate change on aeroallergens, which may have enormous clinical impact. There is also some evidence of impact on other aeroallergens such as fungal spores and mites. Therefore, it is important to make its public health authorities and allergy practitioners aware of the climate change in the environment, and research scientists embrace the challenges that face further in this area of our country, particularly impact of climate change on allergens. This the group actually we are invited in the Seoul, actually one of the climate meets where we represented India with respect to the allergic disease and pollen allergies. Thank you very much for your patient reading. I had to rush through because of the shortage of time. And I thank again the chairman.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You can stop sharing. Viresham?
Yeah, I'll just answer.
Viresham?
Hello, hello, sir.
Yeah. You can introduce the next lecture.
Arif Ahmed, sir.
Yeah. It is a panel discussion.
Hello.
Hello.
Can I get to share my screen?
Yes.
Hello, I am happy to introduce Dr. Arif Ahmed, sir. He is an eminent professor. He is now working at Shadan Medical College, sir. He is author of a book on winning over allergies. He trained at Royal Manchester, UK. And Dr. Arif Ahmed, sir, delivered over more than 150 lectures nationally and internationally. He is also a coordinator, national coordinator for PALS. I am very happy to introduce Arif Ahmed, sir, to the counter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. So today's we have a very case-based management of food allergy, a panel discussion, and I have a very eminent panel consists of Dr. Srinivas, Dr. Suman, and Dr. Spurti. Now, Dr. Srinivas, he has done his MRC PH and then followed by FRC PH from UK, and then he did a diploma in allergy and asthma, and he has many publications to his credit. Followed by Dr. Suman, who has done the diploma in allergy and asthma from CMC Vellore, and is a practicing allergist in Hyderabad, and is a lead consultant in Ankura Hospital. And Dr. Spurti, who has done her residency in US, in pediatrics, and then subsequently did a fellowship in allergy from Singapore. And she has done also immense work and is attached to Rainbow Children's Hospital as an allergist. So we have total of 7 cases. We are going to play it like a cricket match. The first 5 cases will be like a T20 match, and the last 2 will be like a one-day match. So I request my panelists to be very quick in the initial ones. Okay, so the whole purpose of this is because if you see on the screen, this is from the Western world, Singapore and New Zealand, Hong Kong, the progress of respiratory allergic epidemic. So it started way back in the 60s. Okay, it peaked at around 90. Peaked at in 1980, and then
Arif sir,
please.
Arif sir,
yes.
Can you change the slide mode Can you change the slide mode there? Because the slide
Why?
is not
What's
moving.
the problem?
Make it start from the beginning. You have to change the slide mode. It is not, the slide is not
What's
moving.
the problem? Everybody can see it, right?
The slide is not moving.
No, it will move.
Okay, fine.
Can you see this? I can see the allergy epidemic. Can you see that graph on the screen?
No, we can't see, sir. We can only see your name.
Arif Ahmed's slide is there. The other slides are not
slide
seen.
is there. You have to click on to slideshow.
Slide?
You have to click on to slideshow and put it from beginning.
Okay. All right, good.
Just press on the slideshow.
Wait. Escape. Now I stop sharing.
Yeah.
Then again I share screen. Now I think you have stopped sharing. Somebody, I can't share this slide. Somebody has done something from there. Okay. Right. Can you see it?
Yeah. Now what you do is you just press on the slideshow, sir. Put your cursor on the slideshow first. Slideshow above in the top.
Yeah.
Put it on the slideshow. Press the slideshow button.
Where is the slideshow?
Above. Insert design up. Animations and slideshow will be there. Yeah, just above. Just press on the slideshow there.
If you can come down and press also, there is one cup like, yeah, press it.
Yeah, now you can see it. Can you see
Okay,
the
sir.
graph?
Okay, continue.
Can you see the graph?
Wait a minute.
Can you see the graph?
No, sir.
No.
Resume, huh?
No, sir, we can't
It's
see
a
it.
blank screen, sir.
Why
Okay, you
I
can
can
put
see
it-
the graph.
Put it like previous only. Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay, continue, sir. No problem. Continue.
No, but if you can't see the slide, what is the use?
No, we can see the slide now, but you have to press it. What you have to do is, in the top cursor, there are 4 things. Insert, design, animations, and slideshow. You have to just press slideshow.
Yeah, the slideshow,
Just
right?
press it once. Press it.
Yeah. Can you see the slide? Can you see it? I'm moving it.
No, sir. When you're pressing, something is happening. We can see only a screen with some design on that, like a blank screen. When you're going to slide.
Can you see the slideshow?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you see the
Continue
slide now?
with this mode. Continue with this mode
sir.
only.
Continue. Now it's moving. Continue.
Okay. I think when I'm making it on the slideshow, it is going blank. Something is happening.
Yeah, something
Okay. Anyway, let's see. This is the slide which has. Now, can you see the slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what has happened was there was a 20
Arif,
year. So
stop that clipboard. Close that clipboard first.
Huh?
Left side there is clipboard is there. You close that.
Huh?
Close that clipboard. Yeah, close that.
Now can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Now it is better.
Okay. So there was this plateau in the 80s with the increased use of inhalation therapy. And then after a 20-year lag, there has been an epidemic of food allergy and skin allergies. So it is only a matter of time, looking in India, that we are 20 to 30 years behind them, that with increased use, after the increased use of inhalation, and now with increased westernization of our diet, we will be seeing very soon an epidemic of food and skin allergies. So that is the importance of having this program today. So the questions to be addressed are, how do we differentiate the different food abnormalities? How do we interpret the results? We look into food-induced anaphylaxis. Do dietary restrictions prevent food allergies? And if time permits, how can doctors help prevent their patients getting food allergies? So with this, we come to the first case. Can you see the case?
Yes, sir. We can see
A
the
mother
case.
gets a 5-year-old son with repeated nasal congestion and cough. She says that this cold is aggravated with banana fruit. So what we did was a prick-to-prick test and a specific IG blood test was done for banana, which was negative. Also going back into the history, there was no history of rash, no itching, no swelling, and no gastrointestinal symptoms. So Dr. Suman, you deal with a lot of respiratory allergies, which is very common in your practice, and especially you are a specialist in asthma. So I'm sure you must be getting such a case. And what do you do, and how would you interpret this case?
The first point is this is a non-IG mediated reaction. That's for sure. Whatever, if the parents are suspecting it to be a reaction, then it's a non-IG mediated, as the prick-to-prick test is absolutely negative. And second thing is, I would allow the mother to continue with banana, because there is no chances of this child developing any anaphylaxis or a severe problem. Second, only thing what I would look at is, sometimes there will be a cross reaction with other allergens such as pollen or latex. Banana is known to have a cross reaction with it. But if it's only running nose and the IG is negative, I would recommend the banana to be continued.
Yes, Dr. Jakka, why do you think this child is getting this reaction with banana?
One possibility could be some foods contain histamine, which can cause local reaction. That's other one. Other possibility is oral allergy syndrome, where there will be cross reaction between pollen and raw fruits and vegetables. These are the two possibilities.
If you just tell me which are the foods which contain a lot of histamine and can cause such local reactions. Can you name some food?
Yes, sir. Banana is one food, and some citrus also can contain histamines.
Any other ones you know of? Yes, Dr. Spurti. Is Dr. Spurti around? I think Dr. Spurti is not.
Can you hear me, sir? Sorry, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah. Can you name some foods which will cause such local reaction which may be containing histamine?
Some cheeses could do it, and also chocolate, and also coffee to some extent, though not directly histamine, but as a neuro stimulator.
Okay, in which the probable test will come negative.
Yes, sir.
Right?
But yes, sir.
Okay, I think now we'll go on to the next case. Okay, a 14-year-old boy with history of wheeze in childhood developed articular rash and swelling of lips on ordering Hyderabadi biryani from a takeaway. He responded to emergency treatment in the ER, and that was like some steroids and antihistaminics given. There was no evidence of any anaphylaxis in this. History of similar but mild episodes in past on takeaway biryani. But the interesting thing was that no such episodes on home cooked biryani. So what I did was I did a skin prick test on some of the components of the home cooked biryani, and that was always negative. So Dr. Spurti, how would you interpret this one when it comes to you?
So I think it again depends upon what was used additionally in the store-bought ones, which would be the preservatives, I assume, and the coloring agents. And again, that would become a confounding factor if the home-cooked biryani also.
You have to unmute yourself, Dr. Spurti. You have to unmute yourself. I think the host muted everyone. So Dr. Arif and Dr. Spurti, please unmute yourself. Dr. Arif, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Go on. Yes, Dr. Spurti.
We can't hear you.
Unmuted, Dr. Spurti. Unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, go on.
Sorry. So I think it's the coloring agents and the preservatives, which is mostly present in the store-bought ones. Again, it would be a confounding factor if the same coloring agents are used in home biryani as well, but I assume here it's not. And the notorious ones I would think would be the red colored ones and the yellow colored coloring agents, which are the carmine and the tartrazine.
So can you tell me the chemical names?
Yeah,
what are the chemicals?
Carmine would be the red, and I think it's the tartrazine would be the yellow, and an orange, which is Anita. So that would be the yellow, and sulfites as well here, which is used as a preservative.
So what you would advise is tell them not to take use biryanis with any food with coloring agents, right?
Yes, it's just not the biryanis, but also because as pediatrician we see a lot of children with lollipops, like with all the colored ones.
Excellent.
So I would do that.
Okay, we get on to the third case. So we have a 2-month-old boy exclusively breastfed. Okay, exclusively breastfed, given supplemental bottle of cow's milk formula. And 4 hours later, he developed profuse vomiting and diarrhea, lethargy and sepsis-like picture, and was taken to ER. Dr. Chakka, if this case comes to you, what would be considered? I mean, these are the options given, but you can have anything. That's your take, your explanation about this case.
Yes, sir. A young infant with severe profuse vomiting, diarrhea, lethargy, and sepsis. As a pediatrician, first thing obviously would be to think about and treat as sepsis. But I would also think about FPIES as a second differential diagnosis as well.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Suman.
Yes, sir.
What is your take on this?
It's the same thing, sir. Here, what happens is the other two options which you are given are very unlikely. Intussusception usually presents after 5 to 6 months, obviously most of the times in children. And it usually presents with high fever and sepsis-like symptoms. And volvulus is totally severe pain. Rather than vomiting, it's more of a pain, and unlike sepsis-like picture, it's more of a pain. So I would rather compound with Icaaicon. It is more of sepsis. We rule it out sepsis because there's no fever out here, as you have said. But though it looks like a sepsis-like picture, we'd go with FPIES rather than anything else out here. But provided we rule out sepsis out in this child.
Okay, you want to rule out sepsis and all. Yes, Dr. Spurti, would you not think of intussusception and volvulus?
Yeah, actually, I think here in this case, if it's not an allergy meeting, FPIES would be my last in the differentials. I would think about intussusception, volvulus, sepsis, and FPIES would be my last. Because more so it's a diagnosis of, yes, I would think of all.
Okay, you want to think of all. I agree with you on that. I think of all, but and like that but the important thing is, since we as an allergy meeting, we are talking about FPIES, and that is an important thing, because if this case was presented in some other meeting, they would not talk about FPIES, Okay, that point which I brought, that this being an allergy meeting, we're talking about FPICE. So FPICE is a new thing which you have to think of. Okay, and that is, but we cannot forget the other three. As Dr. Suman said, the age-wise and all. Yes, I agree with him. But yes, we have to keep that at the back of the mind. We get on to the next case. Yes, Dr. Srinivas. Sorry, Dr. Suman. Yes. 2 months boy presents to the ER. He has failure to thrive. He has abdominal distension. He has tachypnea and moderate dehydration. A week ago, there was diarrhea, irritability, and blood in stools. Changed to zero lac. As symptoms did not improve, her pediatrician changed to isomil. Diarrhea, on the contrary, deteriorated and now has metabolic acidosis, pH is 7.1, base excess 13 with a bicarb of 10. Hemoglobin is low, platelets are normal, hypokalemia, and WBC is 11,000, slightly raised platelets. There's an erythematous patch on the neck, trunk, and around the mouth. Now, because of this slide presentation, the diagnosis is already there. So, do you agree with that this is CMPA?
There is no doubt about the diagnosis, but two things out here. What actually pediatricians do get confused out here is, no doubt, introduction of cow's milk has resulted in this symptom. And because the symptoms are there is blood loss and the child is in shock, you definitely think about CMPA. But what other things are added is, sometimes the cow milk protein allergy also cross reacts. Most of the children who have got cow milk protein allergy also have a cross reaction with soy protein also. So even if you give alternative foods, the child might deteriorate even further because they'll have a cross reaction to it. That's some point which we need to keep in mind. Yes, introduction of cow milk, definitely we need to link up CMP.
Good. We have to cross reaction with soy. Yes, Dr. Spurti, you want to add anything on this?
Yes, I would agree to that. Just the erythematous patch on neck, I assume if it is atopic dermatitis, if that's the reason that you've mentioned it there, or otherwise it could be a mixed reaction as well. If it were to be hives.
Like?
If it were to be hives, it could again be a mixed reaction as well. But I assume that could be atopic dermatitis, erythematous patches on the neck.
Okay, anyway, we'll get on to the next case. Now, 6 months old baby, Rahul, was previously well, breastfed, vomited 3 hours after the first formula feed. No other symptoms. Settled spontaneously by the next day. So we said it's probably a gastroenteritis. We continued the breastfeeding. Tried again with a bottle 1 month later. After 2 hours, profuse vomiting, became pale, floppy, shocked, no rash, sepsis-like picture, take it to ER. No response to IM adrenaline, improved with IV fluids. SPT and IgE to milk was negative. So, Dr. Jakka, this is a case. What diagnosis should be considered in your opinion?
Yes, sir. So this child had a second reaction to milk when he was given exposed to formula milk, and it's a non-IgE mediated reaction because both SPT and IgE are negative. And he responded.
No, 1 minute. Suppose if the SPT and IgE were not done, we got this thing done, but when the case has come to you.
Okay, so I had a similar case. So I would think about
let's not talk about the investigation.
Yeah. Okay. So even if the SPT and IgE were negative.
No. What I'm saying is, if in an emergency before the test is done, what would be your take?
I get your point, sir. They were not done, but with this presentation, with the severe reaction, I would still have to think about FPICE, sir, because it can present in 2 ways: acute and chronic FPICE as well. So I would still think about FPICE in this child.
Yes,
of course, you should also think about in our
country.
In our country, we should also think about infection as well if the non-hygienic method was given for preparation of food. But with such a profuse vomiting, pale, floppy, shock, sepsis-like picture, I saw 3 or 4 children where the final diagnosis was FPICE.
Okay, yes, Purti, why would you not think of cow's milk allergy in this?
Yes, so I would not think about cow's milk allergy because the symptoms are predominantly gastrointestinal symptoms. And the symptoms acted within 2 hours after the onset of intake, whereas with a typical IgE-mediated cow's milk allergy, you expect the symptoms to see very quickly within 1 hour or so.
I'll put it to Dr. Spurti.
Sir, I mean, this is definitely cow's milk allergy. It's just that it's a non-IgE mediated, and as Dr. Jakka sir has said.
No, I'm saying why cannot it be? What would he say from the except for the test? before doing the test, when this patient has come to you, why would you say is not cow's
So,
milk?
and see, another thing is skin prick test and IgE might mean nothing even if it were to be IgE mediated because it's such an young patient, a 2-month-old. Wherein the SPT and IgE may be still negative.
Let's
even
not
if
talk
they're-
about SPT. Let's not talk about the test. Before that.
Sir, if there are respiratory and skin and mucosal symptoms as well, along with the GIT, I would think more about CMPS, sir.
Yes.
But predominant GIT symptoms, I would first think about, because there's a GIT reaction, I would first think about...
Dr. Jaka, in an acute case, because of the collapse, you may not see the rash.
No, second would be CMPS, sir. Second, I wouldn't rule out the cause.
What is in this case, which will goes against CMPA in the history?
Onset, sir. Onset within rapid onset, I would think about CMPA. And FPIs can happen 1 to 3 hours after the intake of food. That's one thing.
Look, what I would like to point out at this point is very important. No response to IM adrenaline.
Yes, sir. That's what I was saying. Lack of response to adrenaline and response to only.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear that. Yeah. This response to adrenaline in CMPA, you would have had a beautiful response to adrenaline, yes, right?
Yes, sir.
Agreed.
Yeah, agreed, sir.
Okay, so that's what it is. But now, since there was no response to IM adrenaline, we would think of FPIs in this case.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Dr. Suman, if you would just tell our audience about what is this new, because many of them don't know what is FPIs. So if you would just tell them about this acute, what is FPIs, acute FPIs?
So FPIs is basically an allergic reaction to the intestine, gastrointestinal symptom, and it's a non-IgE mediated reaction. Mostly reaction to the dairy products such as milk, cow's milk, may be sometimes to soya and sometimes to rice products, very rarely to the rice products, most commonly to soya and dairy products. Here, because it is non-IgE mediated, there will be a local reaction, local inflammatory reaction, which results in severe vomitings, diarrhea, floppy infant, and the child will be completely dehydrated. That would be the symptom. And the most common treatment for this is to give IV fluids and see that the child is well hydrated and to take the food away, eliminate the food away. And here, significantly, the IgE would be negative for this child.
Dr. Spurti, have you seen any cases of FPIs in your practice?
I've got 6 patients, sir, of FPIs.
Okay, that's excellent because I've seen only one case, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, we come to the next case.
Just to add, there is very small atypical FPIs where there will be IgE positive also, but they make only 20 to 25%.
Okay. Now this is a case. Now this is a longer case. Okay. So we have this 10-month-old girl, is an NRI, okay, brought from US. She had atopic dermatitis. Now the history was she was bottle fed in the first month, and then it was breastfeeding. She was weaned at 6 months, and they were strict vegetarians. This baby at now 10 months is strictly on pulses, wheat, rice diet, and vegetables, and occasionally some fruits. Both mother and baby off milk. Totally, since once when it was given, reacted adversely in the form of severe rash and vomiting, right? So now when they came, these were the tests which were done by me. Dr. Spurti, now based on what you see out here, all these results, what would you advise regarding each of these food items based on these results? Because the parents are concerned, what I should give, what I should not give, that's it.
So basically,
you start from each one from top.
Right. I know. I just want to mention this, sir. So what this would mean would be sensitizations. If the foods were not introduced and we don't know what the clinical reaction is, then this would only mean sensitizations, whatever numbers we see for all the foods here. So peanut, I would like to just go back and see what were introduced. I think all the lentils were introduced, rice was introduced. If the peanut was not introduced, but if it is more than 100 and skin prick test is 5, then I would say it is sensitization, but I would be very scared because it could be a severe allergy as well. So even if I should challenge this patient, if I should ask this patient to take it, I would definitely do this, especially for peanut in the hospital setting in this patient. I know the total IgE is 1800, but still it's not directly proportional. And coming to almond also, I would say the same thing. It's 89. Again, it could be sensitization, but we're not sure. The same thing with all the nuts here, which is cashew nut.
No. Almond is only 3 mm. It's only 3 mm.
It's 3 mm, sir, but I think again the age of the child is only 10 months. So even 2 millimeters sometimes could be considered positive if it is a child who is less than 1 or 2 years of age.
Okay, so I'll give the history. I'll add on information. The child was taking almond milk.
If there is almond milk, then I wouldn't have done the test also for almond, because that only means sensitization.
Because of the nut panel, they included almond also.
Yes. So I would tell them that this is just sensitization. I would re-emphasize the same thing and ask them to continue taking it.
So what you're saying is that a high value of 89.5 or 40 doesn't have much value.
Doesn't have much value. It is only sensitization and not allergy, as long as the child is taking almond milk.
Okay. Now, what about next cashew nut?
A cashew nut, again, it's a sensitization and it looks like an allergy, but then again, it's difficult to say. And especially for the nuts such as peanut and again cashew nut here, I would challenge the patient in the hospital.
But if you see the size is 8 mm, it's quite a big one for a 10-month-old child.
Yes, so that's what I would challenge.
You still want to challenge them?
Yes, I would. Because almond was almond was 89 and she was able to take almond milk. So then I would do it. But 8 millimeters for a 2-year-old child, a 10-month-old child is huge. Usually we don't see food allergies of 8 millimeters for a 10-month-old, but still I would give that. But sometimes I would give the option to parents.
The question is, would you challenge or would you tell them to just avoid?
I would challenge them. It's just a 10-month-old child. So most of the parents would be willing to do it gradually. So I wouldn't do everything at once, but maybe over a period of time, I would definitely do it.
Okay.
And hazelnut and pistachio, I think again, cashew and pistachio, there is a lot of cross reactivity, about 90% I believe. So I would do only to cashew nut, and if it is and pistachio, I would ask to avoid. And coming to walnut also, I think here this becomes very important. So the component resolved diagnostics. If the RH8 was RH8 was positive, I think this is a good case. Then I would think it's a cross reactions. And Kabuli chana also. I think all this I would except for I think gluten here, wheat again, because it is tricky. So wheat, because even a person with the specific IG of 3 might be very allergic to wheat. Even a person with 100 of wheat might be able to tolerate it. So it becomes tricky until we challenge this as well.
But he was eating wheat, but the child was taking wheat.
If the child is wheat, that's what I'm not very sure of the previous slide what he was taking. But if he's taking wheat, then there is no point in challenging at all. We should just ask them to continue it.
Soya,
it was not tested. It's 3 millimeters. Again, I would give it. I think he was not able to take milk, no sir. So I think I would definitely test soya in this case. It's not tested, but I would test soya.
But it's allergy to milk, no? So as Dr. Suman said, cross reaction.
But it's only 30%. And most of the times, parents would be very anxious that they're not getting any kind of protein properly. If not milk, then at least soya should be given. So I think in my list, this would be the first thing I would test. Soya challenge.
Milk, he had a reaction. So
he had a reaction. So he had a reaction.
Okay, Dr. Srinivas, would you go for challenge in those which are 8 mm and above? That's my question. Is it easy doing a food challenge?
Sir, a part depends on how keen the parents are to do that particular food and how essential a particular food is. So I would look at these two things as well. Apart from, and when the MS studies, the more the SPT, like more 8 mm and above, correlates well with clinical reaction. So that is one. So say for example, if something like hazelnut is very high, but something not taken regularly, I wouldn't worry about challenging those foods. But if some foods the parents are really keen to start on them, or some foods which are components of day-to-day foods, like say for example peanuts, then if parents want to start them, then these are the foods I would go for oral challenge in hospital.
Yeah, but cashew nut is a very commonly used thing in foods and all. So it can come anywhere in any sweets and any this one.
Yeah. Again, I would tell the parents that the higher the SPT, the greater the chance, although it's not diagnostic of allergy, the greater the possibility of having an allergic reaction. So either the chance is either they avoid cashew nuts and we try later when 2 years and above, or if the parents want to give cashew nuts, then I would give a challenge in the hospital. But I would say that the higher the SPT, the greater the chance of an allergic reaction.
So your point, Dr. Srinivas, you say that the higher the size of the SPT, the greater the chance, and avoid doing food challenge, goes straight away for avoidance. That's what you're saying?
If the parents, depends on the how important the food is and what the parents want to do also, sir. We need to look at those also.
How easy is it doing a food challenge? Do you do it commonly? That's the question.
We don't do it very commonly, sir, but where we want to confirm the diagnosis, then we definitely do, but it's a laborious and time-taking process.
Yeah, so considering that the amount it is laborious and the food can be avoided, so we just label these as allergic and move on, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, the only thing here, sir, in this children with atopic dermatitis, where the total IgEs are very high, both there is a high possibility of false positives.
Well, I agree on that point, but we are not talking about 10,000, 20,000. It's just 1,800. But you have a very high skin prick test also. I agree on that point, that when the total IgE is raised, I mean, even the specific IgE might go up, right?
Yes, sir. So,
but here even the skin prick test is coming significantly positive for a 10-month-old child.
Yes, sir. I mean, I would say that a majority of parents in this scenario might want not to take that risk. There might be a proportion of parents who might want to give cashew nut. In that case, I would do. But if the parents are okay not to give and avoid that, I would say, you might as well avoid it.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I would just tell them to avoid those which are because what I want to point out to the audience is that there is you cannot go by specific IgE, because here we have a specific IgE with only 51 and the child reacted adversely. With 89.40, the child did not react adversely. So the levels are not actually directly proportional to clinical allergies. That's what is the point which I want to bring about. Right. So basically, as Dr. Spurti, you're talking about the food component analysis, stable allergens and labile allergens, and we had just now a lecture on that by Dr. Karthik. So looking at this slide, if you could just tell us about this briefly in a minute about this component analysis, like what a pediatrician should get an idea about, and how helpful is it from the point of stable and labile allergens and for the future of the child. Yes.
So sure.
Make it quick.
So yeah. If specifically taking into this slide into consideration for peanuts, ARA-H2 is the one that I would consider for prognosis. If in case the person comes and asks us that if my child is going to have peanut allergy for life, and if the ARA-H2 is high, then that's what I'm going to tell them. Probably the reaction is going to be severe and probably he's not going to outgrow peanut. And if ARA-H8 is high, again, as Dr. Karthik has mentioned, most likely it's cross-reactivity to the nuts. And the other things I wouldn't really worry about. I mean, the ARA-H2 and the ARA-H0 are the things which are usually look into. And again, coming into the egg components, if it is over mucoid, which is the stable
no, for
allergen.
This one, let's talk about
I think this one,
only.
yeah, this one is, these are the two things that are commonly done, sir. ARA-H2 and ARA-H8, and these were the things I used to do earlier.
Okay,
H2,
that's it.
Yeah.
But if what about if the others are high, what would you say?
I think I have no experience in the other things. Only these two things were being ordered
Dr.
earlier.
Jaka.
So
if the instead of ARA-H1, H2 is ARA-5 or 6 is high, then what would you advice would you give? If ARA,
sorry, sir, I couldn't.
The question is, Spurti talked about H1 and H2. I'm saying the importance of the other ones.
Sorry, sir, H2 and H8 I was telling about. H2 and H8.
Yeah.
H8 is for the cross reactivity. H2 is the prognostic indicator for severity.
Yeah, and the others?
H2 and H6 also, both of them indicate high risk of severe allergic reactions, sir. Whereas the storage components like H2, they're very sensitive for diagnosing the allergies.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think that's point. We'll go on to the next one. Now, this is a final case, and it's a long case. So this was a case when I was working in UK. This case had come at that time, and I saw this case myself. So that's what I'm presenting now. And this case was really very well worked up and well investigated. So has been brought forward for the audience to understand the different aspects of management of food allergies, especially in an emergency. So we had this 3-year-old girl, which is known case of peanut allergy and asthma since the age of 2.5 years of age. She had a skin prick test, which was positive for peanuts. EpiPen was prescribed. She was carrying the EpiPen, that is, and since then, but never used it. And then later she was lost for pediatric follow-up. And the asthma and the peanut allergy was managed by the general practitioner. The last EpiPen was prescribed in July 2010. And I saw this patient in 2011. Okay, there was a mild reaction to peanut at 5 years of age, which required no treatment. Now, on the 24th and 26th August, on a holiday, the child was given chicken tikka masala and was eaten in an English pub. Okay, now this is a very important thing because there is, from where you eat and how it is prepared, it counts a lot. Then on 20th August, she came back from the holiday at 4 p.m. At 9 p.m., there was a party at friend's house, was attended with mom. Chicken tikka masala was ordered from an Indian takeaway. She had eaten from an English takeaway, now it was from an Indian takeaway. She reassured mother that she had taken chicken tikka masala in Wales, but there was no reaction. 10 p.m. the food is delivered, and within 15 minutes, there's tingling sensation, swollen lips, and SOBs, signs of breathlessness. Didn't have EpiPen with her. Antihistaminic tablet, salbutamol inhalers was given by the mom, and within 20 minutes, the 999 was called. The ambulance arrived within 15 minutes, and adrenaline 0.5 mg IM was given in the left deltoid. Ambulance crew felt severe allergic reaction. They gave salbutamol nebulization and IV chlorpheniramine. Repeat adrenaline was given, 0.5 mg left deltoid with IV fluids was started. Marked clinical improvement, fully conscious, talking in sentences. The ambulance left home. Now it's almost 45 minutes is over from the time that she consumed the the food. Okay, I mean the reaction started. Okay, so admitted in the A&E, fully conscious, swollen lips and tongue, saturation 98% on 10 liters of oxygen, and all the parameters are now normal. Heart rate, respiratory rate, and BP. It's given hydrocortisone, salbutamol, and ipratropium nebulization. At 11:30, 0.5 mg was given another shot, further improvement clinically, and referred, and in the ER this is, and referred to the pediatric team for admission. So now almost, I would say, is 1 hour, 15 minutes is over from the time the symptoms started. At 11:45, was seen by pediatric team, comfortable, good air entry. There was extensive wheezing, but ECG and chest X-ray was arranged, which is normal. And now 2 hours, she is laughing, this chatting, this joking, saturation 100% on 10 liters of oxygen. Respiratory rate is, all vitals are normal, here what you see. But suddenly, that is now almost 2 hours from the time that the first symptoms appeared, this sudden breathlessness, felt warm, irritable, lips and tongue started swelling again. There's throat pain, child couldn't breathe. Again, IM adrenaline was given, crash bleed. So what they did was immediately shift to the this one, further deterioration, and her saturations fell in spite of being on oxygen. She collapsed with a big vomit, resuscitation initiated. She was intubated by consultant anesthetist. Some improvement, saturation more than 92%, but over the next 10-15 minutes again, she started deteriorating. Difficult to ventilate, adrenaline was given through the endotracheal tube, bronchoscopy was done, IV adrenaline bolus and infusion was given, salbutamol, Maxalf, aminophalin, everything that you can think of. CPR declared after she was declared unsuccessful after prolonged resuscitation at 2:55. That means it was now almost 4 hours since the food was consumed. We did this is the IG levels, this is the peanut specific IG, and this is the tryptase levels. Pre-mortem, the study, the levels were these: 1200, more than 100, and 5.3. Post-mortem, the level was 210, 38.4, and the tryptase is 12.3. Lips and tongue swelling was there, prominent laryngeal edema, mucus plugging of small airways with prominent edema and eosinophilic infiltration. Tikka masala recipe contains mixed nuts, 90% peanuts and 10% almonds. Now, Dr. Srinivas, you have gone through this whole case, okay? What is the message? What are the important points which you want to give to the audience from this case?
The firstly, sir, if the child had EpiPen with her and had taken it straight away, probably we could have avoided the scenario. That's one thing. So that illustrates the importance of.
So my question to you, we do not have EpiPen. So what would you advise? We do not have EpiPen, and if it's available, it's very costly. So what would you advise for such patients?
Yeah, we can give. We have adrenaline injection vials though, so we can give either preloaded or we can give them injection vials to be kept at home at all times.
What is the problem of preloaded? That's what. Can you tell us?
Yeah, it's light sensitive, sir, and it gets denatured after some time, so it has to be covered in a light proof or light protected casings when we do that.
Okay, all right. Any other points you want to mention?
Yeah, other thing is, sir, severe anaphylactic reactions, sometimes they can have biphasic or rebound reactions as well. So 20% of anaphylaxis can have rebound, and it can happen from 8 to 72 hours as well. So severe reactions, I think I would at least monitor this child for 24 hours to make sure that there is no biphasic or rebound reactions, and to make sure that the child is observed and monitored during this period. And thirdly, we have to be very cautious when people are allergic to certain foods. We have to be very cautious about the products what we are eating, especially foods we are eating outside or buying ready-made foods.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Suman.
The thing out here is most of the management is done right. There's no issue about it. But only thing is any child who suffers from anaphylaxis needs to be admitted in the hospital straight away. Even if they're housed, they need to be shifted to the hospital. Though the child might appear stable, as Jekka said, 20% of the children might have a rebound anaphylaxis. Second important point, as you have rightly stressed, is the tryptase levels. Tryptase levels might not, help the child in the present scenario, might help the child in the future scenarios, where we might know what kind of, scenarios the child might be facing. That's something which we need to keep in mind. It should be done in the first hour of anaphylaxis in order to have a better result.
Okay, Dr. Spurti.
I think I would agree to all what's been said. So if the ambulance would have taken the child with them, probably hydrocortisone would have been given after a few minutes of adrenaline itself, rather than coming to the hospital and taking it again, in view of the biphasic reaction.
Anything else? So, can you tell me something about the tryptase level, the importance of tryptase?
So tryptase would, sorry.
Sorry, Dr. Shpulti, I think.
Tryptase would indicate the mast cell release, basically. And as Dr. Sumana said, usually, it would continue to rise in the first 4 hours, from 1 hour to 15 minutes to 4 hours after the reaction. And so if in case there is a doubt, in this case, there is no doubt that it's an anaphylactic reaction, because it's a known case of a peanut allergy. But if we have cases wherein we're not sure what the reaction could be and if it is anaphylaxis or no, in that case, I think tryptase would be important for the future cases, for the future scenarios for the same child. And sometimes in 30%, I think tryptase may not be high also.
I think we are running short of time.
Yeah, it's over. Last case.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Srinivas.
Couple of things, sir. One is tryptase will be useful for diagnosis of anaphylaxis, especially when the baseline levels are known. So if the very high baseline levels to begin with, it will suggest mastocytosis or other disorders. Elevated from baseline would suggest an anaphylactic reaction.
Yeah, the only problem with tryptase is a very costly test.
Yes, sir.
So anyway, so let's get on.
It has to be taken within 3 hours of the onset of reaction.
Yes, it should be taken within 3 hours, and more for parenteral injections. If it is an injectable or if it is a bite.
Other use will be medico-legal cases, and where the cause of death is not known. Postmortem
yes, you are right. For medico-legal cases, there's that's very important. For medico-legal, it can be very important. Okay, let's get on to the next one. So as we end, dietary restriction prevent food allergy. Dr. Spurti, what is the take on that? Quick.
So, I think I didn't understand the question very well, but if it is dietary restrictions, even before giving the food to the patient, as in peanuts or cashew nuts, which are introduced later on, which was advocated earlier, a few years ago, before the LEAP study has come out, then I would say that's changed, and then it should be introduced as early as possible. But if it is a known food allergy patient, then we would definitely avoid it.
Okay, so early introduction is important. Okay, so right. With all this, I thank the audience and I thank the panelists for their discussion, for filling in this completing within the time. And what we have tried to do is to bring out as many cases to create an awareness about food allergies. In fact, to discuss food allergy is something very unknown, a very what you call mystical thing in amongst the doctors. So I hope this panel discussion has been able to create an awareness about food and food allergy amongst our viewers. Thank you, one, and thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Arif Ahmed, for a wonderful case discussion, and the panelists, Dr. Sumat, Dr. Suchitra, and Srinivas Jakran have done excellently well. Thank you very much for your participation. Now we'll break for lunch for half an hour. We don't have much time. So 1:45 to 2:15 we'll break for the lunch. We'll start the session at 2:15. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Surendranath.
Stop sharing, Arif. Sir, we'll start at 2:15, sir. 2:15. Well, unmute, sir. Unmute, sir.
So you will start at 2:15, no? Hello? अभी 2:15 बोला.
Dr. Surendra?
Dr. A.V. Singh, sir.
I'm hearing you. Tell me.
2:15 ना?
अब वो कहते यही रहे हैं अभी जैसा बोला है.
ठीक है फिर. Okay.
Sir, shall we start at 2:15, sir?
Okay, all right. This because your panel discussion was very long, so ठीक है. 2:15 is okay. Go ahead.
Dr. Surendra, we are going to start 2:15.
Yeah.
We are going to start at.
You hear me, sir? We'll start at 2:15. 2:15. Unmute, sir. Unmute. You can unmute, sir.
No, I have unmuted.
You're a co-host. You can unmute.
Yeah, I have done it. We start at 2:15. Or what time you have allotted?
Unmute yourself, sir.
Dr. God.
I have unmuted, bhai.
Dr. God.
Yes.
Sir, unmute. You have to unmute at your end, sir.
15 actually. The next session is just finished few minutes back. That's why
I know. I was hearing that, and so it is 2:15 now. Is going to start.
2:15. Yeah, we have to be.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Hello. వస్తానమ్మా 5 o'clock రా. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You are very busy nowadays.
We can start, sir. I think we can share. Dr. Rajkumar, sir, is there live or?
He was there
Next
probably
is the-
2:15. Since we told 2:15, so he.
Yeah.
I will just call him and.
Sir, you will be the chairing the session.
Yeah, me and Dr. Gaur.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Let me find out. They may join only exactly at 2:15 maybe.
You can start sharing so that we can.
Ah.
Dr. Veereshan, sir.
नमस्ते सर।
Narayan Reddy, sir. Good afternoon.
नमस्ते नमस्ते। अయిందా లంచ్ అయిందా?
అయిపోయింది.
Join కర్లో.
Kindly take care of post lunch session.
ఇప్పుడా?
Tomorrow I don't know. I'll be in the flight for some time. Kindly take.
फ्री हो गए होंगे लोग खाना वाना खा के लोग इसलिए थोड़ा चल ठीक है।
Yeah, sir has come. Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
I'm waiting for
Welcome,
Dr. Gaur to join.
Yeah.
He was here some time back. Then he said, "I'll come at 2:15."
And 1 minute left, 3 minutes left.
1 minute, sir.
एक मिनट बाकी है डॉक्टर सिंह।
What should I do then?
सेशन शुरू कर दीजिएगा. He will join. Not take anybody else in his place.
वो आके चले गए हैं डॉक्टर साहब, कह रहे मैं 2 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ।
कोई बात नहीं, शांति से इंतजार कर लेते हैं।
Narayan Reddy, sir.
हाँ कह रहा हूँ आ जाओ, वीडियो आप करके खाते रहना। अग्रवाल साहब भी हाँ। He's joining. He said, I'm just joining. Should I share the first slide I have to use?
That can be shared in any case.
But I need the password. My PC is logged off.
Has Dr. Gaur joined? Gaur Sahib has joined. Sir, with your permission, should we start the next session?
Permission of whom?
With you, President.
Surendranath. Permission of
He has already given the signal.
Okay.
Can start, sir. Can start.
Okay.
Okay, we can.
We are going to have the first afternoon session. There's again a very, very important prestigious session. That is on Dr. R.K. Modi Memorial Lecture 2020, which as a council has invited Dr. Professor Raj Kumar, the director of Vallabhbhai Patel Chest Institute. In fact, before I go there, I would like to briefly introduce Dr. R.K. Modi, in whose honor this award has been instituted, or you can say special lecture. Dr. Modi was born on 21st January 1938, and he died on November 30, 2016 recently. Dr. Modi was born in a joint family of more than 25 members at Lohardanga, which is in Jharkhand now. His initial education was there in Ranchi. Later on, he graduated and post-graduated from Patna Medical College. He did his MD chest diseases from Magad University, Bihar, under the able guidance of Padma Vibhushan Colonel R. Vishwanathan, who was the former director of the Vallabhbhai Patel Chest Institute. Dr. Modi worked as a research officer for 7 years in the Department of Medicine at the Rajendra Memorial Research Institute, Patna. During the period, he was associated with several projects like epidemiological work on chronic bronchitis, bronchial asthma, and cold workers pneumoconiasis. Research on prevalence of bronchial asthma in rural and urban areas of Patna was published in 1966 as a landmark paper, actually, which was quoted as sample for prevalence of asthma along with Dr. Vishnathan. The main interest was in skin test, allergy diagnosis and management, immunotherapy and clinical research actually. He had a 40-year publications to his credit in national and international journals. He contributed several chapters in the books on chronic bronchitis, which was edited by P.S. Shankar. Dr. Modi is credited for doing more than 1 million skin tests and offering immunotherapy to 20,000 cases of nasobronchial allergy from the patients of North India, particularly from Bihar and Jharkhand, places where he is a very popular clinician who has been practicing single-handedly for a long time with a good establishment in the Patna. He was credited for organizing 2 workshops, actually, 2 allergy conferences at Patna during his period, and he was also the convener of the East Zone of the Indian College of Allergy and Applied Immunology. His contribution to the college has been immense, and to my knowledge, he has not left any congress so far. He was alive. He has attended all the Icaaicon conferences wherever it was held. So he has a great contribution to the field, and we have instituted in memory of Dr. R.K. Modi Memorial. So I will request now the President, Dr. Gaur Saab, to briefly introduce today's speaker and invite him to deliver his lecture.
Yeah, the speaker for this award is Professor Raj Kumar. Raj Kumar is at present Director of Patel Chest Institute, Professor in HOD Department of Pulmonary Medicine, Head Pulmonary Medicine, Faculty of Medical Science, University of Delhi, Head National Center for Respiratory Allergy, Asthma and Immunology, Head Tobacco Cessation Clinic at VPCI, Coordinator National Tobacco Quitline Services of Ministry of Health, Government of India, ex-chairman WUS Health Center of University. He has got more than 22 national and 7 international awards to his credits. He has organized 141 conferences, of which 99 he was the organizing secretary. To name a few, it's NAPCON 11, Saki 11, Icaaicon 16, as well as Icaaicon 17. And first Indian Summit on Allergy Diagnosis and Allergy Immunotherapy in 2017. He has been principal investigator of 18 research projects funded by various government organizations, including DST, WHO, ICMR, UGC, and Ministry of Environment. He has got 463 publications in peer-review national and international periodicals. He has got 18 books and 20 abstract books, and he has supervised over 37 research theses. The area of specialization has been a contribution widely acclaimed all over the country in the field of allergic bronchopulmonary aspergillosis, food allergy, respiratory allergy, allergy testing and immunotherapy, indoor air pollution and health, smoking cessation, bronchoscopy, biomass fuel. I know him very well personally, and I know him what sort of work he has done. He has got many other awards also. I don't want to name them, about 22 to 7, I think 29. But however, I will just request Dr. Raj Kumar to please give his oration, the R.K. Modi Memorial Oration.
Greetings from Vallabhbhai Patel Chess Institute, and at the outset, I am honored by giving me the opportunity for the R.K. Modi Memorial Lecture 2020. Thanks to the Indian College of Allergy, Asthma and Immunology, Professor R.K. Modi Memorial Lecture 2020 is very close to my heart. Personally, I knew Professor Modi. Whenever I used to visit Patna, I used to go meet him at his residence. He has come to my family functions also. And we have been meeting in many conferences, almost on conferences. Especially in Bihar, basically everybody knows Professor Modi. Even means later on I came to know Professor Modi, but before that my father had the problem, so we had gone for the allergy testing to him. So much popular he is, and the allergy testing, allergy and immunotherapy in Bihar basically started because of him only. With that, the another very important, I am honored that this memorial lecture has been chaired by the president and the secretary. This President Professor S.N. God, everything mentioned about me, he read it from my biodata. But I was trying to just wait, and I was thinking that at last he will say something. But I want to, on this stage, I just want to say, he is my guru. The thesis I did under him only. So whatever I have learned today about allergy and immunotherapy is because of him. Sir, I need your blessing always. Dr. A.B. Singh, sir, you have been also my teacher, and I have got many things from all of you. With that, again, I thank Indian College of Allergy, Asthma and Immunology for choosing me for this Professor R.K. Modi Memorial Lecture. The topic which I have chose is indoor air pollution and respiratory allergy. Everybody talks about outdoor air pollution, but always I have thought about the indoor air pollution. And whatever in 30-35 minutes I am going to talk, 90% of these will be our own research which we have done at the Vallabhbhai Patel Chess Institute. Professor God is also the part of many our research projects. With that background, the air pollution is very important subject. Not the human being, but if you see this photograph which I have put it here, the Taj Mahal. Long back, basically this came into the paper, pollutant effects on the stone monuments. That is the importance of the air pollution, and we should always realize about the air pollution. In this 30-35 minutes, I am going to have just some historical perspective. Then the common air pollutants and their effect on the health, outdoor air pollution affecting auto rickshaw drivers, welders, petrol pump workers, then indoor air pollution, biomass, respiratory morbidity, then mineral and the chemical composition of the indoor air pollution and the respiratory morbidity, dhoop, incense, mosquito coil and the pollution, biological pollutants, pollen and the pollution, birds, feathers, droppings and the indoor air pollution, and some control measures. So these are the topics which I am going to touch upon in this lecture. Now, if you see, it's a public health problem, it's a big public health problem. In 1952, great smog in London, England caused more than 4,000 deaths during the 5 days event. That was between 5th December to 9th December. And an estimated 12,000, more than 12,000 deaths due to the persistent effect between the December and February 53. And why this was 1952 London smoke caused this combination? Because the combination of the stagnant air for several days, particulate emission from the domestic fires, industrial process because of the coal, oil and the coke, then unprecedented level of the diesel emission. What is air pollution? The air pollution is the major cause of death and the disease globally. The health effect ranges from increased hospital admissions and emergency room visits to increased risk of the premature deaths. As per WHO, an estimate of 4.2 million premature deaths globally are linked to the ambient air pollution. Worldwide, the air pollution accounts for 7% of the all deaths and the disease from the lung cancer, 21% of all deaths and the disease from the acute lower respiratory infections, and 20% of the death from the smoke, 34% deaths and the disease from the ischemic heart disease, and 80% of all deaths and the disease from the chronic obstructive airway disease. What are the causes of the air pollution? That can be natural. For example, the forest fires or the human activities, that is the combustion of the fossil fuel as an energy. And there are the major source of the air pollution remains industrial process and the motor vehicles. 6 major air pollutants includes the particulate matter, ground level ozone, carbon monoxide, sulfur oxide, nitrogen oxide, and the lead. What are the health effects of the pollutants? The health effects may be because of the combustion of the products like environmental tobacco smoke or CO, NO, and then VOC, biological organisms, allergens, and the radon. And if you see each one, they may cause, starting from the respiratory symptoms, lung function reduction, then bronchial hyperresponsiveness, asthma, COPD, and so on, depending upon which is the pollutant basically. And these allergens may cause sensitization of the sensitization to the different allergens, respiratory allergic diseases, hypersensitive pneumonitis, chronic cough, and so on. So these are the health effects of the pollutants. Now coming to the air pollution and the lung growth. The air pollution and the lung growth is, if you see in one of the studies, 1700 screening was done, 4th grade followed for 4 years, and 10% of the lower lung function for the children growing up in the more polluted area. So lung function was deranged basically in the people who were actually staying in the polluted area. The children's lung growth, 10% of the children's lung growth was reduced basically because of the pollution and so on. There is a direct link between air pollution and the lung cancer, and for every increase in the particulate matter of 10 microgram per cubic meter, there was an increased risk of 4% all causes mortality, 6% cardiopulmonary mortality, and 8% cancer mortality. So you can see it affects and causes the cancer. Initially, when I started my career in 1998-99, we used to travel by the three-wheelers, and whenever the three-wheelers come in, is stopped in the crossing and the areas crossing road areas, we used to see a lot of pollution. Basically, lot of pollutant used to just come to the nose and come to the eyes, and there was irritation and everything. And then we tried to do some study on these drivers. Basically, these drivers are totally exposed to the pollution because they don't have any window or something like that, like the car. And we found out most of the people had the COPD, although they were not smokers, basically. And this study shows that there is a direct relation between the air pollution and development, high risk of the respiratory problems in the drivers. Again, the another study was the welders. The people at that time, they were not the people were not using the basically mask and so on. So these welders, basically, when we try to do the study and try to find out if there is a problem, there is a derangement in the lung function or the respiratory symptoms, then we found out compared to the normal people, their lung function was deranged, and there was a chronic cough and so on. Coming to the petrol pump workers, and this is I was associated with this study with Dr. God also, where we found out that the problem, the people who were exposed to the pollution and working in the petrol pump place, they had a more symptoms and so on. Same with the occupational asthma. Some of the studies we did with the occupational asthma, we found out a lot of people had the history of occupational asthma depending upon occupation and so on. Coming to the relationship between air pollution and the asthma, the air pollution has been associated with the increased bronchial hyperreactivity, increased airway inflammation, decreased lung function, increased hospital admission and emergency visit, enhancing airway inflammation reduced by the allergen exposure, then priming of the airways to the allergic response. And in one of the study which Professor Pandey did it in the beginning to 2002, and he found out there is a there was a increased rate of the hospitalization in case of the asthma and the COPD during the pollution, or wherever there is an increase in the pollution, then directly there is increase of the admission in the emergency room and so on. And if you see this slide, basically, whenever the pollution occurs, there is a lag period. Basically, it happens lag period maybe 1 to 3 days. And after the lag period, the emergency visits starts, basically. And the lag period may vary from days to weeks also. So if there is an increase in the pollution, then there is increase in the morbidity and the mortality in the hospital and so on. This was the study recently published, and this is study which has been published just this year, this year only, where 6 hospitals and where All India Institute of Medical Sciences, then Lady Hardinge Medical College, Safdarjung Hospital, and National Institute of Tuberculosis and the Chest Diseases, and the Vallabhbhai Patel Chest Institute was the part of this study. And we wanted to know, rather the government wanted to know the effect of the ambient air pollution on emergency room visits, on children, or for acute respiratory symptoms in Delhi. And this study clearly showed wherever there is an increase, whenever there is an increase in the pollution level or the pollutant level, the morbidity and the mortality and the hospital visits, emergency visits drastically increased. And the lag period in this case was from 1 to 7 days. Now, in air pollution, the statement clearly says home is where the heart is. And the home conveys image of peace, security, protection, and the shelter. But are we safe at home also? The indoor air pollution, which are highly responsible for the respiratory morbidity and the mortality can lead to the serious public health problem, including asthma, COPD, irritation in the lung, pneumonia, decreased resistance to the respiratory infection, chronic airway obstruction, chronic cough, allergy, headache, fatigue, lung cancer, or the premature death. And the household pollution accounts for 7.7% of the global mortality. Now, coming to the status of indoor air pollution in India, the combustion products of the biomass fuel contributes most of indoor air pollution in the developing nation. And we know that the maximum population lives in the villages where the people are using the cow dung, firewood for cooking purpose. In India, out of 0.2 billion people using fuel for the cooking, 49% use firewood, 8.9% cow dung cake, 1.5% coal, charcoal, 2.9% kerosene, and 28% LPG. So you see, only 30% of the people are using LPG. So around 70% of the people are using this biomass fuel for the cooking purpose, and so on. Coming to the next slide, if you see this slide, who are the most affected? All of us, all of the people who are staying are affected, but the children, basically, the children are unique. Vulnerability is there. The children are the most vulnerable group for the adverse effect of the indoor air pollution due to their developmental age. The younger children and the women, as they spend maximum time at the home, they spend maximum time at home, and they are, most of them are exposed. If you see this picture, every child is exposed. Mother is also exposed, but the child are exposed. Coming to the indoor air pollution, what are the sources and the factors? The sources can be outdoor air pollution. So the outdoor air pollution is also source for the indoor air pollution. We have done the study, we will show you that also. So outdoor air pollution, emission, industrial pollutants, pollen, dust, spores. So they also contribute for the indoor air pollution. Building components and the furnishing, paint, cabinet, carpet. Then the human activities like cooking, smoking, sickness, cosmetics, housekeeping, other activities. Now, pets and the pests both become the source of the indoor air pollution, like the pet allergen, dust mite, cockroaches, which we are already dealing with during our conference and the workshop. Then again, environmental conditions like humidity, temperature, and ventilation. So it's very important to see and to think about the indoor air pollutants. Pollutants may be just outdoor air pollution or the or any allergens. So these pollutants also, depending upon what type of the gas basically they are emitting and what kind of the emission source is there, because the different kind of the source are there, like somebody is using coal appliances, gas stove, kerosene, sulfur dioxide is going to cause the problem. Then your somebody has a house dust, domestic animal, insects, pollen, dust mite, cat, dog, rodent, allergens. These are going to create the problem. Asbestos, fine material, the fungal, and so many. Now coming to this study, this is a beautiful study which was conducted in 2008, and this was funded by the Ministry of Environment and the Forest. This whole in this study, basically whole Delhi was divided into 9 zones, and each zone we had classified as the upper class, middle class, lower class, and each class we had visited the house basically. So around 7,400 houses were visited and surveyed, and we found out in 4,000 houses the childrens were there, because we wanted to see the effect of the indoor air pollution on the child. And basically the consent was given in 2,828 houses, and total child we studied is 3, 4, 5, 6. And we tried to see basically pulmonary function test and try to measure SO2, NO2 and RSPM level in these houses, and these were all maybe the industrial area, residential area, and the village area. So three kind of the area was selected, and in amongst them upper class, middle class, and the lower class was taken. And when we were surveying and we were just taking asking the questions, basically, to your surprise, 90% of the people at that time when we did the study, 90% of the people did not knew what is indoor air pollution, and that was in the upper class also. So you see that what is the awareness of indoor air pollution. In this study, basically, I don't want to go into detail about that, but we found out the prevalence of bronchial asthma varies from 3.2%, which was in the village, to 14.2%, which was basically in the industrial area like Sahadara and Sajadabad. Same way, the rhinitis was varying, average was 26%, and in the industrial area, it was 44%, and the village area, of course, it was 8.1%. And same way, basically, if you see the upper respiratory tract infection, it varies from around 43% to 8%. Maximum was in the industrial area, and then your village area. We try to see and correlate basically SO2, NO2 and RSPM level, and we found out wherever the pollutant level was high, the respiratory problem, morbidity, respiratory problem, the prevalence of asthma, rhinitis, and upper respiratory tract infection was high. Again, basically in this study also, SO2, NO2, we found out that SO2, NO2 was high wherever the pollutants levels were high. Now coming to the other exposure like the tobacco use, indoor air pollution, and the respiratory morbidity, and where we try to summarize and try to do the study, where we found out the tobacco smoking, combustion of the biofuel, kerosene results in the indoor air pollution responsible for the aggravation of the asthma and so on. In a study, we found out the bartenders, basically we wanted to see it's a closed area where the bartenders are working, and we wanted to see their SO2 levels at that place, NO2 level, RSPM level, and we try to see the breath CO level also in this group of the patient, and we found out that the breath CO level was much higher in this group of the patient compared to the normal people. Wherever SO2, wherever there was a smoking, passive smoking, active smoking, the content of the SO2, NO2, and SPM level was much higher basically. So we concluded that the prevalence of asthma, rhinitis, UTI level was significantly more wherever there was a history of a smoke and so on. We try to do the correlate between the passive smoking and the indoor air pollutant. That was also much indoor air pollutant was much higher wherever the passive smoking was also there. Now coming to pollutant sources and the factors, outdoor pollution. So outdoor pollutants like the emission, industrial pollutants, pollen, dust, spores, and everything. So is there any link between outdoor air pollution and the indoor air pollution? Because one of the source for the indoor air pollution is the outdoor air pollution, and we try to do this study, and we try to find out, and this was published also, and we found out whenever there is an increase in the outdoor air pollution, there is an increase in the indoor air pollution, and that study is basically clearly told. And in the industrial area also, the indoor air pollutant was much higher compared to the outdoor air pollution. This is a study. We adopted a village, basically that village is around 50 kilometers from this place, and this was funded by the ICMR, and it was a Indo-US project where we tried to see basically the effect of this biomass cooking and your exacerbation of the asthma, severity of the asthma. We tried to see basically if there is any change in the exacerbation of the bronchial asthma whenever you change the cooking fuel. So that was a very interventional study basically. And whenever you do such kind of the study, you have to meet basically the people who the masses, their village mukhias and leaders and everything, and we after taking the permission and with due convincing these people. So we did a study in this. So we tried to organize the health camps. We visited each and every houses. We did the pulmonary functions of each and every persons, and children, adults, everyone. Then SO2, NO2, RSPM level, and we monitored continuously the RSPM level. It was a continuous monitoring which happened, and including the ozone level and all these things. So I will not go much in this detail of the study, but coming to the children, because this study we did and we tried to find out the result. Still we are trying to see what are the results in the different aspects, because we have taken the samples from them also, the blood sample, urine sample, and we are trying to go to the genetic level also, and still the process is going on. So so we found out basically this is the slide which will show you that wherever maybe the cooking, whenever you are cooking. So we found out when we are doing the continuous monitoring and everything, during 5 to 8 p.m. and at the 6 to 10 p.m. the maximum pollution was there. The maximum pollutant level was there. And this may be because at that time the people are cooking and using the fuel and everything, so that may contribute basically to increase. And we found out here also, wherever the people are using biomass, the respiratory problem is more, the exacerbation of the bronchial asthma is more. In this group, basically what we did, we only took the bronchial asthma patients, and we tried to see for 1 year what is the percentage of the exacerbation in a particular population. And after that we tried to see, we gave the intervention and tried to see if after giving the intervention, is there any change in the exacerbation, is there any change in the SO2 and NO2 level, is there any change in the RSPM level, and so on. No, many times, no, it happens basically the people are cooking, maybe in the veranda also they are cooking. Sometimes they are cooking at the houses basically where there is no ventilation and everything. And we found out, even if they are cooking in the veranda, where it seems that if they are cooking in the veranda, there will be no pollution and everything, but still the pollution was there, and the pollutant level was much higher in this group of the cases. So wherever, so but some of the houses where the ventilation was there, the ventilators were using, that was slightly the people who are economically well off in these houses, in these houses basically this was there. Now not only the pollutant basically, the pollutant we wanted to see, is there any correlation between the mineral and the chemical composition of these pollutants and the respiratory morbidity. So we went a step beyond that, and we tried to see the mineral and the chemicals, and this was in association with the geological department, where we tried to geology department, where they have this they have instruments to measure these chemicals and everything, and we measured, and we found out basically there was a increase in the mineral and the chemical composition in wherever there is a increase in the respiratory morbidity and the people who were using this biomass and everything. And we found out that the quartz and the quartz was much more in the houses where there was a more of the respiratory problem in the form of the bronchial asthma, and where there is a rhinitis and so on. And in this study we tried to conclude that the quartz mica contents were high in the indoor SPM level, where the children were having the asthma, rhinitis problem and so on. Now when we were doing the study, the intervention what we we gave the LPG gases in that group of the patients, basically, where the asthmatics were there, the exacerbation was there. And when the LPG gas intervention was given, that means they were told to use these LPG gases for using cooking purpose and everything. And we followed these patients. We found out drastically there is a decrease in the exacerbation problem. There is a decrease in the rhinitis problem. There is a decrease in the URI problem. So so we concluded that yes, the intervention like LPG, if it is substituted by stopping the biomass, it will be good. Coming to the pesticides and the radons, they are also causes this indoor air pollution, because we use many times, we are using it, pesticides, radons in the houses. And the children basically behavior, if you see, they are crawling, playing and everything, they are touching the floor, pushing the toys and everything, and their hands are dirty, they are just taking it in the mouth and so on. So these also becomes the part of the pollution. This study, basically, with all due regards to the religious minded people, I don't want to hurt any sentiments, basically, but we are using incense sticks and the dhoop, agarbatti and everything. I am also using it. And I just try to see that whenever these incense sticks are used, what is the level of the indoor air pollutants? To your surprise, it increases drastically within 15 to 20 minutes, 1,000 times increases, 1,000 times. And when we compared between the mosquito and mosquito coil and the dhoop, in the mosquito coil, when it is burning in the houses, drastically there is an increase in the RSPM, SPM level, and PM 2.5, PM 5 and 10 level, and so on. Coming to the biological pollutants, we are all discussing allergens, but they becomes the biological pollutants also. And these biological pollutants, maybe the source of the biological pollutants may be the water damage, surface material, then water vapor, air conditioning, mattresses. We are using air conditioning. Sometimes we are cleaning, sometimes we are not cleaning mattresses. Then house dust mite, basically, you can see source can be the bedding, carpet, and animal danders like the pets which we are using. So these also becomes the part of the indoor air pollutants, which we should be familiar. Apart from allergen, they becomes the part of the air indoor air pollutant also. And of course air pollutants, and of course insects, basically, if you see the sensitivity and sensitization, maximum people are sensitized to insects. So now again there was a point like the atmospheric pollen count and all those things, which we are already doing the pollen counts and everything. And I understand the government is also interested, and maybe in the future, basically, we are going to have more pollen count station in the Delhi. And I have been told to make the concept note about this, which I am already preparing, and we'll try to find out which are these different kind of the pollens which are prevalent in our country. And there is a direct link between the pollen and the pollution. It has been shown that the allergenicity increases whenever the pollen and the pollutants come together. So that's also becomes a very important subject to understand and to be dealt with. Coming to the mold growth, so if you can see in the houses, if you leave the houses with the humidity, dusty and all those things, the mold grows, and it grows, then basically it causes so many problems. Like sometimes, the asthmatic people who are staying in the fungus exposed area, the chances of developing ABP increases. So this also becomes a part of the pollution, and that is indoor air pollution. Again, with due respect to the religious minded people, the pigeon allergens, feathers and the droppings, lot of the houses have the pigeons dropping feathers and everything. And for the chest physician, is nothing new, but for the other people, this causes lot of problem, and this causes hypersensitivity pneumonitis. And if hypersensitivity pneumonitis the patient develops, it's very difficult to take care of these kind of the patients. So this also becomes a part of the indoor pollutants, which we should be able to know, recognize, and try to deal with. Friends, coming to the control measures, I'm not going to go into detail, but public awareness is very important. The public should be aware about the indoor air pollution. Everybody knows about the outdoor air pollution, but now the time has come that everybody should know what is indoor air pollution and how to protect us from the indoor air pollution. That's very important. Then the changes in the pattern of the fuel use, I have already dealt with. Modification and designing of the cooking stoves, importance of the ventilation should be there. Friends, the Patel Chase Institute has been recognized as the Institute of Excellence for the Allergic Disease and the Climate Change, and for which we are already working at the Government of India level. And we are coordinating with all the states. We are supposed to coordinate. We are supposed to make the educational material and everything. And through this, I request all the people who are familiar with the climate change and the allergic diseases, please coordinate with us about that. And of course, acute respiratory illness surveillance, because of this pollution which is going on in this area. Also, we are working we have signed a MOU with Government of India, and we are working in this field also. To conclude, air pollution has an adverse effect on the health. Evidence is strongest for the short-term effect and the long-term effect. Particulate matter are an important aspect of the air pollution, but other pollutants and the mixture may be relevant too. Indoor air pollution also exists inside the home and can be substantially more polluted than the outside, even in the large and the most industrial areas. Indoor air pollution adversely affect our health. All the control measures should be implemented to have the safe place to stay. The impact of public health is substantially in India, and these are my few papers which have been published, and try to coordinate and try to put together for this prestigious Modi oration lecture. And these are the people who are working for the environment. We should include them also for the air pollution, indoor pollution. And my acknowledgement to the funding agencies like Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Environment and the Forest, ICMR, University Grant Commission, of course, Vallabhbhai Patel Chase Institute. And at the end, I sincerely thank the Indian College of Allergy, Asthma and Concurrent Immunology for giving me the opportunity for this memorial lecture, especially Dr. Professor S.N. Gaur and Dr. A.B. Singh. With that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajkumar. I can now proudly, in the beginning, I did not say anything because of shortage of time, but now I can very proudly say that I have been his teacher. And right from the student time, he has been very sincere worker and with the lots of vision, as it is evident from the lots of work which he has done on these various sites. And only as a teacher, I can say, I am really proud of you, Dr. Rajkumar.
Thank you, sir. Need your blessing always, sir.
Yeah, always there. So, Dr. Surendranath.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Yes, Dr. Singh, you are saying something. Unmute yourself. Dr. Singh, unmute yourself.
Just as a customary on behalf of the college, we always used to felicitate the speaker and the orators. But unfortunately, because of the this conference, which is virtual in nature, probably we are planning to have the council has decided to do a small function of couple of people along with some scientific activities in the future. maybe sometime in end of November or December. And probably we may come back to you to assist us and organize this meeting to felicitate physically all those who have been honored with this one.
At Patel Chess Institute.
At Patel
Patel Chess is always there with you, sir. Don't worry. Anytime you can call. We are there.
I know.
We know it. We know it. Very
We wanted public commitment.
I am giving you public commitment, sir.
In my opinion, personal commitment is much better than public commitment.
Yes.
Personal commitment is much more important.
I think Dr. Surendranath, we can go to the next session.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very nice talk, Dr. Rajkumar. Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Session is Dr. Mahesh, I think.
Welcome,
Yes.
Mahesh.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Yeah. Are you
Yes, sir.
co-host now?
Yeah. I am not. No, I am not a host now. Can you just make me the host?
Co-host. Azhar.
Co-host.
Azhar, sir, which name are you there?
Mahesh PA. It is in the name of
Amrita.
Amrita Holla. Yeah.
Okay. Azhar, are you there?
I have changed it to Mahesh now. Okay.
Yes, sir. Done.
Yes,
Done.
sir.
Okay, Nagmani madam, kindly take over as a chairperson and introduce Mahesh sir.
Yeah.
Can you see my slides?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, visible.
Yeah. So it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Mahesh. He's a professor of pulmonology medicine from JSS Mysore College, and he had many publications in his feather. Original articles 188 and international 159 and national 29. He authored 9 books and chapters, 8 chapters, and he had index in 55 and 10 other publications. And total citations were 50,000. That is quite a unimaginable number. And he had special interest in asthma, COPD, air pollution, food allergy, and drug allergy. And he received many special awards, Young Scientist Award of Icaaicon and Raju Award and also WA Travel Grant and Best Thematic Paper in NAPCON and Tatacharya Award for the Best Research Paper JSS and Best Referee Lung India Sivapuri Oration 2017 and Sharma Oration in 2019. And he's serving as in committees, 9 committees, international committees, including American Academy of Allergy, Asthma and Immunology. So that's quite a bit. Served on difficult asthma, climate change and allergy working groups along with. And he is reviewer for so many European and Respiratory Society annual congresses in 2011 and 15 and American College of Chest Physicians and annual congress in 2014 and 18 and World Congress. That also Global Health Equity Scholarship Physician Annual Congress in 2014 and 18. And he combined universities for global health scholarships reviewer also. And he reviewer for 45 journals, 5 national and 40 international. And he worked under funding agencies like ICMR, European Commission and so on. And he was collaborated for so many national and international studies so far, and favorably is that is the college where my daughter studied dermatology. I welcome you, sir. Over to Mahesh for your lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Nagmani. Thank you. So my topic for the day is I would like to first at the outset thank the Indian College of Allergy, Asthma and Immunology and the local organizing committee for having given me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you on phenotypes of asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease overlap, also called as ACO. Now, if you look at the history of asthma and COPD overlap, this has been used to identify patients with airway disease who have features of both asthma and COPD. The term ACO has been preferred to the syndrome because there is no single disease. Even ACO, as we can see now, has a large number of phenotypes and more are joining. In 2015, the GINA and the GOLD released a joint statement that described ACO as a persistent airflow limitation with several features usually associated with asthma and several features usually associated with COPD, identifiable in clinical practice by the features shared with both asthma and COPD. So this is a very fairly vague, I should say, definition that in 2015, the GINA and the GOLD released. Look at what the ATS has to say and the NHLBI from the US. They had a joint workshop. And the major conclusion of the workshop is that ACO, like asthma and COPD, does not represent a single discrete disease entity. It was suggested that ACO be used to describe patients, for instance, who have a long-standing history of asthma, in addition to having a modest smoking history and fixed airflow obstruction. At the same time, patients with COPD who have features of asthma, such as bronchodiaphragm responsiveness and peripheral eosinophilia, could also be described as having ACO. While clinically and likely pathologically, these patients remain distinct, both fall under the ACO umbrella. Now, this is from Bateman from the Lancet Respiratory Medicine in 2015 to look at what is the proportion of subjects or patients who have asthma, at what age do they start presenting, what happens with the COPD, what is the prevalence, at what age it starts increasing, and in relation to asthma and COPD, what is the prevalence of ACO? At that time, they still called it as ACOS. So it is much lower than asthma and COPD, but the prevalence tend to increase again with age 40 years. Now, if you look at the various environmental risk factors, so you do have it starts, even ACO, similar to asthma and COPD, the risk factors start at a very young age. So even you have risk factors during the fetal development, such as smoking and biomass, which Dr. Rajkumar very nicely presented. You have nutrition, maternal nutrition, various infections, atopy, and it also happens in early childhood, late childhood, even in teenage years, various exposure, including kind of poverty, exposure to allergens, high BMI, poor nutrition. All of them have a bearing on asthma and COPD as well as the ACO. And then they looked at the shared genes. Some of the genes, like for example, the MMP9 is shared between asthma, COPD as well as ACO. If you look at genes that look at asthma, then you have the genes that look at airway hyperresponsiveness. If you were to look at COPD genes, you have specific genes for chronic bronchitis, you have specific genes for emphysema, you have shared genes that look at regulation of inflammation and repair. And finally, the pathology that you can see is you have poor defense against oxidative stress, there is inflammaging, immunosenescence, there is a short telomere, abnormal microRNAs, cellular senescence. All these are some of the pathologies that are common to asthma and COPD, and now they also been found to be relevant for ACO as well. The usual features of ACO, if you look at the age of onset, usually it is greater than 40 years. So that is quite similar to what you have in COPD. But these people do have symptoms since childhood or early adulthood, which means there could be an asthmatic who have airway remodeling. If you look at the patterns of respiratory symptoms, they have exertional dyspnea as a persistent factor, but it may be variable. If you look at lung functions, there is airflow limitation. The ratio is always less than 0.7 like a COPD, but it's never fully reversible. There may be low lung functions which is not fully reversible. If you look at the past history, there is a doctor diagnosed asthma, could be have the patient may be having a family history of asthma, history of noxious exposure. It could be tobacco smoking or biomass. The time course, the symptoms are significantly reduced by treatment. The progression is usual. The treatment needs are high, even compared to a simple COPD. You do have more rapid progression in symptoms as well as more rapid decline in lung functions. These are some of the features that are observed with ACO. X-ray and CT scan is similar to that of COPD. The exacerbations are more common than in COPD and in asthma. Comorbidities can also contribute to the impairment. A typical airway inflammation can either be eosinophilic or it can be neutrophilic. The prevalence of ACO increases with age among asthmatics. So if you look at asthmatics who have been long-term asthma, age 70 to 79, you will find that almost 2/3 of them have ACO. But in the early 40 to 49, only about 1 in 5 have ACO. The highest sputum eosinophil count, even more than asthma, is seen in patients with ACO. Maybe it is possible that exposure to noxious insults such as biomass can lead to greater eosinophil counts. We have now completed a pheno study of almost about 900 women using biomass, and we find 1/3 of them having very high pheno, more than 35 ppb. And we are now planning sputum induction studies in that population. The diagnosis of ACO, again, is not very clear at the moment. So one group looks at the diagnosis of ACO by a simple spirometric criteria. That means you should have a criteria for asthma, that is a reversibility of more than 12% and 200 ml after 200 to 400 microgram of salbutamol. Or it should be a positive provocation test, the fall in FEV1 of more than 20% with the standard methacholine or histamine challenge testing. And it should also have a spirometric criterion for COPD, which is the post bronchodilator FEV1 FVC of less than 0.7. So this has kept it simple. You do one spirometry and then you are able to diagnose ACO if these were satisfied. This is the South Korean group. It is published in 2015. Some of the spirometric measures of ACO, can the patient have a normal pre or post bronchodilator ratio? It is not compatible. It should have less than 0.7 ratio. It must show reversibility from baseline. Then only it is compatible with ACO. Now there is another group that looks at both spirometric as well as clinical criteria. Spirometric criteria is the same as before. And now you have the clinical criteria, which means at least 2. You should have history of asthma before the age of 40. You should demonstrate eosinophilic inflammation in the lung, either by sputum or by pheno. There should be a history of allergic disease. And the spirometric criteria remain the same. Smoking more than 10 pack years. So clinical criteria has been added to the spirometric criteria. That's another line of thought. And all 4 criteria needs to be there to be diagnosed as ACO. Possibly it is among the better criteria that is available. The Japanese society is much more detailed. It has a lot more features. They want at least one positive feature out of these 1, 2, 3. And they need features of COPD. They have listed features of asthma. They want pheno there. They want DLCO there. They want HRCT. So this is a much more complicated guideline, which may not be very feasible in the Indian setup. Now coming to the main gist of the talk, the phenotypes of ACO. So what are the different phenotypes that different researchers have found in their clinical studies? So mainly they have studied what is the extent of emphysema. Smoking exposure is high or low, more than 30 pack years or more than 10 pack years. Presence of allergies, yes or no. Presence of eosinophil or neutrophils. Even in the absence of allergy, there can be an eosinophilic inflammation. When it is driven by IL-33, 25, TSLP, exposure to air pollution, viral infections are known to cause eosinophilic inflammation via TSLP mediated mechanism in the absence of specific allergies. But these are the main parameters that are included to look at the clinical phenotypes of ACO, like we have ABCD in COPD. A and B are asthma predominant, C and D are COPD predominant. Now let's look at what these ABCD actually means. Now this has a lot of eosinophils, minimal smoking, or even in the absence of smoking, asthma itself is known to cause COPD. The BOLD study demonstrated that asthma itself is a big risk factor for COPD, and therefore you may find that even without smoking, there can be features of COPD. So there's a lifelong asthmatic, high eosinophil, also may have allergies, Whereas the second group, you have severe non-eosinophilic asthma. It's more of a neutrophil driven, TH17, IL-17 driven, and smoking may or may not be there. If it is there, it's around, say, about 10 packets. They don't have a lot of emphysema on CT. So these are the A and B phenotypes of ACO. If you look at the COPD predominant, now the D group is your classical COPD. It is COPD with reversibility, simple bronchodilator reversibility. There also you can have reversibility of more than 12%. You can have, and 200 ml, you can have reversibility of more than 400 ml also. Again, there are two different groups there. Very highly reversible subgroups are also here. Second is your typical asthmatic who has smoked sufficiently enough, more than 10 pack years minimum, and has now developed COPD, but he was an asthmatic before. So these are the four main groups of the phenotype of ACO. Again, the paper from Bateman has one additional group. Again, you have the asthma in smokers, asthma with eosinophilic with asthma, that's group A, this is group C. They have one more group here, non-smoker and biomass, which is not in the typical ABCD grouping. Again, neutrophilic they have, and they, as more and more studies come in, they do expect more and more phenotypes to be added to ACO, and therefore they have just said N. It can be much more. But the main difference is that these people have added biomass. Now, there are other groups that have done a detailed study, a cluster analysis to look at what are the other factors. And they also have classified it in ABCD. This is more recent in 2019. They have used dyspnea scores. They have used lung functions of less than 70 or more than 70. BMI of less or more than 25, pack years of less or more than 30 pack years, and age of onset as early or late. And they have found again these four different clusters. So this group has an early onset of disease, that is before 40. Symptoms are there, and these have late onset of symptoms. These have higher dyspnea, lower lung functions, BMI is high, and pack years is high. Sorry, whereas these have lower number of pack years and lower symptom scores. So I was writing a review for one of the journals on ACO, and combining all that. So this is the figure that me and my student came up with. We agree with the ABCD classification. There are also now studies looking at the role of metabolites. And compared to asthma, compared to COPD, the metabolites that are different in ACO are all these. So these, I suspect in the future, as more and more studies come regarding the metabolites, you may have even larger number of the phenotypes. We look at the smoke exposure, it can be high or low, it can be even biomass, even outdoor air pollution, occupational exposure, as well as smoking. Again, the asthma dominant ACO, COPD dominant ACO. These are all the risk factors that could be there. And allergy may be graded high or low, as well as neutrophilic, as well as eosinophilic inflammation. I think currently in 2021, including all the factors that have been, or the studies that have been discussed previously, I think this would give a good representation of the different phenotypes of ACO, but I suspect we will have more phenotypes as time goes on. So in phenotype A and B, we have persistent allergic asthma from childhood. We have allergic comorbidities, fixed airway obstruction, eosinophilic lung inflammation. Smoking history is absent or less than 10 pack years. Reduced lung function as age increases. Phenotype A among ACO phenotypes has the best prognosis. Phenotype B is non-eosinophilic, poor lung function, fixed airway obstruction. Lung function is actually highly impaired, and again smoking history is low or less than 10 pack years. Phenotype B is predominantly COPD, history of smoking more than 30 pack years, or biomass exposure, has the lowest FEV1 among all the age group and the oldest age of disease onset. If you look at phenotype C, typical both asthma and COPD with history of other allergic diseases. So why is the phenotyping important? It also has an impact on the treatment that we choose. So what are the various treatment options? The ICS, LABA, LAMA, and the montelukast, anti-IgE, macrolides, and then roflumilast. These are the various treatment options that are there for us. And if you look at the group A, the typical one is ICS LABA. You can add LAMA. There is definitely a role for montelukast. You can consider anti-IgE. But if you are looking at neutrophils, then probably at this stage in B, you should consider macrolide rather than anti-IgE. If you look at the COPD predominant, here you're also looking at a roflumilast, as once they don't respond to ICS LABA-LAMA combination, they still continue to have acute exacerbation. Roflumilast has a specific effect against neutrophilic inflammation and is able to reduce the number of acute exacerbation and therefore is critical. It is only considered for group D. Whereas for group C, you have the typical ICS LABA-LAMA combination. So the ICS is the mainstay, and these are all the various different studies that have been used. And triple combination reduces the acute exacerbation in phenotype A, and biologics can be effective. Both clarithromycin in phenotype B with neutrophilic inflammation, tiotropium was useful in neutrophil predominant ASIBO. Clarithromycin and azithromycin both were useful as well for phenotype B. For phenotype C, they found in the PRICE study, response to ICS was dependent on sputum eosinophil levels. Less than 11 pack years of smoking, fluticasone was more effective than montelukast. More than 11 pack years, montelukast was more effective than fluticasone. This is in phenotype C with both asthma, typical smoking asthmatic. In phenotype D, it is only COPD, and the management is consistent with the COPD guidelines. They need more intensive therapy. These are all the studies, the TARS, the uplift that have shown to be useful. Roflumilast is again useful. Azithromycin also is useful. Thank you very much. Madam, you are muted.
Thank you, sir, for your lucid presentation. So classification of phenotype A, B, C, D for treatment point of view and to tell the prognosis to the patient, basically. That's what I understand.
Yes.
It is really clearly explained, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam, next talk you can introduce. Next talk. Next talk. Deepak, Dr. Deepak, I think. Huh?
I lost the page. 1 second. Is Deepak is there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah.
Co-host.
Just. Yeah. I don't have his resume. Dr. Deepak.
Okay, doesn't matter. Ask the sir to put the first slide. Then you can.
Yeah.
No
So he's
problem.
going to speak on precision therapy in severe asthma. Over to you, Dr. Deepak. You can just introduce yourself 2 words. Just Deepak Talwar.
Thank you, Dr. Nagamani. Thank you, organizers, for having me here. Am I able to share the slides? Or there is a issue. Okay, let me see if I can.
Yes, sir, you can.
Seen now? The slide is seen?
Yeah. You can see
okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, organizers, for inviting me. I am Dr. Deepak Talwar, and I am Director and Chair, Pulmonary Sleep and Critical Care Medicine at Metro Group of Hospitals. I'm going to talk about in next 15 to 18 minutes about precision medicine in severe asthma as we look at it in 2021. We have seen that as far as asthma is concerned, there has been a lot of changes which happened in the last 50 years, starting with the short-acting beta-2 agonist with a complete revolution after the arrival of inhaled corticosteroids. We spent the last century primarily believing that ICS will be able to cure each and every patient of asthma, and we won't perhaps need anything more than that. However, in the last 2 decades, we realized that despite having an effective treatment with LABA and ICS available to our patients and with some other medicines being available, which we use sometimes or most of the times, depending upon where we are practicing, montelukast, theophylline, long-acting antimuscarinic agents, still patient continues to suffer. They continue to get exacerbations and they continue to need hospitalizations and they continue to need the use of oral corticosteroids. Hence, there was a time when in the first decade of this century that there has been a change by bringing in precision medicine in asthma. When we talk about precision medicine, what we mean is we try to look into the genetic as well as the phenotypic characteristics of an individual for a particular disease and try to treat and prevent it by targeting that specifically. So that's why it is called precision medicine, because it is a targeted therapy which is being given. We started with the biologicals, particularly available of IgE related drug, which is omalizumab, which arrived in India in 2008. And then 2019, we saw an anti-IL-5 drug, which is mepolizumab. And now this year we have benralizumab. And we are very soon expecting approvals for dupilumab, which is the anti-IL-4/13 biologics. With this, we also had another thing which is to our armamentarium for treatment of asthma, that is bronchial thermoplasty, which came in 2018, and it is primarily looked at the smooth muscle component of the patients of asthma and trying to improve their endpoints of overall outcomes of asthma by using this technique, in which we use the heat energy to ablate the airway smooth muscle. One thing was very clear, that we are going ahead with inflammation and remodeling in asthma. And those patients who continue to severe have inflammation, which is not adequately controlled by the available medications, where the need for further precision medicine has been thought about and required. We have a couple of new things coming up, but the most important part of the precision medicine is that it is based on predictive biomarkers of response. So you look at the biomarkers, and these biomarkers are used to phenotype the patient so that you can target the treatment, and also use these biomarkers to see that whether the patient is likely to respond or not, because these biomarkers are primarily looking at the type of inflammation which is occurring in the airways of this patient suffering from asthma. And we also add on to that, we add on the features of clinical and functional parameters of these patients. So there has been a shift from 2000 with ICS LABA one-size-fits-all approach to precision medicine in 2020 onwards, with more and more biologics coming up. And if you see that yesterday only New England Journal of Medicine, 2 of the new biologics have come, and one of them is an IL-33 blocker, which has shown its mettle in management of severe asthma, because this is the one which is an upstream molecule, which is again into a much talk about at the moment. When do we practice precision medicine in asthma? So this is for step 5. And step 5 patients are the ones who are on maximum treatment of asthma. They are taking loads of medications. They are on high dose inhaled corticosteroids. They are on long-acting beta-2 agonists. They are on long-acting antimuscarinic drugs. They are on montelukast and theophylline and whatever is available to us except oral corticosteroids. But these patients, many of them do require oral corticosteroids either on maintenance or repeated burst and still continue to suffer. So this is that group of patient, GINA step 5, where you have exhausted all your available non-biologic, non-steroid options, and you are looking for some more solution to make the life of these patients better. So to define this patient who requires a precision medicine at GINA step 5 is an asthmatic who is either controlled or uncontrolled on all kind of medications. Although the ERS ATS task force says high dose ICS with one more controller, be it LAVA, LAMA or Montelukast. But for all practical purposes, when we talk about India to use the precision medicine, such kind of patients will be too huge, which will qualify by this criteria. So we try to use all other options which are non-biologics, non-steroid related. And if the patient is controlled on that, where he becomes uncontrolled, requires repeated oral corticosteroids, or is uncontrolled on that, are the group of patients who are GINA step 5 requiring it. We look at their control by ACTs, we look at their exacerbations which require OCS burst, whether they require oral maintenance, corticosteroids, hospitalizations, and of course, persistent airflow limitation. That's something which is again a very important point. And you can see that the high dose of ICS has been for GINA is budesonide more than 800 micrograms or fluticasone more than 500 micrograms, which is like a normal prescription for lots of patients in our practice. Why we want to practice precision medicine for step 5 is because these patients are invariably left with the only choice of oral corticosteroids, and that brings in a lot of morbidity, and that morbidity is significantly higher in patients with severe asthma versus mild to moderate asthma. And you can see that the chances of developing diabetes, type 2 diabetes, is 46% in them. There's a 5-fold higher risk of developing osteoporosis, and there is 4 times higher risk of dyspeptic disorders, and of course, twice the risk of developing cataract. So these are the kind of side effects which are associated with oral corticosteroid use in patients with severe asthma, which we want to somehow eliminate by using this precision medicine called as what we are talking about today. So one of the another facet of using oral corticosteroids in all severe asthma patients is all of them are not responsive to oral corticosteroids. And these are called type 2 low inflammation or non-type 2 inflammation asthma, where it is primarily being driven by non-T2 inflammatory pathway involving interleukin 8 and neutrophils, and rather not using the other pathway, which is like either innate lymphoid cells or T helper cells, which are initiating the cytokine 5, 4, and 13, or bringing in IgE or other eosinophils to mediate the inflammation in this group of patients. So this kind of a therapy in GINA guidelines for this GINA step 5 would require the biomarkers to study whether the patient has type 2 inflammation or non-type 2 inflammation. And on the basis of it, what is the type of inflammation's drivers, then we choose the precision medicine or so-called as precise targeted therapy in these patients, depending upon what they are likely to respond to according to their clinical, phenotypical, functional, as well as other biomarkers which are available in this group of patients. You can see in this slide clearly, those who show T2 high inflammation, they have candidates who can receive omalizumab, mepolizumab, benralizumab, and of course we have a dupilumab. But those patients who have type 2 low inflammation, at the moment, we do not have drugs or biologics to target them, and we offer bronchial thermoplasty. But there is a very exciting data coming from TSLP and IL-33 inhibitors in this group, which is trying to be the breakthrough for providing the precision medicine for every kind of severe asthma. Only thing is you need to type their inflammation before choosing an appropriate agent. So to practice precision medicine, you need to have a right patient and a right therapy. And as I said, right patient is the patient who's got severe asthma. And then in them, we need to decide type 2 versus non-type 2 inflammation. Type 2 inflammation, if it is driver is IgE, you use IgE blocking antibody omalizumab. If the driver is IL-5, you use mepolizumab or benralizumab. There is third, resilizumab, which is intravenously given, not available, difficult to give to the patients most of the time. But yes, it is also a very potent anti-IL-5 blocker. Then we have anti-IL-4 as well as 13 blocker dupilumab in patients who have type 2 inflammation, and the driver of inflammation is IL-4, IL-13. TSLP is a thymal-stromal liposomal protein, which is a upstream cytokine, which works at the level of the epithelium. and tries to block both the type 2 as well as non-type 2 inflammation. And tezepelumab has already passed the phase 3 trials, and we are expecting it for the clinical use in a couple of years, maybe 2 years from now. As I said, IL-33 mediated blocker, Icaaicon is again one of the monoclonal antibody which has been found to be effective both for type 2 as well as type 2 non-type 2 inflammation. And this is the talk of ATS at the moment, because this is a new molecule which everybody is looking at, where you need not look at the type of inflammation. You can give it in severe asthma, particularly if they have non-type 2 inflammation. IL-8 mediated blockers somehow have never made success, which is purely non-type 2 inflammation, and bronchial thermoplasty is an option. How do we recognize type 2 severe asthma? These are the patients who have type 2 helper and innate cell molecules and associated pathways. They have IL-4, IL-5, IL-13 in airways and the blood, and we do not have ways to measure them in blood. So their surrogate markers are blood and tissue eosinophils. So you can do serum blood eosinophils as well as sputum eosinophils. And very important, this is eosinophilic driven inflammation or allergic inflammation, which is responsive to corticosteroids, and because the corticosteroids block the type 2 inflammation. And very importantly, these patients have many other allergic comorbidities like allergic rhinitis, chronic rhinosinusitis with nasal polyposis, allergic dermatitis, urticaria, and chronic eczemas. So these are basically the clinical markers in the patients of severe asthma, which tells them that the driver of inflammation is type 2, and you need to target it with the precision medicine. But when we talk about the right patient, the right drug, another important point in precision medicine is the right time. What is the right time to start these drugs? Right time is when these patients are on high dose ICS, LABA/LAMA, and whatever else, montelukast or theophylline, whatever we have used everything. Patient still is having exacerbations, still requiring hospitalizations, require oral corticosteroid use, either maintenance or burst, suffers from poor quality of life, and has significantly impaired lung functions. That's the right time to use precision medicine in patients with asthma. As I said, at the moment in India, we have 3 choices: omalizumab, mepolizumab, and benralizumab. You can see all of them are basically for moderate to severe asthma, with the patients who continue to have these kind of sufferings due to asthma, that is exacerbations, hospitalizations, OCS use, etc. And you can use them depending upon whether in a patient the driver of inflammation is IgE or eosinophil via cytokine IL-5. So these have got various frequencies, adverse events. Most of them are mild, easily manageable, doesn't require much of a significance. And now these days, during COVID, we have found all these patients are taking their biologics at home without any significant adverse events being reported. Omalizumab, this is the first one which came as an anti-IgE monoclonal antibody. What it does is it goes and blocks the free circulating IgE in the blood, and it makes it unavailable to attach to the mast cells, leading to the allergic inflammation cascade with the release of various cytokines and inflammatory mediators to start the allergic inflammation in the airways. It also downregulates the receptors. And it has been shown to not only decrease the airway inflammation, decreases exacerbations, hospitalizations, improves quality of life, lung functions, and need for rescue medications. It is given either once a month or twice a month. And the Cochrane review, which has been recently published, has shown on the basis of various papers and more than 50,000 patients all across the world who have completed 5 years of omalizumab, that it is effective in reducing asthma exacerbations and hospitalizations, enables a reduction in dose of ICS, improves asthma control, and in some patients, you can discontinue oral corticosteroids. The second group which is available is anti-IL-5 therapy. There are 3 choices, and we have 2 of them available. It either again neutralizes the circulating interleukin-5 in the blood, and here we have the molecules mepolizumab and rasulimab. And on the other hand, we have another molecule, which is benralizumab, which goes and binds to the receptors on the eosinophils and brings in the NK cells with lot of apoptosis as well as the eosinophilic killing with almost complete elimination of the eosinophils, which is called as antibody-dependent cell-mediated cytotoxicity. So mechanism little different, but they are both acting against as a anti-IL-5 drugs. There's not much to choose between, because if you look at the Icaaicon paper, it recommends that most of both the drugs are for eosinophilic or IL-5 driven severe asthma patients, and they have been shown to almost show all the targets of improvement equally well, whether we use A or B drug, like decreasing exacerbations, hospitalizations, OCS use, and improving lung functions. But when we do a clinical efficacy checkup between anti-IgE versus anti-IL-5, we find that the anti-IL-5, if the patient is eligible for that, has a better control of the oral corticosteroid reduction dosages, as well as improvement in lung functions. The most important aspect of precision medicine is the decision making, which has to be shared between the patient and the physician, and with the predefined targets established on a mutual agreement, focusing on the patient's goal to control their asthma. And this requires a predefined cutoffs. How much exacerbation reduction required, how much hospitalization reduction required, and how much OCS dose reduction required for a patient, or how much improvement in quality of life or lung functions we are looking for. But we have to keep in mind that in the clinical trials, this is the maximum which has been achieved. So that unrealistic expectations from biologics should not be there, which can lead to, of course, a lot of non-compliance and early termination of these wonderful therapies. In our own experience in severe asthma, we find that with the atopic asthma, which is IgE-driven type 2 inflammation, is in about 40% of patients. And if we look at the patients who have got eosinophilic, they are more than 50% of them, but they also have some features of atopy. The overlap is very significant, and you need to choose precisely depending upon the predictors of this response as per the biomarkers. So that is what the precision medicine is. And I think nowhere in the world it would be tested so thoroughly as an finishing very high. Coming to my last slide is the care pathway. So how do we use precision medicine on a care pathway? So we identify a severe asthma patient who's suffering from exacerbations, hospitalizations, or OCSUs, or poor quality of life, and then decide whether they have type 2 inflammation or non-type 2 inflammation. If type 2, it is allergic driven, IgE driven, we start with omalizumab. If not, it is with high eosinophils, we start with anti-IL-5 drug. If no eosinophils, no IgE driven asthma, it is type 2 low, then for them we have only few options like macrolides, bronchial thermoplasty, or weight reduction if the patient are obese. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Deepak. Very lucid presentation. So, but your precision therapy comes with cost, especially for Indian scenario. So it's really wonderful to hear from you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Anjay Garu, Dr. Anjay, can we take over? Parmesh sir's lecture is over.
So,
now
yeah.
Dr. Suresh will present his talk. Dr.
Suresh Kulwal. Yeah.
Suresh, speaking on.
Yeah.
Speaking on which topic?
Last topic, COVID vaccine and allergy.
Okay.
You can start your presentation. Share the screen, sir. Dr. Suresh.
Good evening, all. Welcome to the Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology Conference. Today, the speaker.
So, internet, sir.
Dr. Suresh Kulwal is going to speak on immunomodulation as a treatment option in COVID.
Yeah,
Hello?
thank you, organizers, for inviting me to speak on this platform. And I'm thankful to Indian College of Allergy and Asthma Immunology who has given me a chance to speak here. Can you see my slides?
Yeah.
Make it slide presentation, sir.
Yeah. Now, the common vaccines which are available in India are Covaxin and AstraZeneca Covishield. The other vaccines which are commonly available are the mRNA vaccines, which are Moderna vaccine, and Pfizer vaccines, which are common vaccine. Other these Sputnik vaccine and Johnson Johnson vaccine, AstraZeneca vaccine, they are vector vaccine, while Pfizer and Moderna are the mRNA vaccine, and Covaxin is inactivated vaccine. Now, an allergic reaction and side effects are two different things with the vaccines, and the majority of the people will have some mild to moderate side effects because as their bodies respond to the vaccine. Rarely person experiences an allergic reaction to the one or more of the ingredients in the vaccine. Now, a severe allergic reaction can lead to anaphylaxis. Now, no vaccine till now contains these COVID vaccine does not contain egg, gelatin, latex, or any embryogenic material. So they are not allergenic. As you see, the vaccine immunomediated reactions can be these IgE mediated or can be immune complex mediated or T cell mediated. Now, IgE mediated reactions occurs within minutes to less than 4 hours, like urticaria, angioedema, rhinoconjunctivitis, bronchospasm, anaphylaxis, gastrointestinal disorders, vasculitis, myocarditis are immune complex disorders, and T cell mediated maculopapular erythematous rashes can occur. The T cell mediated reaction will occur after 48 to 72 hours, but they are very rare. And there are certain non-IgE mediated reactions like urticaria, angioedema, or gastrointestinal disorders can be there. Now, what is anaphylaxis? It's an acute onset of an illness which occurs with minutes to several hours with simultaneous involvement of the skin tissue or both. There may be generalized high pruritus or flushing, swelling of the lips, swelling of the tongue, all associated with none of the following, like if there is presence of respiratory compromise like dyspnea, wheeze, bronchospasm, or stridor, or associated with reduced BP or associated symptoms of end organ dysfunction, it can present as the hypotonia or syncope or incontinence. Or it can also present with the gastrointestinal symptoms like severe crampy, abdominal pain, repetitive vomitings, especially after exposure to the non-food allergens. Now, another factor criteria is without getting skin reactions, there can be acute onset of hypotension or bronchospasm or lung involvement after exposure to a non or highly probable allergens like vaccine. Now, incidence of anaphylaxis is extremely rare side effects of vaccination. According to the CDC, around 2 to 5 people per million or fewer than 0.001% of the people vaccinated in US and UK had experienced anaphylaxis. Now, most of these severe allergic reactions occurred within 15 minutes of the vaccine injection. Now, COVID arm, some people have, which is in a red, itchy, swelling, or painful rash where at the site of the injection, and these rashes can start within few days to more than a week after the first shot, and they are sometimes quite large. The second dose can be given among these patients and at a recommended at the same interval as the recommended in normal person. So there is no contraindication for the second dose in people who have such type of reaction, and if the rash is itchy, the patient can take antihistaminic which will give relief to this rash. Now, various skin rashes can occur. Their review of 414 skin rashes were associated with Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, and they showed a variety of rashes, eruptions, and injection site inflammation can occur. Less commonly, patients also have episodes of zoster, herpes simplex, flares, and rosacea-like reactions. A few patients develop pernio and chilblains, which is better known as COVID toes. The chilblain, I have seen many patients who are developing after the Covishield vaccine, and which develops after 7 to 8 days. But the children usually this occurs because of the exposure to the cold, but because of the vaccine it occurred. And by the time I could find in the literature that this may be because of the Covishield vaccine, the people were already cured and automatically their problem resolved. And most of these reactions are because they were mild and resolved on their own. So no serious reactions were reported with these vaccines. For various type of the skin rashes was reported from the first or sometimes also with the second dose of the vaccine. But there is no contradiction. This is the typical chilblain type of the reaction which occurred in many of the people this Covishield vaccine. Now, polyethylene glycol, especially mentioning it's a group of polyether compounds which are widely used in medicinal cosmetic and household products, like including creams, lotions, shampoo, hair dye, and dental hygiene products. It is also used in laxatives and tablets, and also as a liquid stabilizer in various injections and eye drops. In vaccine, it impairs the enzymatic degradation of the mRNA vaccine, and it increases the water solubility and bioavailability of these lipid nanoparticles. And this polyethylene glycol was found to be present in various medicines like laxatives and also in the eye drops, etc. There's another polymer which is similar to there's a derivative of the polyethylene glycol, is the polysorbate 80, which is an excipient in many existing vaccines like DTP and herpes B vaccine, hepatitis, these pneumococcal conjugate vaccine, influenza vaccine, and many other medicines also it is present. It is also used as an emulsifier in widespreadly in various foods like ice cream also it is available, and at least 70% of the injectable biological agents have like monoclonal antibodies also contain polysorbate 80. Now, why I am mentioning these products? Because these are the products which are found to be responsible for causing anaphylaxis with the mRNA and the vaccines like the Moderna vaccines and Pfizer vaccines. These the two compounders were found to be present in those vaccines. Now, AstraZeneca vaccine has a polysorbate 80, but while the Covaxin vaccine does not contain polysorbate 80 or polyethylene glycol, but if you see the mRNA vaccine, the Moderna vaccine and Pfizer vaccine, which both contains polyethylene glycol, and this AstraZeneca vaccine, which has polysorbate 80, is of very less concern. This polysorbate 80 is also a polymer of polyethylene glycol, but its concentration is very low, that is less than 100 microgram per dose. The influenza vaccine also have this polysorbate 80, but they were not associated with a higher rate of hypersensitivity reactions, because current guidelines from the public health in the United Kingdom recommend that individual with PAG allergy can receive AstraZeneca vaccine. So if you have suspicious doubt that whether the patient will have a history of anaphylaxis, whether the patient previous anaphylaxis, whether the patient is allergic to polyethylene glycol or polysorbate, then skin testing can be done. Now, polyethylene glycol itself in the pure form is not available, so the skin testing can be done with the substances like Miralax, which is the eye drops containing polyethylene glycol. So if the patient who has history of potential anaphylaxis with any of the suspected substances like PEC or methylprednisolone also contains PAG, or triamcinolone acetonide eye drops also contains PAG. So any of these substances which are containing PAG can be used as the skin prick test. If the test is positive, then that person is ineligible for PAG containing or polysorbate containing vaccines. Now, if the skin test is negative, then patient you can go for the intradermal testing with the same substance. And if the skin test is positive, then you provide patients with the list of PAG or polysorbate containing vaccines and injectable. If the skin test is negative, then informed consent is taken, and patient can be given vaccine under supervision. And at least he should wait for the 30 minutes at the vaccination site, and vaccination should be done in a place where all the facility of resuscitation is available. Now, all the three organizations, these contradict that the vaccination should not be given if the patient has severe allergic reactions that or anaphylaxis after a previous dose of the same vaccine or component of the same COVID vaccine, or patient who had immediate allergic reactions of the any severity to previous dose or non-allergic to the component of the any component of the vaccine, and previous allergic reactions to PAG or polysorbate. On all the three conditions, the vaccines is contraindicated. Now, people with the contraindication of the mRNA vaccine, including because of the PAG allergy, consideration may be given to another vaccine, which is AstraZeneca vaccine, which contains polysorbate. So, if the patient is allergic to the PAG containing vaccine, mRNA vaccine, he can accept the another vaccine, AstraZeneca vaccine, and because that does not contain PAG, that contains polysorbate 80. But they should wait at least for the 28 days after the mRNA vaccine dose to receive other vaccine for that person. Now, this is the according to World Health Organization, World Allergy Organization. This is the precautions where you should where you should have special precautions where the vaccine is contraindicated. Now, if a person having previous history of allergic reactions to any of the identified food allergies, or patient is having asthma or allergic rhinitis with food allergies, or allergic to the venom or any defined group of medication, or patient who is having inhalant allergy, patient who has family history of allergies, patient who has local reactions to prior vaccination, or patient who is hypersensitive to non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs like aspirin or ibuprofen, or patient who is on an allergen immunotherapy or who is on biologics or having stable asthma. These people can proceed with the vaccination as a normal individual according to the local guidelines, and observation period is for 15 to 30 minutes, maybe ideal. So they should be treated as a normal person. Now, if special precautions should be they are kept when the patient has history of immediate allergic reactions, usually anaphylaxis to multiple different drug classes with the trigger unidentified. You don't know whether the patient is allergic to the PAG allergy. Either you go for the skin prick test or intradermal test, or if you are not able to do that, then you have to give the special precautions in this patient. If there is history of anaphylaxis to a vaccine or a potential monoclonal antibody preparation, or patient who has history of idiopathic anaphylaxis, or patient who has systemic mastocytosis, in this case, you should assess the risk of possible PAG allergy, and you should consider that it should be the vaccine should be given in a specialized center under special care with all the facility to monitor the anaphylaxis is there. Consider observation for at least 30 minutes or more at the vaccination site. But there are no data which suggest that recommend that pre-treatment with the antihistamine can be given in this patient, which will prevent these allergic symptoms. But if the patient who had prior allergic reactions to the vaccine or the same vaccine, like the patient who had allergic reactions to the first dose of Moderna or Pfizer vaccine, he should not be given the second dose of that vaccine, same vaccine. So for an mRNA-based vaccine, the prior allergic reaction to the another mRNA vaccine or prior allergic reaction to the component of the vaccine, including PEG or polyethyl glycol or polysorbate, then that person should not be given vaccination. Now, this is the British Society for Allergy and Clinical Immunology Green Book guidelines, which advise that some of the individuals who had reaction in the first dose of the COVID-19 vaccines may be able to receive a second dose of vaccines as per the flow chart. So if there is possible allergic reaction to the first dose of COVID-19 vaccine, you say that whether the symptoms were within 2 hours of vaccination, that is whether they were IgE-mediated symptoms or immediate type of the allergic reaction, yes, then the patient has systemic symptoms like including anaphylaxis, then this person is at high risk. But if the patient had swelling or rash at the local site or at the site of injection, if the patient had some itching or some swelling, then that patient can get second dose using the same type of the vaccination in the vaccination setting. But the observation period should be at least 30 minutes. But if the patient did not have symptoms within 2 hours of vaccination, but after the patient had a delayed type of urticaria or angioedema, but the edema or angioedema was of the such extent that patient required medical attention, in such cases also patient should be not repeated the same vaccine on the second dose. And if it was not there, then the patient, our patient had a self-reacting reaction, then patient can receive the same dose or same vaccine or second dose of the same vaccine. Now, routine observation period according to the CDC is 30 minutes for the people with a history of immediate allergic reaction of any CVA to another vaccine or injectable therapy in past. Now, people with a contraindication of different type of COVID-19 vaccine, for example, people with the contraindication of mRNA vaccine who receive Janssen viral vector vaccine should be observed for 30 minutes before the new vaccine is given. So people with the history of anaphylaxis of any cause should wait for at least 30 minutes at the site of vaccination. All other people who have history of inhalation allergy or bronchial asthma patient who is taking allergy immunotherapy can wait for at least 15 to 30 minutes. That is enough. Now, patient should report immediately if any reaction occur, even after leaving the venue after observation in these cases. Now, this was the initial few days in the, it was a report in the January 18, 2020, when initially the healthcare workers were given the vaccination, and it was found that 47 people of the Pfizer vaccine and 19 people with the Moderna vaccine had anaphylaxis. And out of these people, the maximum number, 94% were the female, and in the Moderna vaccine, all were the female patients who had anaphylaxis. And these reactions occur within 10 minutes in the most of the cases, and 15 minutes in the most of the cases. And 77% of these patients had allergy or allergic reaction, history of allergic reactions, and 34% had in the modern Pfizer vaccine had history of prior anaphylaxis. Now, in the Moderna, 26% had history of prior anaphylaxis. Now, vaccination, most of these reaction, anaphylactic reactions occurred in the first dose of the mRNA vaccine. So, these were the initially few days patient had anaphylaxis. But India, as far till today, no patient of anaphylaxis has been reported. There's only single patient of the in the AIMS who presented with the anaphylaxis symptoms, but was still not sure that patient had anaphylaxis or something else. Now, at the vaccination side, one should be very quick to observe whether the patient is having really anaphylactic symptoms, or whether with vasovagal reaction, which is very common, and whether it is other local vaccination site. Because the allergic reactions usually, or anaphylactic reaction usually occurs within 15 to 30 minutes of the vaccination, but vasovagal reaction can occur even before injecting. After seeing the vaccine, patient can have vasovagal reaction during injection or after 15 minutes. But the vaccination site injection usually takes longer, maybe days or hours after the vaccination. Now, constitutional symptoms, feeling of impending doom, skin symptoms, which are present in 90% of the people with the anaphylaxis. Not always that all patient of the anaphylaxis present with the skin symptoms. Some of the patient will present only with the syncope or hypotension or shock. So they may not be having the skin symptoms. But these skin symptoms are very typical in 80 to 90% of the patient of anaphylaxis, like flushing, urticaria, angioedema, pruritus. Patient may have neurological problems, and the patient may have the shortness of breath, wheezing, bronchospasm, stridor, or cardiovascular problem like hypotension or tachycardia. Patient may present with the vomiting, sudden vomiting or abdominal pain. But vasovagal reaction, patient does not have skin rashes, but there may be paler skin or diaphoresis or cold and clammy skin may be there, and sensation of the feeling of the bark may be there. Patient feels dizziness or syncope, lightheadedness. So you should have a quick attention that to whether the patient, because anaphylaxis is an emergency situation, and vasovagal reaction, you should differentiate whether patient had anaphylaxis or vasovagal reaction. Vasovagal reaction is a common phenomenon occurring at the vaccination site. Now, if the patient had anaphylaxis with any of the reaction, the second dose is contraindicated with the same vaccine. But if the patient had vasovagal reaction with first dose of the vaccine, the second dose of the same vaccine can be given. Now, this is a typical allergic reactions in the patient with angioedema and rashes. Now, tryptase level should provide a more precise measure of the involvement of the mast cells in clinical presentation. And if it is the facility is available, then total serum tryptase levels should be sample should be taken, because it remains elevated for 6 hours or more, but it peaks at the 1 hour. So you should obtain the samples within 3 hours. Normal serum tryptase level is less than 10 nanograms per milliliter, and higher it is, the higher the sensitivity. The normal tryptase level will rule out the possibility of anaphylaxis. Now, positive predictor of the serum tryptase is 92.6%, and negative predictive value is 52%. Plasma histamine begins to rise within 5 minutes, but remains elevated for 30 to 60 minutes only, while the tryptase levels remains higher in the serum. The plasma histamine rises fast and disappears fast, but the serum tryptase rises slow and remains in the blood for up to 6 hours or more. But the urinary histamine, if you have the facility to measure, then it remains longer. Now, how to manage these allergic reactions? If their local symptoms are there, then redness, itching is there, you can apply cold compresses at the injection site, consider giving analgesic or antipruritic medications. If there is slight bleeding, then apply pressure, adhesive compresses or continuous bleeding there. Then the thick layer of the gauze pads, and patient should be referred to the surgery site. For the management of anaphylaxis, all the vaccination sites should have facility to manage anaphylaxis. At least 3 pre-filled injections of the epinephrine should be made available before giving vaccination to any of the patient. Rapidly assess airways, breathing, circulation, and mental activity. Call for emergency medical services. Place the patient in a supine position, that is face up position with feet elevated, unless upper air obstruction is present or the patient is vomiting. Epinephrine is the drug of choice. There is no contraindication of epinephrine if you are suspecting anaphylaxis. One is 1000 dilution is the first line treatment for the anaphylaxis and should be administered immediately. In adults, administer 0.5 milligram intramuscular dose using a pre-measured or pre-filled syringe or an auto-injector in the mid outer thigh through clothing if necessary. It is so urgent that even if you don't give time if the patient to remove the cloth to the patient, you can give through the clothing also. Epinephrine dose may be repeated if the patient does not respond to the first dose. It may be repeated every 5 to 15 minutes if the symptoms do not improve, or if they return while waiting for the emergency medical services. The number and the time of the epinephrine given should be recorded. So you can usually you may require to give the 3 doses of the epinephrine, and because of the acute life-threatening nature of the anaphylaxis, there are no contraindication to epinephrine administration. The patient should not have standing. It is the otherwise patient will fall. Patient should lie down with the feet elevated. That is the proper position in this patient. Now, epinephrine can be available in auto injection center, which is not available in India. And but if the patient is having issue of allergic or anaphylaxis to the polyethylene glycol or any of the substances of the vaccine in the past, he should carry at least 2 pairs of the EpiPen with him to the vaccination site. And if the pre-filled syringe with the epinephrine should be available, and at least 3 syringes should be kept available at the vaccination site. The epinephrine can be injected by the patient himself even through the cloth in case of emergency. Now, oxygen is a part of early management of anaphylaxis. Although oxygen is advised in the recent guidelines for the vaccination setting in the COVID setting only, but it has been needed for the routine immunization. It is not never needed in the routine immunization in the community. So oxygen is recently recommended that it should be available when you are doing vaccination to the COVID patient. Oxygen, if it is required, then it can be given in the 6 to 8 liters flow given by the mask or by the oropharyngeal airways. Fluids, there's loss of fluids in the anaphylaxis, and maybe up to 2 liters or 25% of the blood volume loss may be there. So fast crystalloid should be injected in these patients. Antihistaminics and bronchodilator are not the first line treatment for the anaphylaxis. However, they help in improving the symptoms of skin, the cutaneous symptoms like relief from the itching, relief in the hives or articular symptoms, or symptoms of the respiratory distress. The bronchodilator can be given by nebulization. But in patient with anaphylaxis, they should be given after epinephrine. Epinephrine should be given immediately, and then after you should give anti-inflammatory bronchodilator. So H1 antihistaminics are the antihistaminics which are available. Phenamyl maleate is the drug which is available in the IV form in India. Now, glucocorticoids, because of the slow onset of the action, they have minor role in acute phase of anaphylaxis treatment, and there is no systemic clinical trials which regarding the indications of glucocorticoids in anaphylaxis. However, glucocorticoids are effective in the treatment of asthma against protected or biphasic anaphylactic reaction. So that is patient who are non-asthmatics will not have asthmatic episode if the patient has anaphylactic reaction. Now, corticosteroids 100 to 1000 milligram or methylprednisolone in the dose of 30 milligram per kilogram body weight can be given. Prophylactic use of steroids is not of any value. Now, if the patient, if not so that serious, that was not admitted to the hospital, he should be observed for several hours, because late or biphasic reactions can begin as late as 24 hours after the initial anaphylaxis. So, patient should be treated with steroid during the acute, and they should be given a short course of oral corticosteroid to finish it, because anaphylaxis may recur after patients begin to recover. Monitoring in a medical facility for at least 4 hours is advised, even after the complete resolution of symptoms or signs. So you should not discharge the patient just after the treatment of giving injection epinephrine. So if the patient had anaphylaxis, at least observe the patient for 4 hours. Yeah, it's the last slide. If the patient has anaphylaxis which is refractory, then glucagon can be given in such patients. So he assess that early recognition of anaphylactic symptoms prompt treatment with epinephrine and activation of medical emergency service in case of COVID vaccine allergy. And administration of the anti-infective to prevent allergic reactions is not recommended because they do not prevent the anaphylaxis reactions, or rather they will mask the cutaneous symptom. In summary, anaphylaxis is very rare with the COVID vaccine. Females are more commonly affected. Epinephrine is the only treatment. Titration level, if as far as possible, should be obtained. Skin testing with the PEG and polysorbate wherever the doubt exists. No contact indication for vaccination due to previous allergies, anaphylaxis, or mast cell activation disorders. Large local reactions do not recur. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kulwal, sir. Thank you, Dr. Kulwal, for a nice presentation of anaphylactic reactions in general and COVID vaccination in particular. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to the next speaker.
Yeah, Azhar, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Next session is the video presentation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, present. So kindly open this, share the screen.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. Can you able to see the screen, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. So can you hear the audio?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Audio is not coming.
Okay, so just a minute. So now?
No.
Hello?
No audio, only we.
Just a minute. Let it play. Wait.
From the audience. So what is allergy? Coming to the basic, that any person who has got who is there and he's exposed to so many substances in the environments, maybe infection agents or which are producing different type of diseases, and the protection basically from our side is by the immune response. Our immune response is very important for that, and because it recognizes self versus non-self, it knows which is good, which is not good. It says that this substance is not good for our body, so it
Can you hear now?
non-self. So then it reacts only to the non-self. There are two types of immune responses, innate immunity or the acquired immune response. Innate immunity is which is built up already in the body, which has the defensive barrier. So initially substances which are coming, like anatomically, they are endocytes, phagocytes in the body, and they try to catch that particular things and get it off. Physiologically, they are inflammatory responses, which is allergy is one of them. And innate immunity is first line of defense and is a self versus non-self recognitions. There is no specificity, no memory. That is something that is important. It reacts to all those who are not self, not specific to one person, one antigen. So acquired immune response is different. It does not occur independent of innate immune response. There should be presence of immune along with that innate immune response. It works. There is a self versus non-self recognition, which is with everybody. But important thing is there are specificity and memory. A person reacts to one antigens today, will remember it throughout in the memory, and so when the antigens comes again next time, it reacts because no, it's abnormal. That's the important thing. No other system of the body except acute immune response and the brain itself, obviously, because controlling everything, has got this particular feature. So acute immune response again divided into humoral immune response or cell-mediated immune response. Now, what we are talking about the allergic disease. Allergic disease are basically IgE-mediated diseases. And so the TH presenting cells, thyroid helper cells, and under the influence of interleukin 12, they produce TH1 type of cells. And they are suppressors, cytotoxic tracks, and they suppress the IgE productions. Now, TH rendering cells under the influence of interleukin 4, they produce TH2 cells. TH2 cells, they help the B cell to form Ig production, and therefore they are producing the inflammations. So antigen presenting cell, when comes in contact of antigen, it produces TH2 cells, and with the different interleukins, and help B cells to produce more Ig production, so more inflammation and more allergic phenomena. But the antigens TH1 cell, if it reacts with TH1 cells, it produces different type of things and tries to control Ig production by the B cells and reduces the production of Ig. There are certain diseases like autoimmune disease, immune deficiency disease, and hypersensitive diseases. So it's very clear. Autoimmune disease means the person is reacting to the body's tissue, body's cell itself, and producing the diseases. Immune deficiency, when the immune system is not to the extent and produces the disease, so immune deficiency, all right, AIDS and other things. And hypersensitive diseases are usually these allergic conditions where the reaction is hyper. And four type of, I think everybody knows, Giles and Coombs allergic diseases. They have been defined. We are coming into the type 1 reactions. The immune reactions are mediated through T lymphocytes, thymus dependent, B lymphocytes, bone marrow dependent, TH1 cells. They are further divided. Thyroid cells, T lymphocytes are divided into TH1 and TH2. TH1 is cell mediated immune reactions. TH2 is immune inflammatory reactions. And B cells are the immunoglobulins formation under the instructions from these particular cells. Antigen is predetermined genetically for that antigen. This is important. A person who is going to react to that antigen is already determined. Antibodies are formed after first exposure with antigens. There is no reaction in the first exposure, even if person is allergic to that. Second and subsequent exposure leads to immunological reactions, because in the first reaction there is a formation of antibodies. Once the antibodies are there in the subsequent infection, it reacts with the antibody and then produces the clinical presentation of the disease. Now I will be talking basically about the type 1 or Ig mediated immune reactions. Now a person comes in contact of a foreign substance, and if the immune system is normal, there is no reaction. A foreign substance, which is again a precipitating factor, we call them, and it has been genetically predetermined that this patient is going to react to that particular allergen. So genetically predetermined individual with abnormal immune system. The reactions occur and depends upon the target organ. Target organ is again decided that whether it's going to affect respiratory system, nasal system, skin, GIT, cardio. All these allergic phenomena can be present in one or in addition more than one system and produces the significant diseases. If you come to the mast cells or the basophils in blood, the antigen which are there in this thing, like two Ig molecules bridged by the antigens, there are certain changes in the cells. and there's a fall in the CMP level and an increase in the GMP level. What it produces that those inflammatory substances which are already present in the cells, they burst out and comes out of the cells and go into the target tissue, and there they produce the reactions like basically histamine, prostaglandin, leukotrienes. These are the important ones that produces the reactions. Histamine is more important for skin problems, and prostaglandins and leukotrienes are more important for respiratory and nasal problems. And so reactions are developed due to the mediator release. And what reactions they produce? Usually they produce muscle spasm, they produce increased permeability of the cells, increased vascular congestion, increased mucosal cell in number as well as in the actions. So these symptoms, if you put it in any of the substance, you can have the presentations: muscle spasm, cells are there, vascular congestion is there, local, and then increased mucosa. So mucus is also there. How to work up in the patient of clinical allergy? Start with these two taking. That's the most important part of the allergic patient. It takes at least roughly 15-20 minutes per patient. You should give sufficient time to the patient to let him talk whatever he wants to talk, because he has been having allergic for some time and he is trying to recollect everything, which may be, I think 90% of them may be wrong, but you just let him come out with something. Sometimes he may bring you something, some important allergen which probably you are not considering, and ask him to maintain a diary of the symptoms and food and things which are taking at that particular time, so that you can correlate that which is probably the culprit, because it takes time to find out. Sorry. So now again the things are there. The perennial or seasonal history is there, which is the occupation, whether gets problem in home or gets the office. Problem starts at what time, problem maximum at what time, minimum at what time, minimum, or it is relieved by, suppose the patient has got problem in Delhi, he goes to the hill station and he feels better. So all those things correlate and try to find out the things that, okay, probably these are the allergens to which he is allergic. Any known precipitating factors, more having outdoor activities or inside the home. So different are there: inside the dust and fungus, outside the pollen, insects, and occupational exposures, and other type of dust are there. So that gives an idea. So how to diagnose allergic history? Again, I said is very important. Skin testing is also to find out with different pollen, trees, weeds, dust, fungus, insects, tenders, feathers, cotton, wools, and then any specific allergen if you can find out in that patient's. Dietary substances, skin testing, especially elimination test, that is basically for food allergy. Skin testing is not 100% reliable. With IgE also not very reliable, but the double-blind placebo-controlled food challenge is the gold standard, but it should be done only in places where the facilities to manage anaphylaxis and other things are there. Different type of allergic testing, if you go into the history, are there: intradermal test, prick test, conjunctival test, for PK test, dietary eliminations, and in vivo test for specific IgE by ELISA or by RAST. But the most important thing is the prick test, which has been now recommended all over, and it gives less of the chances of anaphylaxis, less amount of the antigen is required, and less space is also required. And training is not very important for intradermal. The amount has to be very precise, so the person has to be trained very well. Then for doing skin testing, there should not be any local skin disease. Suppose any inflammatory disease already existing, the absorption of the antigen becomes very fast, so can give you false reactions. Pre-medications and the adrenaline, especially antihistaminics, and if a patient is on omalizumab, that should be stopped sufficiently before doing the testing. And because of the shortage, I cannot talk about the duration, but there are different durations for this. 1:50 weight by dilution. Weight by volume is dilution usually is given for intradermal testing, and 1:10 or 20 for prick test. Reading is done 15 to 20 minutes because the peak is at this time, and grading is done as per already established criteria. This is just to put a drop of antigens, then you put a needle there, make a prick of that, and then you see the reactions like this. After some time, you see the big reactions, and then you can say it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you know what is 1, 2, 3, 4. You have already noted down. So this is how it is done. This is the histamine grading intradermal test is being done. Positive control should be less than 2 plus. First line negative control equivalent to the negative, you go to the control, negative control, which is normal buffer saline. Buffer saline, all the antigens are prepared in buffer saline. Twice 2, that is 1 plus, thrice 2, this thing. And then they started pseudopodia. Pseudopodia means that the the antigen is positivity is going out, and there are some things. And so if they are 1 or 2, then this is 3. This was the interterminal, which is not used except in few countries. Even in the USA, it is being used. Here also been recommended. So doubtful cases, you can do the skin testing. But prick testing is histamine phosphate. It should be 2 plus or less than 3 ml, and should be equal to 2 plus reactions. Buffer saline should be negative 0, or then 1 plus is up to 3 ml. Wheel formations, 2 plus is 3 to 5, 3 plus is 6 to 8, and 4 plus is 9 to 11. This is how we grade and give the positivity. Now, after skin testing, a clinical correlation is important. I already said history of exposure to allergen skin testing, correlation with symptoms, unable to avoid the antigens, that's important. Immunotherapy age is suitable for that patient, then you do it. Food allergy, for suspected case, food allergy cases, the goal is study double-blind placebo-controlled food challenge to do it in a proper setup to deal with any untoward infections, reactions. Diet exclusion is safer than this thing. As the second text which was there, where people don't have the facility. Diet elimination exclusion is that you take some diet and then try to exclude one by one, and then you can find out probably this thing. That is complete, that is safer, but it's not 100% reliable as double-blind placebo control. SPT and IG estimations has been controversial due to conflicting results in various studies. No definite benefit with immunotherapy in food allergies, and avoidance is the only thing which is recommended. For giving injections, important is number of antigens. It should not be more than 5. Age is, I think, less than 2 years. Is less than 5 years is not recommended. 2 to 5 is controversial. It is very much required. Amount of each allergen is important. That is why the number is less. If you take more allergens than in a mixture, then the individual antigens amount is very less to provoke any immune reactions. Concentration is also where to start depending upon the sensitivity of the patient. Acceptability of first injection. That's why it should be in the clinic. You should be not have any problem because the patient is raw. You are starting with something antigen, so please watch the patient in the clinic. Facilities for keeping injections, and there should be availability of qualified doctors in the vicinity. If you are asking them to take the injections at home, and should be preferably taken in the clinic place, and ask the patient to stay for half an hour or so. Now, what is the specific allergen immunotherapy? It means immunotherapy with a specific allergen for that person to which he is sensitive or is allergic. So we can define immunotherapy as a method of treatment used to control the clinical and immunological changes produced in Ig-mediated type 1 hypersensitivity immune reaction. An idea of immunotherapy is to gradually increase the amount and the concentration of allergen from a very diluted level to an optimum level, which can produce maximum relief in the patients. The idea is to achieve 1 ml, 1:50 dilutions once a month. But not always the patient reaches here. Somewhere 1:50 dilution he reaches, but somewhere between 0.5 to 1 ml is the maintenance dose in that patients. When the patient start getting swelling local after testing, probably the last dose becomes the maintenance dose. So the idea is maximum to reach up to 1 ml, but wherever he starts getting problem, you have the maintenance dose. Normally, we start 1:5,000 and twice a week, 1:500 twice a week, 1:50 once a week, and slowly we increase from 0.1 to 0.5, but 1:50 slowly, as I already said, start from 1:5 once a week, and then after 0.6 slowly build up to make it say about once in 2 weeks, once in 3 weeks, 0.7, once in month, 0.89, and wherever is the maintenance. If you can reach 1 ml, I think we don't go further. AIHA has a characteristic not shared by drugs in the capacity to modify the natural disease. Thing is that no drug has the capacity to modify the natural history of disease due to its immunological mechanism of action, and thus also works after the treatment has been withdrawn. The thing is, it is not a bronchodilator or something. People start immunotherapy and then discontinue all the medicine you are taking. That is not there, because for immediate relief, for bronchodilator, for steroid, whatever he is taking for the treatment, that should be continued along with immunotherapy, because immunotherapy is modifies the natural history. It's not a bronchodilator. Now, what happens actually, usually balance if your Th1 and Th2 cells, if you maintain, then it's balanced. Now, in the case of allergy condition, Th2 response increases. Therefore, there's inflammation, and what immunotherapy is restores back the Th2 response again to the normal level. Try to bring it 100% or maybe 80-90% is there. The patient gets relief. Now, this is how the mechanism of action. I will not go into details of that, but the immunotherapy has been produced like say, T lymphocytes, B lymphocytes, dendritic cells, monocytes, mast cells, eosinophils. All these cells have been found to be associated with any type of inflammation. And now all the adverse effects which are produced in these cells have been reverted back and seen that in allergen immunotherapy. So the result is the clinical outcome is that it increases the quality of life, decreases symptoms and medication requirement, and decreases the skin reactivity if you repeat it after some time in those patients. There are few studies, the prevention of new sensitization by specific immunotherapy, long-term observational study. A study about 1420 atopic bronchial asthma and or rhinitis patients were evaluated 20 years after their immunotherapy. So, and they could find out that, okay, there is a response. The new sensitization after 20 years has been 40% versus 21%. The patient who has been given immunotherapy had much less, about 50% less than the development or progression of the disease. 12 years follow-up after discontinuation. The other important thing about allergen immunotherapy is that after discontinuation of the treatment, the patient gets a relief even after, without immunotherapy. And this has been seen up to 12 years that the patient slowly start getting symptoms in this patient. Say 91 started and 2003, like this is going on further. And then 12 years follow-up of this study, which published in 2006, as patient is not having any symptoms. And the benefit of immunotherapy continues up to 12 years according to this. Specific immunotherapy has long-term preventive effect in seasonal rhinitis. 10 years follow-up on the PATS study was a very important study. So when we started the immunotherapy, you said difference is 45%. So there's a control with the AIG, allergen immunotherapy, versus control is about 45% less symptoms in the patients and perennial or seasonal, both type of asthma. Now, I will be discussing with you few of my patients, not which have been on therapy, just to give patients who have got 17 years old person who was there, who was found to be bronchial asthma and allergic rhinitis. There were 5 antigen to which was positive: Gynandropsis, cockroach, mosquito, and moth. So they are insects as well as the pollens combination. They started, and after getting immunotherapy, the patient was without medication for a long period of time, and he was totally asymptomatic. Second patient who has got only single allergens, brassica, and this patient again has bronchial asthma. This patient has taken immunotherapy for 3 years, and after that time, patient is not taking for many years, 5 years, roughly nothing, and the patient is completely asymptomatic after 5 years of discontinuation of immunotherapy. Now, again, if there are 2 antigens of the same group, the insect group, cockroach or the moth, both, again, the patient was given immunotherapy for 2 years. He had also had migraine, and he improved in all sort of conditions and was remained asymptomatic, and no medications were required. 3 antigens again from the same group, say insect group, again patient was given this thing, immunotherapy, and asymptomatic, and it requires occasionally salbutamol or ASAP nasal spray, because the antigens to which he was positive is already present in environment and you can't avoid it. Now this patient is again has got 4 antigens of different group: argimones and TMS pollens, and then housefly and moth. They are insects. So it was again given by immunotherapy, and then patient became asymptomatic after 1.5 years, and there is no medication required afterwards. This is again 50 years old lady who was started the antigens with this and taken for roughly 2 years, and then after discontinuations. And so then the patient again came after some time, it's about 2003, after 80, and you are positive, again found to be the same allergens, and the patient was restarted immunotherapy with the same antigens, and the patient again got response. Why I want to say this one, show this slide actually, is that when the patient discontinued the allergen immunotherapy and the restart, found the patient is allergic to same thing, or maybe in addition to that, and you start immunotherapy again, patient gets relief. This is a child of 9 years old, a very interesting case. Patient got anaphylaxis and required hospitalization to the extent that he got a severe anaphylaxis, required Betadine and all supportive treatment. He was strongly found positive to the honeybee. He was never bitten by honeybee. Only thing, honeybee was there in the garden, which was detected afterwards because there was a honeybee present there in this thing. There was no bite, but even presence of honeybee was sitting on the skin or something, giving anaphylactic type of reaction. So, and here the venom therapy was started for 2.5 years, and the patient has got no problem. He's about 20 years old now, and even the bite now is not giving any problem. So that's sometimes it's very good result of immunotherapy, provided you work up and you do judiciously. This patient again, 80 years old, 18 years old, he has a very good hobby of horse riding. Unable to get to go near the horse. Whenever he goes to there, I think the same day he used to be admitted in hospital with anaphylaxis. Found positive, strongly positive, the horse tender. Immunotherapy was given 1.5 years up to 2004, and thereafter he disappeared. I think it's very interesting thing that after 1.5 years, 2005 or something, 1.5 years, then I got a telephone call from him, and I was really, I say, what the hell you have done here? We have tried everything to save you from this disease, but you have discontinued. Now he says, "Ki, your doctor, please listen to me, that because I have discontinued, this is my wrong. But I thought I am completely cured, because that after that I was using my horse, I was doing everything. After 6 months of taking this immunotherapy, I started using my horse riding, everything, and nothing happened. So I thanked you all, and I say I thought I'm just cured. And already you said take it at least for 3 years, but anyway, this is my mistake. So now the horse died, and I have done all the cremations because I was so much attached to the horse with my own hands. When I came back to my home, then I realized nothing happened to me. I have done everything, because usually it is with the denders and this thing and feces, or the denders and or the horse dender and the feces. They are the most important things. But I have done everything with this because patient died, and then and nothing happened. So I remember you, so I called you. But sometimes, so that's what I say. If you are doing judiciously, probably sometimes it is very, very rewarding to your patients. And the allergic disease, which we know that is usually is something which is almost supposed to be incurable. It's called to be allergy, means Allah ki marji. That used to be the call, and but now we have got something. But thing is that it is really a prolonged treatment, takes some time, not immediate relief. It takes about 6 months or so to give the response, and patient should be explained all those things in the beginning, so that he should not discontinue in between. Again, I'm saying the same thing, that Indian Journal of Allergy, Asthma and Immunology published the guidelines, which we published in 2009, and then updated in 2017, which is again published in the same journal. And a person can go through that and to have an idea, updated idea of about the allergy and immunotherapy. With this, I thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Sir. Thank you, Dr. Gaur, for a nice presentation of allergy in general and your experiences with immunotherapy. Thank you very much, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Next session. You can start next session.
Next,
Dr. Janmela is here.
Yeah.
Dr. Janmeja.
Everyone.
Good evening, sir. Dr. Janmeja is now going to speak on the immunomodulation as an option for COVID-19 vaccination. Over to you, sir. Dr. Janmeja.
Yeah. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, and my slides are visible?
No, you have to share it.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is now visible?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Visible and visual.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I am thankful to the organizer for giving.
Sir.
Is there any disturbance?
No, no. You go ahead, sir.
Okay. So I'm thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on the topic allotted to me, that is the immune modulation as a treatment option for COVID-19. Now, this is the picture I took on one beautiful morning at the place where I am working, that is MMMCH Solan HP nowadays. During my talk of around 20 minutes, I shall be talking about host immune responses in the COVID infection, types of immune responses, and the 3 stages of the immune responses, and immune status in clinical during these 3 stages, immunomodulators, agents for use in the COVID-19 patients, and treatment option during different stages, and limitations and the need for further research. In the end, I will be touching about this. Now, friends, we all know the ongoing outbreaks caused by the SARS-CoV-2. This is an unprecedented global health crisis, and the disease characteristics are quite heterogeneous, which range from no symptoms to a very critical illness, and nearly 10 to 20% of symptomatics are always at a considerable risk of the fatal outcome. And the critical illnesses which happens in these conditions are ARDS, septic shock, metabolic acidosis, coagulopathies, multi-organ failure, including the heart, liver, and kidney, and ultimately, you see the death. And these worse outcomes are often seen in the elderly male and those which are harboring a lot of comorbidities. Now see, now that is you see the most discernible change this disease has created in the day-to-day life of all of us. Now, host immune responses in these patients of the COVID infection, what we find is, let me set this actually. Yes. The immune disorders, they are not only common, they are common in the severe infections or where there is a sepsis. So it is not something which is unique to the COVID infection. And all these conditions, they lead on to the high inflammation state to immunosuppression. And severity and outcomes, they are usually related to the host immune response. The activation, recruitment, and resolution of the antiviral immune response involves a highly organized cellular and the molecular cascades. And the cascades regulates the balance between the virus elimination and the immune damage. There are 2 types of immune responses which a body comes forward with, is the innate immunity and adaptive immunity. The innate immunity, as soon as the virus enters into the body, within few hours, sends a very rapid antiviral response by the type 1 and 3 interferon, cytokines, chemokines, monocytes, granulocytes, dendritic cells, and the natural killer cell. Now, adaptive immunity, which follows the innate immunity, is activated or role played by T cells and B lymphocytes. And T lymphocytes play a crucial role in the virus clearance, that is directly by dissolving the infected cells and then to eliminate the viruses. And they secrete cytokines to enhance other T lymphocytes immune response and other immunocompetent cells like macrophages, etc., to come in and then they perform their duties. While the B lymphocytes, they presents their working through the humoral immunity mainly that plays role, and by producing the antibodies which are actually neutralizing the viruses which invaded the body. When adaptive immunity takes over, the body down regulates the innate immunity to avoid the damage to the host. And when pathogens are completely cleared of the body, then innate and adaptive immune systems or immune cells, they now help in inflammation resolution in the body. Now, in a severe COVID case, now what happened is actually at a cellular level, what happened is that there occurs the lymphopenia, and there occurs with the reduction in CD4 and CD8 T cells, then occurs the lymphocyte activation and dysfunction, and increase in circulatory neutrophils, and dysfunction and loss of the monocytes. And at the cytokine levels, there occurs systemic inflammatory cytokine release, and that actually increases the interleukin 6 and interleukin 1 and other chemicals. And in contrast, interferon response goes down, while immunoglobulins and the total antibody levels, they are increased. Now, what strategies for COVID-19 immune therapy do we have? And these strategies are actually very, very crucial for us, particularly when we do not have any specific antiviral drugs. So what happens is that whenever there is an infection with the COVID-19, then it's the body immune response, which is a major factor which affect the disease progression and prognosis. Because we don't have any specific antiviral drug, it is the immune response towards these viruses by the body that actually decide the progress and the prognosis of the disease in us. And therefore, understanding of the immune response is of a paramount importance during its progression from the mild to potentially fatal COVID-19 disease. All stages have to be thoroughly understood. Now, while the disease is progressing, the human being passes through 3 stages of immune response. And now whatever the knowledge which we have gathered, this is based on the studies which have been actually performed on Middle East respiratory virus and SARS virus, and whatever experience we have gathered in our COVID-19 patients so far. The course of the immune response during the disease actually is divided into 3 stages. Each stage lasts for 7 to 10 days from the onset of symptoms. So the first stage is from 0 to up to 7 to 10 days from the onset of symptom. And the second stage is for next 7 to 10 days. And third stage is following this second stage is another 7 to 10 days. Now, in the first stage, as soon as the virus infects the body, what we find that there may be the patient where there are no symptoms, or there are simple influenza-like symptoms. Now, these cases usually are mild to moderate, and they may present with a light fever, dry cough, fatigue. And at this stage, the virus can be detected by the RT-PCR. And if the patient's immune function is effective and quite good, then the virus can be surpassed and the person goes into the recovery phase. But if the immune system is not adequate or it is dysfunctional, which could be because of age, more than 65 years of age, gender, or other comorbidities, then the virus cannot be surpassed, and then the patient slips into a severe phase of the disease. And the median time, which is from the onset of symptom to reach to the stage of ARDS, is around 8 days. Now, when it enters into the second stage of the immune response, then in some patient with a non-mild illness, these cases worsens within the next 7 to 10 days of the onset, and the patients actually now presents with the breathlessness and the severe hypoxia. And if we see the chest images, then we'll find multiple ground glass opacities, infiltration in the lungs, particularly on the both sides of the lungs they are involved. And the severe conditions can quickly progress to ARDS, septic shock, metabolic acidosis, coagulation dysfunction, and multi-organ failure. And some patients ultimately eventually die. Now look at this graph which shows the kinetic of the immune response in COVID-19 patients about these three stages of the immune response. This portion shows the first stage, the middle portion shows the second stage, and this portion shows the third stage of the immune response to the COVID-19. Now, just look at this blue dotted line. There are three types of the patients depending upon the outcome. There are mild cases which usually they resolve without much disease. Then there are the second type of the patient, those who are having severe disease, but they ultimately improve. And then there are third type of the patients, those are severe and there is a fatal outcome. So what happened in these three type of the patients as far as their immune response is concerned? Now this blue dotted line shows the immune response in the mild patients. Now, as soon as the virus entered during the first stage, now the immune response or the immune status in these patients actually is towards the normal side. And then it gradually increases. And when it reaches into the second stage, by that time, the immune response start take caring of the virus elimination, and then this slowly goes down, and then it comes back to the normal level of the immune status. And by this time, the virus is cleared from the body and the persons become okay. And then now look at this, the second person which had got a severe disease but ultimately improved. Now this is the brown dotted line. Now this brown dotted line shows that in this patient, to start with, the immune response is normal or slightly lower side of the normal, and then as soon as the virus enters, and then it is further actually dividing. Now this immune systems get activated, and then this activation releases the cytokine storms, etc., and then causes the pathology of the severe diseases. And then after that, now this starts, the activation starts decreasing, and then immune status also starts falling. But at that time, this remains within the normal range of the immune status, and this is also adequately and effectively clearing the virus, and ultimately, gradually, during the third stage also keeps clearing the virus. And then of course it takes little more time than what it took in the case of mild cases. Now see the scenario for the third type of the patients, those who had severe disease with a fatal outcome. Now here the immune status during the first stage is towards the lower side of the normal, and then as the time passes and it reaches towards the middle or the second stage, the immune system gets hyperactivated. And now when it gets hyperactivated, the functionality of the immune system goes down further, and then with gradually this functionality goes down, and it keeps falling, and then it goes even, you see, lower than the normal, and it becomes, you see, the very less functioning. And this stage we call it is a stage of anergia. And now at this stage, the immune system is not adequately working and cannot take care of the virus, and virus clearance does not happen. And that is why now these people, they do not actually survive ultimately. So this is the scenario in the third, in which the immune status or the immune functionality is actually goes down after the hyperactivation. So this is actually explaining the three stages in these three types of the symptoms. Now T cell number and function, if we look at them, actually it goes down with the severity of the COVID. The T cell function and the number is lower in the deceased than in the survivor. And the reason for this is the more severe is the disease, the lower is the T cell function and the number. And the reason for this is actually the immune cells chemotaxis, which takes them to the site of inflammation, as well as these T cells are directly killed by the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Now, the similar phenomena happens with the B cells also. Now, where the B cells also number and functionality goes down with the severity of the COVID disease. That means the more severe is the disease, they're going to be the more slowdown of the function and the number of the, you see, these B cells. Now, immune status in the first stage, in the mild COVID-19 and those who were survived of the severe cases, it's normal and hypofunctional, as I have shown the graph showing the kinetics of the immune response. And while those in the fatal severe COVID-19 cases, those who had a fatal outcome, it went to hypofunctional level as well as to the energy in these patients, and therefore the virus cannot be cleared. Now, age and gender are two major factors for the severe and the fatal COVID presentation due to changes in the innate immunity of elderly. And this is because the reduced abundance of the dendritic cells with the reduced type 1 interferon production and production of autoantibodies to the type 1 interferon in elderly and in male population. Now, what are the immunomodulators actually available to manage this COVID disease, because we don't have a very good UC antiviral disease. These are the drugs like the corticosteroid, interferons, monoclonal and polyclonal antibodies, convalescent plasma therapy, intravenous immunoglobulins, mesenchymal stem cells therapy, and inhibitors of the cytokine signaling, like IL-6 inhibitor, that is tocilizumab, anakinra interleukin 1 receptor antagonist, and baricitinib are the JAK inhibitor. So these are various agents which are available. Now, these are the other drugs which are actually repurposed drugs, because these drugs have been actually adequately used and their safety is quite ensured in various rheumatoid conditions, as well as there are certain other autoimmune disorders. For example, chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine, which has got a mild immunosuppressive actions, and glucocorticoids, that is suppression of immune and inflammatory response, tocilizumab and anakinra, which are IL inhibitor, receptor inhibitor, baricitinib. So these are the other drugs which are also available to take help of. Now, what treatment do we offer during the first stage? During the first stage, the immune status in these patients remains normal or hypofunctional. So now in these patients, actually they can or take care of clearance of their virus, and they need only rest in the bed and the strengthen supportive treatment and ensure adequate energy and the monitor disease progress, so that if it progresses towards the severe disease, then we can intervene. While the patient with the severe and high risk conditions, they are actually advised the drugs with the potential antiviral effects, which actually are we are not having them with us. Now, type 1, therefore, the type 1 interferon at the early stage of the COVID-19 helps treat severe cases, because now gender and age differences may relate to the type 1 interferon's defects. And when we give the type 1 interferon in these type of these, you see, susceptible patients, then this improves early innate immune response. And multiple studies, they have shown that type 1 interferon benefits the COVID-19 recovery. And if they are given at an early stage, then it reduces the mortality significantly. Now, what treatment do we offer to these patients during the second stage? We are not having any specific antiviral treatment for the COVID-19. So mainly the treatment is the symptomatic treatment and the oxygen therapy. And we have to monitor the inflammatory markers and the lymphocyte subsets. And the inflammatory markers which actually are to be seen or observed are interleukin-6, D dimers, and CRP. And during this stage, we need to administer IVIG glucocorticoids to look after the extensive inflammation part, as well as the cytokine storms and other treatments which are required at this stage are to be administered. High dose of IVIG at this junction of deterioration markedly reduce the mortality, and quicker normalization of the inflammatory status happen in these patients, and improved clinical outcomes have been seen in these patients. Now, role of the glucocorticoids in the first stage. Inflammatory response is quite controllable. Antiviral effect is quite there because of its self-immunity, and therefore the use of glucocorticoids will only prolong the virus clearance, so it should not be used. And when the patients, they are in an immunosuppressed state, now in that situation, also the glucocorticoids will worsen the disease. But when in second stage, immune response is in hyperactivation. Now that is the time when it is cytokine storms are being produced and a lot of inflammation has already happened. At that stage, it is the most suitable time to use the corticosteroid during the second stage of the immune response. And those severely infected COVID-19 patients, those who have been actually receiving glucocorticoids, it have been seen in many studies that mortality get reduced as compared to those who do not actually were given the corticosteroids. Now the steroid given could be dexamethasone, methylprednisolone or prednisolone. And the another benefit the corticosteroid use brings about is the reduction in the risk of the acute kidney injury, which is quite a dreadful complication in these patients. But a piece of caution that chronic use of glucocorticoid steroids increases the risk of poor outcome as well as the mismanagement or dismanagement of the diabetes mellitus, and as well as bringing out the complications like fungal infection, mucormycosis. So it should not be used beyond the time it is actually required. The other ancillary treatment in these patients, the coagulation disorders that are quite common during the second stage and during the third stage, and therefore the low molecular weight heparin, enoxaparin therapy is strongly recommended as prophylactic as well as during therapeutic times. The significant risk of infection with the bacterial and the fungal always is there during the second stage and third stage, and therefore these patients, these complications, they increase morbidity and mortality. And commonly it is the bacterial infection, and it has been seen 50% of the patient died from the COVID-19 had bacterial pneumonia, and therefore it is prudent to use the antibiotic in these patients to avoid some such fatal outcome. Now, during the third stage of the immune response, that's the stage of energy, when the immune system has completely shut down, what should we do? Now, after the first and second stage of the immune response is, if it is effective, then the virus will be cleared and the patient goes into the recovery. Now, some critically ill patient who recover, there the number and function of the immune cells gradually increased and their functionality is also regained, and they again are able to clear the virus, and it comes into the recovery phase. While the immune response is slower than in the mild cases, but therefore it takes long time and even up to 6 months for completely clearing and healing. The patient's immune function is impaired. That means these are the patients which will go towards the fatal cases. And these patients, they do not have anything to clear of the virus, and eventually they die. And they need during these second or third stage as a ICU treatment and the supportive treatment in these patients. Now, after understanding this very complex, the kind of the immune response in these patients, and which some of them they are causing at some stages are harmful, some stages are useful, and particularly in absence of the antiviral drug. The take-home message which I can draw from the presentation is the patient who survive, that is the mild COVID-19 patients or the severe COVID-19 patients, to start with they have a normal immune response, and then they progress on to the hypofunctional state, and then they actually improve on the immune response, and ultimately the normal immune response is restored, and so they are able to clear the viruses and they become okay. While in the patient, those who had a fatal outcome, in these patients, immune response ranges from diminished function to start with, then it progresses to overactivation, and then it progresses to weakened immune response or ultimately energy, and therefore these patients ultimately die. While the treatment is very critical to control the death rate, the aim of the treatment is to control the death rate, and therefore during the first stage of the disease, start interferon therapy, particularly those who are going to be having a comorbidities or elderly, or those who have already started the sign of severe disease. While during the second stage, when the immune response is decreased, then IVIG and glucocorticoids are the therapy of choice. Of course, appropriate antibiotic and the anticoagulation therapy should be added during this stage. For severe disease, which actually is quite difficult to get good outcome through immune regulation alone in the severe patients, with the immune regulation alone, we can't get a good outcome. And in these patients, we certainly require some virus-specific treatment in these patients, which is essential. Now, so the treatment targeting viral replication is actually more effective, and it should be used in these patients, and particularly this should be started in the initial stages, like antiviral therapies like remdesivir, or you see other antiviral drugs which are available, although they are not very, very robust one. Then the passive antibody therapies like monoclonal antibodies, antibodies elicited from the previous infection, or you can say the plasma of those convalescent plasma, or the vaccination if had already been given to these patients. So we can conclude that immune response in cases is very complex and heterogeneous. For example, if the treatment that works for a certain patient with a defined dose, duration, and frequency may not work for the other, and therefore the application of immunomodulation therapy should be considered on patient-to-patient basis or individual basis. Every patient has to be assessed in that particular situation. And certainly we have not actually got enough studies or enough data to say that we have found the last word in the management as far as immunomodulation or other antiviral are concerned in the COVID-19 disease. Definitely we require more research to understand the pathogenesis and to guide the treatment to improve the prognosis in these patients. With this, I thank you very much for patient hearing.
Dr. Surendra.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Dr. Surendra, are you on the line?
Okay.
I'm here only.
You have given
I think last day is
very
Dr. Rakesh Chawla has joined.
Yes, I am there, sir. As a last batsman of the day.
Yes, sir.
You stop sharing this screen.
And it's a
Ashok,
disease.
stop sharing this screen.
Okay, right.
And disease progression and its stages and the grades of the disease. Yes, sir. Thank you once again.
डॉक्टर राकेश जी शेयर कर दिए।
मैंने अपनी स्क्रीन शेयर कर दिया है। Is visible to you?
Yeah, full screen कीजिए।
Full screen कर दीजिए।
Okay, it's all right.
Yeah, very good.
Okay, I am last batsman of the day. Thank you very much, the organizers and the Indian College of Allergy and Applied Immunology. I know there are professional clinical doctors and non-clinical professional professors. I'm going to speak not about the B cells and T cells and IgE. You are fed up since morning thinking about antihistamines and steroids. I'm going to take you through the journey of the COVID-19 as a post-COVID sequelae, totally a clinical scenario. First 5 minutes, I will introduce you. I hope you will enjoy the talk. It's an acute, manageable, immunogenic, thrombogenic, inflammatory, contagious, novel viral disease. This is how you define COVID-19. You have heard when our Prime Minister declared the COVID-19. What happened in Delhi? It was all chaos. People started to run to their houses. The 3 C's were very important: avoid crowd places, close contact settings, confined and enclosed spaces. Then started coming the data of the incidence of the patients. By now, the things have totally reversed. How many 100 crores we have vaccinated. The first picture surfaced from Wuhan about the patients with their CTs and X-rays, showing the ground glass and the GGOs and the Cravey wave pattern. These are the first few papers which were published. Then action to be taken, how to detect COVID-19. It was labeled as a social stigma. The pasting, things were pasted on the walls of the houses. The patient who are suffering to be taken to the isolation facilities. Gradually, things kept on changing. The clinical guidelines came, how to manage remdesivir, chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine became the drugs of the day during that time. And everybody was taking prophylaxis of HCQS at that time. Government of Assam said arsenicum album is a useful drug. Government declares all hospitals COVID. We came to know the mask is the important thing for the whole show. Came the PPE. We started learning how to use PPE, how to don, how to doff. The whole world was totally new to start understanding the sequence. India started manufacturing the PPE kits. Guideline came on 17th of March 2020, how to manage the mild, moderate, severe, and an asymptomatic disease. Then came the kahadas of the system of Ayush. People used it like anything, but everything was useless, absolutely useless. Criteria for discharging the patients came by the Ministry of Health. The presentation of the patients, all of us know, is the cough, difficulty of breathing, fatigue, body aches, taste or loss of smell, sore throat, congestion, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. These are the symptoms. Then diagnosis, we learned how we are doing and confirmed with RT-PCR, X-rays, ground glass, haze, any alternate patient's X-ray. You are visualizing this picture. We used to talk about ILDs. Now we started talking about this is COVID positive. These are the CTs, classical ground glass GGOs, and the CORADs positive 3 or 4 or 5. Virus does not kill directly. Here is the immune system, which is very, very important, and it kills by the immune inflammation. So you have to fight inflammation at the right time. So a beautiful chart, which is used by everybody, the viral response phase, the pulmonary phase, and the hyperinflammatory phase. This is a pulmonary, this is a second week's disease. This is not a first week disease. Everything manifests in the second week. You have to work everything in this. Once you get into cytokine, any amount of things, it is the luck of the patient, the things starts getting reversal. You don't have anything to fire when the patient is in cytokine storm. You are using steroids, you're using anticoagulants, you're using the oxygen. The rest, you don't have anything confirmatory. So we know we have to work at the viral replication and immune inflammation. Once this starts into the cytokine storm, things become very difficult. So we know the CRP remains a very, very important marker to monitor the disease, the use of oxygen, anticoagulants, and dexamethasone, and the oxygen. Then you know when to use the oxygen and what level and what liters we have to use. Dexamethasone with the recovery trial became a celebrated medicine that you started using in the second week of the disease because it should be avoided in the first week. And it is declared as a game changer. Methylprednisolone or dexamethasone, both are equally good, and the results were comparison. Sequence of events is inflammatory markers, lung damage, decreasing PaO2 and decreasing SpO2, and you are managing the whole show. These are the things you monitor every 48 to 72 hours. Warning signs to set up the treatment is an increase in difficulty of breathing, fever is not getting relieved, recurrence of fever, palpitation, and all symptoms, and patient is desaturating less than 90%. You use when the oxygen requirement is 2 to 6 liters, a nasal cannula, if it is 6 to 10 liters, a face mask, 10 to 15 liters, non-breathing mask, non-rebreathing mask, and if it is more than 15 liters, you need BiPAP, and if it is 25 to 60 liters requirement, we use HFNO, and the patient needs to be ventilated. So we know the managements with the antipyretics, steroids, oxygen, anticoagulation, antivirals, and not to start. It has no role after 10 days of the start of the disease. Convalescent plasma has been taken off by the Ministry of Health. Antibiotics have as such no role. Tocilizumab, the miracle drug in the first COVID wave, we knew how we have burnt as a pulmonologist. We never knew the name of this drug when we started using. Somebody was calling it a Tocli, somebody was calling Tosli, some was saying Tossi. So this is a drug, and the second wave, hardly we used this drug, which was a wonder drug in the wave 1 because of the complications, and we burnt our hands by use of tocilizumab. Then you started reading about the CT, and then you started knowing what is the CORAD and how you started a CT scoring. It is more than 15, it is a severe disease. March it starts and settles in September. Digital disease and the digital management, everyone learning, no one knows for sure in the first wave what is going on. Perception, COVID is gone. We have won the war, vaccine politics, diplomacy, and hesitancy. Beginning of the end of the COVID, India starts vaccination. The first vaccination done in the human trials. COVID-19 vaccine has been widely touted as the most effective public health measure to end the pandemic. We hope so. Government of India gave the COVID-19 vaccine and the operational guidelines, how they are going to vaccinate. In NAGVAC, the National Expert Group on Vaccine Administration for COVID-19 was constituted, and they started distributing the vaccine, and looking at impossible work has been shown possible by our Prime Minister, making more than 100 crores, and today more than 100 crores and say 4 or 5 crores more have been vaccinated. COVID, beautiful platform, and you are able to now digital and take out certificate where you are sitting just by writing the certificate in a WhatsApp number, and the certificate is downloaded. So combating vaccine hesitancy, lot of dushprachar against vaccine. So pehle aap, even the doctors were doing ki pehle aap lagwao, and finally, sorry to say, the public was seeing the doctors let them take first before we come first. Even doctors were not ready to take it. So problems came, the vaccine hesitancy was removed, strategies to build the vaccine confidence happened, timings for vaccine after COVID. So you have to wait for 12 weeks after recovery from COVID symptoms before getting the vaccine. Then came H1N1 and pneumococcal, which was a routine for the pulmonologist to use. You have to have a difference of 2 weeks before taking the H1N1 or pneumococcal vaccine. Which vaccine? Again, the fight. Whatever you get Covishield, you get Covaxin, or Sputnik, which has been withdrawn. Whatever is available, there should not be any confusion about it. Again came the side effects. It is the Covishield 0.5%, and to compare to the adventure supports like mountain climbing, where the death rate is around 14. And here in AstraZeneca, clots and 0.5%. So as birth control pill and the side effect with the AstraZeneca, you can see it is comparative. It is much, much, much lower, just as a creating a vaccine problem. Mask, stay indoors, physical distancing, hand sanitizer, even after the vaccine. You have to follow this. When and which vaccine as a booster. Still discussions are going on. Government is yet to give the guidelines, and antibodies levels in today's paper is 96% in Delhi, the Sero survey says. After first wave, there was a gap of 5 months. B117 was detected in October. We declared win over COVID, no preparations, denial, elections, religious gatherings, life of the patient was not important, stopped examination but not elections, came back with vengeance, April and May tsunami. It came as tsunami. Nothing was working. Oxygen was not there. Patients were dying on the streets. And those who are the core clinicians, they really know the painful stories of the nights when beds were not available. Again, the guidelines came to manage. The Ministry of Health gave a revised clinical guidelines for management of adult COVID-19. And these were the guidelines. Again, another guideline came on 22nd of April. Then came on 17th of May, convalescent plasma was taken off. Remdesivir, Tossi were to be used only in specific circumstances. 24th of May, another guideline came for management of COVID-19. Ivermectin, doxycycline, disputed drugs, but there was no prescription. There was no patient who did not consume ivermectin or doxycycline. If somebody says, he is telling an open lie. Then came the effectivity, favipiravir came, but as a wonder drug touted that it clears the viral within 7 days, but it did not happen. Inhaled budesonide, yes, it helps in the second phase or after the 7 to 10 days period. New medicine, bevacizumab, IVIG, 2G, baricitinib, tofacitinib. Now the new drug which is coming as an oral treatment, molnupiravir, as twice a day for 5 days therapy, yet to be launched. What about drugs? If the patient is in a cytokine storm, nothing works. Let it be bevacizumab, IVIG, 2G, adalimumab, baricitinib, tofacitinib. These are all the drugs which work in mild to moderate. Patient may recover at its own, and you are using them at that time. Yes, you can say the drug has helped. If the patient is in a cytokine storm, things are totally different. Ventilators are not the answers. Colchicine, another drug. Methylene blue, people touted as a wonder drug. Antibody cocktail, this is a drug. When the patient has RT-PCR positive, please use these antibody cocktails to get out of this. This is a ready-made vaccine which is injected directly to the patient. Now, complications. We managed the complications during treatment of COVID, spontaneous subcutaneous emphysema. These are the original patient x-rays, and this is the literature on the top, which I have cited the articles. Then we have seen the massive bilateral pneumothorax, placed the ICDs, the lung expanded, treated, bailed out the patients after 40 days, after 60 days, after 66 days. Then came the problem of the pulmonary fibrosis. It is a real threat. Yes, it is. It is a real threat. Pulmonary fibrosis and COVID-19 is a reality. Few patients of subdiaphragmatic hernia we have seen and we have reported to the literature. Then came the COVID-19 rapid guidelines managing long-term effects of COVID-19. Definition came that acute COVID-19 signs and symptoms up to 4 weeks, ongoing symptoms of COVID-19 from 4 to 12 weeks, post-COVID-19 syndrome, signs and symptoms that develop during or after an infection consistent with COVID-19 continue for more than 12 weeks, are not explained by an alternative diagnosis or any syndrome. This is a post-COVID-19 syndrome. Major complaints in the post-COVID-19 are the cough, breathlessness, and fatigue. Shows a beautiful chart published in Indian Journal of Chest Disease and Allied Sciences to manage at primary level the COVID-19. There is no system of the body post-COVID from the hair to the toe is not involved. 58% of the patient will report with fatigue, 44% will talk of the headache, and 23% of the people will talk of breathlessness. These are the alarming symptoms, and you see even the avascular necrosis of the femur. unheard the complications we have seen. The most common reported symptoms, as I've told you, is the fatigue and dyspnea. Others are joint pains and the chest pain. Cardiovascular, patient may get myocardial inflammation and myocarditis. Patients develop, out of 55 patients in one of the study, 64% had persistent symptoms and 70% had radiologic abnormalities. Believe it or not, around more than 6 months, these radiological abnormalities are persisting on our patients. Patient may develop neurological, can penetrate the brain tissue via viremia and also by direct invasion of the olfactory nerve, leading to anosmia. Most common long-term neurological symptoms after COVID-19 are headache, vertigo, chemosensory dysfunctions. Emotional health and well-being started with the depression. Patient who suffered, it's very easy to ask them not to worry, think positive, but what he is suffering for no fault of his is really depressing, and the post-traumatic stress disorder is very, very important. As I said, cough, breathlessness, chest pain are the post-COVID respiratory sequelae. The cough should be evaluated thoroughly by taking the history. And if the patient has got wheezing, we use bronchodilators, we use steroids, simple breathing exercises, diaphragmatic breathing, pursed-lipped breathing, yoga, and cough suppressants, they help the patient. So again, the breathlessness, you are investigating with PFT, pulse oximetry, and 6-minute walk test. Pulmonary rehabilitation is a very, very important part to settle your patients who are breathless and you are not able to take out for months together even the oxygen requirement from half to 1 liter. Patient desaturates to 80%, 76%, 70%. We still use overnight oxygen. Tell them don't worry about it. Keep using in the morning, in the night time, and try to have an intermittent oxygen in the daytime. Yoga helps improving general well-being and provides a symptomatic relief. It reduces stress, restores mental and physical health. Recommendations for inclusion into the pulmonary rehabilitation program during the acute disease, having dyspnea and cough, there is difficulty in expectoration. The pulmonary rehabilitation helps. Respiratory failure, gas exchange abnormalities, difficulty in daily living activities due to decreased functional status, nutritional deficiency, impaired quality of life, the pulmonary rehab program helps. Where it should not be done, patients with neurological, cardiac, renal, and polytrauma or other body systems involvement, where he is not able to do all this yoga and all, should be avoided. At the post-COVID patient at tertiary level, you have to think about continuation of the anticoagulants at least for 39 to 40 days. There is no consensus made of use of steroids and antifibrotics in post-COVID-19 pulmonary fibrosis, but injudicious use of the antifibrotics is going on, with lot of discussion also going on whether it is correct or it is not correct. Since it has been established it is a fibrosis which melts away with the time, but people are using the antifibrotics. Came the mucormycosis, a fear of aspergillosis. Because what is a mucormycosis? Nasal stuffiness, foul smell, epistaxis, nasal discharge, mucoid, purulent, blood tinged or the blackish discharge, and you diagnose it with the direct microscopy of the endoscopic guided nasal swabs and making a KOH smear or fluorescence brightener such as calcofluorol white as a tool for rapid diagnosis. The treatment is amphotericin B, and there was an acute shortage across the country of this medicine, which the patient suffered from the complication post-COVID. And it was because of the systemic steroids, injudicious use of tocilizumab, as I have told you, diabetes, uncontrolled diabetes. And in all these COVID patients who were preclinically diabetic and diabetes got precipitated to haywire. So consider prophylactic oral posaconazole in high-risk patients, those who have been on mechanical ventilation, more than 3 weeks of oxygen, more than 3 weeks of systemic steroids, uncontrolled diabetes, comorbidities with immunosuppression. Lesson learned from the second wave of the COVID-19, community ownership, collective efforts, effective communication, capacity building, and committed health worker. These 5 C's are very, very important. You must start, test, trace, treat, and perform more genomic sequencing to find out the kind of a variant which is troubling, isolating the people, and so that the thing what happened in the second wave should not come. COVID vaccine for all, the lesson India must learn, and India has learned, and India is doing it better than anybody in the world. And nobody should supply chain of the vaccine. You will be surprised, around 360 ingredients from 10 countries are imported, and nobody has a right to break this supply chain. Vaccinate, vaccinate, and vaccinate. This is what is important to achieve the herd immunity. Deploy latest scientific tools to tackle the mutants. Genomic sequencing is very, very important. Delhi has already 2 genomic sequences labs. I got few awards as a COVID warrior on the Doctor's Day of my zone, then from DMA, then from IMA at the national level, since we have worked honestly, and this is without any safarish, which I got this award. Then came post-COVID lung fibrosis. We know it is an entity which is happening in few of the patient, and patients remain hypoxic. A third of recovered patient is said to develop fibrotic anomalies. A beautiful paper came by Udwadia in Lung India, post-COVID lung fibrosis. The virus enters, virus replicates, immune response, and finally the lung fibrosis. This is how it happens. So there are different hypotheses for the pulmonary fibrosis pathways. The radiology, we know how it looks like, and it may resolve spontaneously, it may remain static, or progresses over a period of time. But we have seen with the experience, gradually the opacities are melting. It may take 6 months, it may take 8 months. The people who are with advanced age, severe illness, prolonged ICU stay, mechanical ventilation, history of smoking, or chronic alcoholic had a tendency to develop the post-COVID fibrosis. Higher level of CRPs and IL-6 during illness might lead to formation of fibrosis during recovery. These are the pictures you can see during the acute phase and the resolution phase. Another case, and if you see gradually over a period of time, these opacities resolve, and it takes time. It is not for few days, it is in months, it is taking. And as I said, the options are only steroids. We are using them, antifibrotics, they have their own side effects, and nintedanib has got a chances of bleeding. You have to use them very, very judiciously. The truth is only 2 proved antifibrotics for idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis are pirfenidone and nintedanib, but they should not be used without caution, which has been used just like anything in the fibrosis because of the post-COVID. Nintedanib increases the risk of bleeding when concomitantly administered with full dose of anticoagulants. Other treatments are the long-term oxygen therapy, pulmonary rehabilitation, vaccination, anticoagulation, and lung transplant. So the people in South have used in few cases the lung transplant, and ECMO is the modality of choice to maintain the patients who are waiting for the lung transplant. So pre and post operative lung transplant, I got it from Apar, who is the pulmonary physician for the transplant. This is how the lung looks like when it is a COVID lung, which they have removed from the patient to whom they have to transplant, becomes a stony heart. Other indications of transplant we know are the ILD, COPD, pulmonary hypertension, and systemic fibrosis. When to consider transplant for COVID-19 is a single organ dysfunction, age less than 65. Patient should be awake and able to discuss transplant. Patient should be able to participate in physical rehabilitation. Terminally sick patients are not the candidate for the lung transplant. What about the third wave? Those who have knowledge do not predict, and those who predict don't have the knowledge. This is long way back, and we are finding it true. Everybody from media to the doctors are talking about the third wave. It is inevitable. Do what you want, and touch wood, God's kind grace. We are waiting 4 weeks post Diwali to pass, and I think our country is bailed out of third wave. So a big salute to the corona warriors and the coronavirus, what it has taught us, nobody has taught us in last 100 years. So vaccination, mask, distancing and hand washing remains the key. Thank you very much, sir.
Surendra?
Thank you, sir.
ये लेना चंदर
in a nutshell, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Shall we conclude the session, sir, for today?
Yeah, you will conclude and then we will start another session.
Yes, yes.
Tomorrow at 9:30, I think. No, I have to check once.
But we can request those who are here and they are the council members of the executive, they can stay back.
Achha. You can announce, sir. You can announce, sir. Others can.
Yeah, they have been announced. Only thing, the others delegates, once they, is the same login?
Dr. Singh, चाय पिलाओगे?
Yes.
चाय कहाँ से पिलाएंगे?
Virtually, I can show you the cup.
Yes, very.
लखनऊ से चाय मैंने भेज दिया।
अरे यार क्यों झूठ बोल रहे हैं? प्रसाद अपने
भेज दिया भाई, आप पे पहुंचा नहीं तो हम क्या करें?
Singh Saab, you authorize a McDonald's.
Well done.
McDonald mealed everyone, they can order and have it, and you send a payment to them.
Of course, your suggestions are well taken, sir.
Well done, Chawla. Well done, Rakesh Chawla.
सर एबी सिंह सर, हम तो कई सालों से बोल रहे हैं आपको, हर काउंसिल मीटिंग के बाद में बोल रहे हैं।
क्या आपको मिलता नहीं था काउंसिल मीटिंग के बाद चाय?
अरे सर, हमारे पास तो डबल आता था।
डॉक्टर चावला का मतलब नहीं समझ रहे हो, ये इवनिंग मीटिंग है।
अच्छा, ठीक है, मतलब इट विल बी फॉलोड बाय वर्चुअल कॉकटेल एंड डिनर।
ये कोविड ने सिखा दिया कि सारे चीजें बंद होनी चाहिए अब।
डॉक्टर गोयल, ये रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है।
अच्छा।
डॉक्टर सुरेंद्र,
सुबह से हम लोग थक गए।
भाई एबी सिंह साहब शुरू करो भाई।
डॉक्टर सिंह, सुबह से हम लोग थक गए, इसलिए 5 मिनट का हम लोग।
आप ही लोग नहीं, हम तो आपसे ज्यादा थके हुए हैं भाई।
इसीलिए 5 मिनट का हम ये सब कर रहे थे, लाइट मूवमेंट।
या
जरूरी है सर, ये भी जरूरी है सर।
लेकिन हम मीटिंग शुरू कर लो भाई गौर साहब।
मैं चाय ले आऊं?
चाय मैंने भिजवा दी आपको।
यहीं से लेनी पड़ेगी, आपने पता नहीं किस एड्रेस से भेजी है।
भाई आप ही के एड्रेस पे भेजी, अब मिले ना मिले ये तो अब मैं नहीं बता सकता हूँ।
Who are the members who are present? Dr. Gaur is there, Dr. R. Prasad is there.
आप लिख लो
डॉक्टर महेश,
डॉक्टर कथूरिया,
MK
अग्रवाल, डॉक्टर गोयल,
राकेश चावला,
डॉक्टर जन्मेजा, नवीन अरोड़ा। नवीन है नहीं मेंबर? पता नहीं।
नहीं, जन्मेजा भी नहीं है।
अच्छा,
डॉक्टर नागेंद्र प्रसाद हैं।
He can be there as an invitee.
And Dr. Rajkumar.
Has he joined?
His name is there. Yes, Nagendra Prasad is there, and who else is there? कथूरिया लिख लिया आपने?
हाँ, कथूरिया साहब का लिख लिया। डॉक्टर राजकुमार हो गए, डॉक्टर महेश गोयल हो गए, डॉक्टर MK अग्रवाल हो गए। और कौन है?
और मैं हूँ, और तुम है।
डॉक्टर AB सिंह भी हो गए। आप कुछ सबसे पहले हैं भाई।